Okay. Forrest Fenn's first clue was WWH. Can you tell us what is your first clue in your poem?
Yes.
Okay.
But I want to make sure I get it right, so I want to look at my own poem to make sure. Can I take a look at it? Is there somebody has a book handy by chance? Hey! Okay, I want to make sure I answer this correctly. I think the most actionable first clue in the poem that gives you sufficient context would be "As hope surges clear and bright."
Has anyone reached the checkpoint?
To my uncertain knowledge, no. I'll also say that, as far as I know, surprisingly, actually, I have not heard anyone mention the correct answer to the cipher yet. And I think I mentioned there is one other arguably technical thing that is involved in solving this. It's not like a core part of the poem, but it's something that I think people would find interesting. And only one person in the world has solved it so far, and they've been very quiet about it. I don't think I've seen it. Actually, no, I did see it one time on one social media venue, which was actually kind of funny because everyone blew right past him and didn't give him the time of day, and no one noticed that he had figured it out. So that was pretty interesting.
Good answer. Next. Are you at last halfway through the poem clues when you reach the checkpoint?
Let me read that.
Okay. This one, number 9.
Are you at least halfway through?
The poem clues.
Yes, I think so. Yep, that's fair to say.
Good answer.
The question was, are you at least halfway through the poem clues when you reach the checkpoint?
You're not. You read the squares or don't read the squares?
No stars.
No. Oh, I thought I was supposed to read the squares.
The squares, yeah.
You can read them or you cannot?
Squares, yes. Stars, no.
Squares, yes. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, we're good. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we know the rules. It's a good thing, so you don't get bear sprayed. Okay. Are there any clues or hints in the songs in your treasure hunt?
Oof.
Are there any clues or hints in the songs in your treasure hunt?
Yes.
Whoa. Whoa. Good answer. Good. Okay, next. Is there a hint in the statement you traveled over 9,000 miles in 2 trips? Do you want to read the words?
Yeah, let me reread that.
Number 14.
Is there a hint in the statement you traveled over 9,000 miles in 2 trips? The purpose of the 9-mile or over 9,000 mile statement was to convey that I traveled a great distance throughout the Rockies and the American West as part of hiding the treasure. And it's really not meant to read in anything more than that. It's basically meant to say that I traveled a great distance and somewhere along my route, I hid the treasure. It could have been at the beginning of the route, in the middle, in the end, somewhere along the path.
Good one. Okay, this is especially important for someone for me, of my stature. For anyone who would struggle with carrying 60 pounds in one trip, can you give us any advice on how to retrieve the treasure container and its contents successfully? So in other words, if I can't carry the treasure and the container in one trip, what's your advice?
So if you've figured out exactly where the treasure is at, you will have sufficient time to plan how you wish to retrieve it.
Would I be able to bring a llama? I have a friend in Dillon who has a llama, and she said, or an alpaca, well, whatever, some kind of a pack animal.
That's a big difference.
Is that, oh my God, is that a clue then? It depends on, he just said it depends if it's an alpaca, a llama, or a mule.
I think actually any of those animals would be able to help you out.
Okay, next one. Why will you not tell us what the treasure container is?
You know, I've been hesitant to mention what the container is, mainly because of artificial intelligence, and also to prevent people from creating decoys or for someone to claim that they have found it and to recreate what the container looks like in order to make a farce and upset people. As we all know, that happens from time to time, unfortunately. I think there's a bad apple in every bunch. It's not to say that there's any in this room. But it's also AI, because I think as time progresses, artificial intelligence will soon be in a position where it will be a formidable force when it comes to things like treasure hunts. And so I think, actually, it's a bigger topic. It's kind of a strange thing to think about. You know, AI is on the precipice of encapsulating the entirety of human knowledge. And it's not just a function of having the knowledge, it's acting on that knowledge in an intelligent manner. And so very soon, AI will be smarter than all of us in this room combined. And it's a bit of a paradox. How do you create a puzzle for an intellect that dwarfs your own? It's like a mouse trying to create a puzzle for a human. It sounds pretty silly. And that's really where we stand with artificial intelligence. And so a big portion of the time that I spent designing this treasure hunt was to make it accessible and understandable and approachable by humans, but not by AI. And that's a really hard thing to do, actually, because soon we'll be in a position where I think that those two will start to blend together in a way that is kind of scary. And if you take that one step further and you were to have AI built into, say, a robot, that gets very scary. You could actually have a legion of robots that go out and say, find the treasure. I know it sounds crazy, but I do genuinely believe that we're not far off from that. And that's really something that I did not want to happen. And time will tell whether or not that actually works out to our advantage, but we'll see how it goes.
This is a good one. Do you think that once someone is successful in reaching the checkpoint, that they will be the ultimate finder? Do you think that once someone is successful in reaching the checkpoint, that they will be the ultimate finder?
So I know there's probably some folks in this room who have no idea what this checkpoint business is. There's a lot of kind of context that have built up to this. I've had a number of interviews over the past where I had mentioned that a portion of this treasure hunt involves, for what I call, a lack of a better term, a checkpoint. And it's a way for you to know that you're trending in the right direction. Kind of consider it like something that you may find along the way that you realize unequivocally, without a doubt, I know that I'm correct. I did this on purpose, partially to combat some of the AI concerns. And so I think it is fair to say whoever finds the checkpoint has an excellent chance of finding the treasure as well.
Good one. Okay. Were there any clues or lines in your poem that changed significantly from the first draft to the final version?
So I mentioned this before, but for those that are not aware, I wrote the bulk of that poem in a number of hours. It was like, I don't know, probably 6 hours or less. And I think from the time that I originally, so two things. First off, I purposely didn't finish the entire poem until the day the book went to print. And, hello? Oh, I did that on purpose because I wanted to make sure no one had access to the poem beforehand. It was really important to me that no one had a big leg up over anybody else. So if you imagine there's editors involved, there's the printing company, illustrators, all sorts of people, and it is true that they had access to subsets of the book ahead of time, but no one had access to the poem until the very end because I never finished it until the last hour. And despite that last bit that I filled in at the end, to my recollection, nothing significantly changed from the very first draft that I wrote. So it was, I think I only tweaked maybe 2 words tops. So it was pretty static.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Are you planning on ruling out a search state? Like Montana.
You better get ready for the bear spray. You know, I think, oh boy. I'm messing with you. You know, there have been a lot of people asking for extra hints and clues, and I totally get it. What's a little bit different right now compared to Forest Fence Treasure Hunt is that we're what? March, April, May, we're like 3 months in. I think Forest, you know, for the first, couple of years at least, didn't really give much of anything, as I recall. And so I think we're still really early. I'm hesitant to narrow down the search area significantly to give everybody a chance, because I feel like there are some people that are just starting out on this. And I know that, especially during the summer months, people are planning their travel. And I guess it's kind of crappy either way now that I think about it. So I spent a lot of time searching in Idaho for Forest Fence treasure, for instance. And then he went and cut the state. And it's like, wow, there were a lot of people that were really upset. It's like, I spent all this time searching in Idaho, and then he just cuts it. Like, to me, it was great. Like, thank you. I mean, I enjoyed the treasure hunting there in the state, but great, I have less search area now. So I don't want people to be upset, but I think eventually, if it has not been found, I will start eliminating states. this treasure hunt is not meant to last a millennia or anything like that. I want it to continue to progress. And so I think if there isn't any real kind of tangible progress over the coming months, I'll certainly consider that. But I'm sorry to disappoint tonight. I'm not going to eliminate any state, but I'll consider it in the future. Yeah.
So since he just said the words Forrest Fenn, I'm ad-libbing. Did you make a blaze on a tree?
Oh, I will answer that, yes. Actually, I will answer that. No. Just no. The problem, okay, I'm going to rant just a little bit, sorry.
Go ahead.
That was, I wouldn't say problem, but that was one of the, yeah, it was a problem, That was one of the problems with the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt, I felt, is that the blaze or the marker at the end was something that could not stand the test of time. There were a lot of things that could have caused the blaze to go away. It could have been a forest fire. It could have been a strong wind that had blown the tree down. An earthquake. There are a lot of different things I think that could cause damage like that. And it was important to me that it's designed in a way where it can stand the test of time. So I don't have any clues. I didn't put, anything out in the woods or the wilderness that that would be subject to destruction by natural forces. Now, I can't control everything. I suppose under a very specific set of circumstances, damage could occur, but I would know if it did. And that's not fair to anybody, to be out searching for something that cannot be found. So if something like that were to happen in a astronomically low chance, I think it's only fair to everybody that I would just tell you it got damaged, sorry. But I don't anticipate anything like that happening. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for answering that. Okay, this is sort of long and complicated. Can you verify 100% the treasure container and its contents are not a proxy item? The treasure container and gold, treasure, etc., is actually located at the final resting spot.
Good question. So there have been a number of people that have asked me, oh, maybe you put, something out in the wilderness and it's like a key to a safety deposit box, and then you go there and get the treasure. That's really not what I was going for here. I wanted like that shock and awe, right? You get there, you find the treasure, and it's real, physical, in the wilderness. And as I mentioned before, it's filled to the gills with stuff, with treasure. I could not put anything else in there. It just wouldn't fit. But it is out there. It's not, in some bank somewhere or something like that. It's out there hidden to be found. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now we're to the questions that I haven't pre-read, so hopefully I can read the writing. Okay, number one. What is the title of the book that Uncle Hiram gave you?
Yeah, so for those who are unaware, I think it's in the story, The Conquistador Conquest. I talk about my Uncle Hiram, who's sitting in the back right there. He gave me a book on Spanish clues and markers, and I was pretty enthralled with it at the time. Of course, it led to sunburn, but I don't blame him. I can visualize the book, but I don't recall the title. And if someone can track it down, I'd love it. It has a thick black border, and then inside it has a white inset area that has a bunch of Spanish symbols inside of it. And it has a pretty overt title, something like Treasure Symbols of the Southwest or something like that. Sorry? There's treasure inside. No. I don't recall the name, but if someone happens upon the book, I'd be happy to announce it on, my website or something. It's not a big secret or anything like that. Early Spanish signs and symbols. That sounds right. If I actually saw the cover, I'd be sure, but that sounds right. Yeah. It wasn't a very thick book. It was probably pretty thin. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that's right. It had some hand drawings in it. Yeah, you got it. That's the one. What she said.
Okay, this is awesome because this is actually the question I put in at the bookstore. So I can give a little bit of background. So the question is, are you willing to talk about any of your crazy adventures that are not in Beyond the Map's Edge, like stepping on a sea urchin in Mexico? And the reason I'm asking that is I've had people actually ask me saying, you know Justin well, do you think he has elaborated and made up some of the stories? And I said, hell no. If something bad could happen, it has happened to him.
Okay, so
I love the sea urchin story.
The sea urchin. Oh, jeez.
Maybe some of the other ones on the list. Whatever.
Yeah. So when I first started thinking about this book, it was basically just a bunch of chicken scratch. It was terrible. And I had way more chapters than anybody would ever care to read. And I didn't want it to be like a math textbook, and be so daunting. And so I started just having to cut stories. So there are a number of stories that I did not include. The one that she mentioned, actually, I never wrote about. But the Reader's Digest version would be, I was in Puerto Vallarta. I was probably 13 years old. And I was battling the waves out there with my brother, and I stepped on something. I didn't have my glasses on, and so it was all fuzzy, and I pulled this thing out of my foot, and I got really dizzy, and it was super painful, and I passed out, and I woke up in a Mexican hospital, and I spent 3 days there. It was pretty terrible. I don't recommend it.
How far back has your family genealogy been traced?
Somebody actually emailed me with a family tree, I think on Ancestry.com, that they had put together. It was actually really interesting. I've been meaning to merge that in with the one that I have. I think on my father's side, I'm able to trace it back quite a bit more than my mother's side. Mostly French and German and English. Certainly, pre-Mayflower days. I don't recall the exact dates, though.
Are you going to do all these?
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, good. Okay. I like this one. What is your best advice to approaching a solved poem, book? I don't know that word. What's the strategy and the best process?
Wait, good question. Poem, book, show, best process or strategy. So I think most people that have heard about this had no idea about this Forrest Fenn thing. So I think the show is just a good primer for that, to kind of understand a little bit of the backstory. There are definitely hints in the series that I snuck in. But the bulk of the important stuff, I would say, is in the book and the poem. So I guess the process I would suggest is you watch the series, try not to fall asleep. You, even more challenging, try and read that book, and then read the poem a few times, and then go back through it again, the show really slowly, and think about each scene. And actually, this is kind of funny. To my uncertain knowledge, there are 2 hints in the Netflix series that I laugh every time they come up, because they're, to me, they're just super, super obvious, and no one has noticed. And I'm just kind of blown away at this point, and I feel like it's a joke or something that nobody's telling me. But there are 2 scenes in particular where I I don't understand what's happening because it's super obvious. Like, I almost just want to say it. Like, no, no.
Wait a second. The next question, and this is serious. The next question. What would you be willing to share this evening that is a clue that would shake the Frontier Center and Posey treasure hunting community?
Oh, boy. I'm having an internal debate. Just give me a moment. Okay, how do I phrase this? It's funny, I don't recall which episode. It's either 2 or 3. It is a scene that does not have me in it. But it was a scene that I had some control over. I think if you rewatch it, it'll be pretty obvious. I hope. Yeah.
Whoa, thank you. I was worried I was going to have to get the bear spray, but I didn't. Okay. This is from Sterling. What is your favorite color and food?
Color and food. Not shrimp.
Not shrimp.
I pretty much always wear blue, so blue is my favorite color, kind of a navy blue. Food. Wait, who said that? That's a dicey answer. It's going to sound strange. I actually really like okra. I mean, I know, right? It is slimy. Fried okra is pretty awesome.
What app or system do you recommend to see established property lines to make sure we stay on public land?
So for those that don't know, the treasure is publicly accessible. You don't have to go gallivanting on somebody's private property. Please don't do that. I'm sure especially people that live in this area would very much appreciate it, and everybody else throughout the entire search range. Let's just keep it safe and fair and legal. So there are a few apps out there. I think they're available both on Android and iOS. One of them is, I think the most approachable one is called OnX. That's ONX. They have like a backpacking version, I think, and they have a hunting one. Any of those will do. And what you can do is, if there's a search area you're interested in, you can kind of zoom in on that area, and it'll show you all the surrounding property rights, so you don't have to guess. And if it's not publicly accessible land, just cross it off right away. And then if you're a more advanced user, what I had used for many years is an app called Gaia. That's Gaia. It's a little more advanced because there's a ton of different layers that you can add to it, and it's, not for the faint of heart, but OnX does great. Oh, I see a hand raised. Will I specify if it's on federal or state land? No. But it's publicly accessible as of today. Yeah. We have a loophole virtuoso in the room. So I hope I don't screw up the law here. Don't take legal advice from me, but it is my understanding that in many places in Montana, if you are on a waterway that is considered navigable, in other words, one where you can float a watercraft, you can actually float through private property because the owner, the person is allowed to access the area up to the high water mark, as I recall. Don't quote me on that. You might want to look it up. But it is fair to say if it's publicly accessible, it's fair game.
Did you design and make the cover art?
Ah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so the cover art on the book, I actually did design that first. And I gave it to a cover designer who iterated on it and kind of cleaned it up to make it presentable, and I think he did a fantastic job. So yeah, it's fair to say that the original image was created by me, and then he continued to evolve it. I see a hand up, yes.
The double arcs, something that exists or something that can be created?
Is the double arcs, wow, something that exists or had to be created? That's a tricky question, actually. And I want to answer this. It's actually a really strange question, knowing what I know. Ask the question one more time.
Is the double arcs something that exists or had to be created? Like, did you make the arcs or are they just out?
Is a double arc something that exists or were created? Let me think about this. I don't want to give away too much on this, so I'm going to have to punt. I apologize.
No, that's okay. No bear spray. That's okay. Now that the Netflix show came out, how many clues are in the show?
How many clues are in the show? I don't think I've actually, funny enough, I don't think I've ever counted. And some of them are kind of compounds. You have to look at a number of scenes in order to understand something singular. So with that in mind, the number of singular clues, let me just count them up in my mind. 1 second. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are at least 5 singular clues, at least. I think probably more if I really thought about it. Yeah. At least 5.
That's good. Thank you. That's a good answer. Next, this cipher is tough. Can you give us a hint?
The cipher is actually really meant to be approachable. It's not, you don't need an advanced math degree or anything. Actually, you don't need a math degree at all to solve this thing. I mean, if you can add 2 numbers together, if you can do basic, say, multiplication, whatever, you're fine. So, which 2 numbers? You pick. I want to make sure I get this right. What was the question? Oh, the cipher. The cipher. The cipher is not in the poem. It is elsewhere. We'll say that.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. That's a good answer.
And I should also clarify, the cipher was just, I couldn't help myself. It's not a critical hint. You don't need to solve the cipher to find the treasure. More than anything, the cipher is more of a nod or a hint to what the container is.
Yeah. That's good. Okay, the question is it walking distance from water's silent flight to round the bend past the hole?
Yeah, just to reread this. Is it walking distance from water's silent flight to round the bend past the hole? Boy. I'm not sure if I want to answer this. Let me think about this a moment.
The difference for a 71-year-old person and a 10-year-old. That would be me, the 71.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Whoa,
Yep.
that's awesome. Good one. That helps. That's good. On a scale of 1 to Forrest Fenn, how would you rate the difficulty of your hunt?
You know, difficulty is such a subjective thing. I think for something that is very approachable to one person can be next to impossible for another. And that's actually where a lot of my time or my thinking process was spent. I designed this in a way where it can be solved in different ways, but you'll all get there at the end of the day. So it's not, how do I phrase this? There are multiple ways to solve this treasure hunt, and some are arguably more challenging than others. And I think there's probably what I call an optimal solution, and then there are a few ways that I actually basically put in safeguards in case someone might not quite understand one clue, they could still limp along and figure it out, if that makes sense. So the question, I want to make sure I get this right. So on a scale of 1 to Forrest Fenn, how would you rate the difficulty? So I don't know how you all felt when you saw Forrest Fenn's solution or the purported solution. How did you feel about that? Did you think it was really hard or too easy? And I think that's different for different people. Some people might have said that's the most ridiculous solution I've ever heard of. May or may not have been hard, but they just didn't like it. And that's the issue is, I know when the solution is revealed, there will be people in this room that will say, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard of. I know it. And there will be other people that will, I think, be maybe delighted by it, I hope. So there's no pleasing everybody. I did the best that I could, I think, given the time and resources that I had, which is actually another thing I should mention. I actually thought that I had more time. So I really thought that the series was going to come out later in the year. And when I got the call saying, hey, it's coming out in like a month or a month and a half, it was kind of like, I got to get moving. I mean, of course, I had already hidden the treasure, but I actually wanted more time to kind of hammer on the book. I called my editor and said, hey, guess what? I've got a bunch of chicken scratch. You got 1 week to edit this. Good luck. So it was just a total scramble. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the publishing process, but it's pretty intense.
How big was the biggest fish you have caught?
Well, I think my dad has already added 10 pounds to it, so I'll only add 1 more pound. No, it was in New Mexico at Heron Lake, and actually it was kind of a cool day because it's the fishing that I hated, which is trolling. And you got a lot of line out, it's a lead line, and it's color-coded to show how deep in the water you are. You got a ton of line out, and you know, the rod just almost cracks in half, and we're hung up on a stump, you know, and so I just remember reeling on this thing, trying to reel in the stump, and at some point I realized, oh my gosh, it's moving, it's a fish. And it actually at the time ended up being the second largest trout in the state of New Mexico, and it was actually in the local newspapers and stuff. It was pretty exciting at the time because I was really young, and I guess for legal reasons, or as my dad put it, for legal reasons, it was listed in the paper that he caught it, which was kind of funny. And of course, you know, he wanted to have this fish mounted, and it was the taxidermist kept the fish over the winter, and we got it in the spring. And when it came to the house, my dad looked at it and he says, "You know, that fish must have shrunk and being in the freezer all winter. It was definitely way bigger than this, you know." And so I still have the fish. Actually, it's at my house, but. Yeah, that was the biggest. I don't recall how big it is, but I'm sure somebody could track down the newspaper article and see. So, yeah.
Justin, did you really break your leg?
Yeah, so for those that have not read the book, I mentioned that I had broke my tibia and I had to hide a treasure after doing that. Yes, I did break it. It was not a fun situation. I was on the mend at the time. I really actually didn't want to go around kind of like a peg leg guy hiding a treasure, but I was out of time. That was basically, I spent as much time as I could recovering, and then for a number of reasons, I had to just go and do this. And so I had to do it with a busted leg. It was not super fun.
The treasure is on public land. The sale of BLM land have an effect on the hidden treasure. So I guess he's saying, would the sale of BLM land have an effect on the hidden treasure?
So avoiding the political implications of this as much as I can. I think it is fair to say that there is a lot of public land right now that is at risk. And it is at risk of being sold to private individuals and to companies. And this is a big reason why I hid the treasure, is I wanted people to be aware, and I wanted, I wanted people to appreciate the lands that we have. And so I felt if I could get people outdoors and to experience it, that they would be better stewards and that they would be champions of the lands that mean so much to, I hope, everybody here. So the question is, will this have an effect on the treasure? And I think the honest answer is I don't know. Things can change. And so I'll definitely keep people updated. If there's a situation where, you know, the treasure is basically inaccessible at some point, I will do my very best to let you know.
Could you talk about your 5-year job experience during college and after? What was your major in college?
Yeah. So first off, I never graduated. I studied computer science. I left college when I was a junior for an internship that turned into a full-time position down in Tucson, Arizona. And then from there, yeah, I think I mentioned this in the book. It was my tour de fails. I had a lot of disastrous interviews. It was really terrible. Public speaking is a struggle for me, so I apologize. So yeah, I ended up at Microsoft, and I worked there for a number of years on a lot of different things. And I worked at the Walt Disney Company for the better part of a decade. I think I worked in pretty much every division they had, anywhere from consumer products to their international division to, you know, Disney streaming service, Imagineering, a little bit of everything. It was a ton of fun. I worked at Visa in collaboration with Apple and the Apple Pay system you use on your phone. Golly, what else? A lot of startups over the years too. It was kind of a blur. It was a lot of companies, but always new challenges. So yeah, I studied computer science, but I left my junior year.
From where you leave your car to search, is it a mile or less to the treasure container?
This is a really strange question to me. From where you leave your car to search, is it a mile or less to the treasure chest?
He said chest.
It's not a chest. I should be clear. It looks like it says chest. It's not a chest. It is a container, though. I don't think this question works because by the time you're going to get the treasure, you're not searching, you're retrieving.
Wow, that's a good one. That is good. Awesome. You want him to say it again? Okay.
by the time you're going to get the treasure, you're not searching, you're retrieving.
That's good. What is your most proficient programming language?
So for those that don't know, I still am programmer, or software engineer, or whatever you'd like to call it. For many years, I guess probably most proficient language these days would be C++ or Java.
I think you already answered this. Has anyone reached the checkpoint? You answered that, right? This one's really super long. We'll save this till the end. Is there a range of elevation where the treasure is? And I will expound. So Forrest Fenn basically said it's what, between 5,000 and 10,200 feet.
Yeah, the American West has a very diverse range of elevations. Yeah, it's pretty basic. I mean, I can put an upper bound on it. It's certainly below 11,000 feet.
How far is it from the first clue to the last one in miles? I think that's what it is.
How far is it from the first clue to the last one in miles? This actually is not possible to answer. And I'm not being coy. Based on how the clues are structured, I think it's the wrong question to ask. Is it hard to answer what now? Is it hard to answer these questions because you have to iterate through the poem more than one time? No, that's not why it's hard to answer. No.
I think you answered that one before. Okay. Are the clues in your poem in consecutive order from top to bottom, from the first clue to the treasure?
Yeah, I think for those who are aware, I think I answered this at some point. It's fair to say they're in consecutive order. Yeah.
This one, it's specific, starting at the top of the poem to the
starting
bottom.
at the top to the bottom. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, it's consecutive. Yep.
Okay. Here's a Forrest Fenn question. Is there a 200 or 500 foot searcher?
So for those that are unaware, Forrest Fenn had announced at some point that someone was within a certain number of feet of the treasure. And I think he said either 200 or 500 feet, depending on what stage of the treasure hunt. It's probably a little early in the treasure hunt for me to say how close people have been. But there have been people, I'll say that there have been less than, I'm trying to recall some of the emails I got. There have been people that have been less than 2 miles, and certainly even less than that. Yeah.
Okay. Was it me?
No comment.
This is a good one. Do you consider railroad tracks a structure? Is the entire hunt based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes?
That's a hard-hitting question. Do I consider railroad tracks a structure? I consider them to be a man-made structure, yes. They were made by man. They're not a building, they are a structure. Is the entire hunt based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes? So I think I mentioned earlier that there are a couple of different ways to work through the poem, and I tried to do that to accommodate how different people think. And so depending on how you interpret it, I think it could be true to say that yes, the entire hunt could be based on naturally occurring structures and landscapes, but I think some people could quibble. So I should clarify that by saying there's one clue in here where arguably someone could say there is a man-made implication to it. Yeah.
Man, that's long. Okay, this is good. Is the part of the river where your mom's fishing photo is accessible to public other than walking up or downstream?
Yeah, so there's a picture in the book of my mother on the beaverhead. She is wading, and that picture predates me. So I can't say with certainty, but my guess, just kind of knowing the landscape, is that it is likely not publicly accessible on either side. You would have to wade to it.
This is a multi-part one. Can you give a floor the treasure is not below? A floor.
So I think this is an elevation-related question. Can you give a floor the treasure is not below? I think I'm not going to answer any other elevation-related questions, but it's below 11,000. Still contend that no red herrings, intentional or otherwise. So I did not put any intentional red herrings in the book or the poem or anything like that. It's fair to say that like the poem itself is obfuscation, right? It's a way to hide information. Otherwise, somebody would have already found the treasure. But in terms of red herrings, there's nothing intentional. Now, there might be some unintentional ones. For instance, I talk about, I don't know, say a green table, and somebody thinks, oh, it has to do with the color green. I didn't actually mean for that. I just mentioned the table's green. So I cannot control how other people interpret it, but to the best of my abilities, no, like I didn't put in any intentional red herrings into the book or the poem or anything like that. And then the last one was, will you announce if the checkpoint is reached? If I'm aware, yes, I would announce that. Yeah.
Do you like pickles?
Do I like pickles? Yes, I like dill pickles especially. I have a funny story about pickles, but we'll save that for another time.
Why not wait for your leg to heal?
Yeah, I think I talked a little bit about that earlier. There was a number of circumstances where I had to just get things done, and it was really a function of time. I just couldn't wait any longer because there was a whole series of events that were set in motion and basically a schedule to keep, so to speak. And so I had to act, and it wasn't optimal, but just had to make it happen.
I think you did this one. The cipher has this old brain stumped. Any hints?
Oh yeah, I think I mentioned earlier the cipher is not in the poem. So I hope that helps. We'll see how things go. We'll get a little more time, and maybe somebody will figure it out. Yeah.
How do you feel AI changed the hunt?
Yeah, I know I mentioned that earlier. That was actually the biggest risk that I saw to this treasure hunt was somebody whipping out ChatGPT or whatever the latest large language model artificial intelligence offering is on the market and just say, punch it in and, oh, here's the answer. There are some, you'll notice, I think in the beginning of the book, I do not give, I think, permission for people to use, run the book through AI, but I realized I just cannot prevent that. And so I did everything in my power to ensure that AI will not be the winner. But it's really hard to control, like I mentioned. AI is getting very, very smart, and it will soon be smarter than all of us if it isn't already. So I did the best that I could, and I feel like, as it stands right now, we're fending it off. So we'll see how the future holds.
This is sort of long. There was a small D, like the letter D is in dog, hidden just above the M in maps on the spine of the book. Why was it removed in the new print? Is it relevant or a clue to something in this hunt?
Yeah, so we're talking about some of the formatting differences that showed up between the first and second editions of the book. So for those that are unaware, if you look at your book, you'll see on the cover, it either has like a little sticker on it, sort of looks like a sticker, and some don't. So the first printing is the ones that do not have the sticker. Both books are fine. Consider the one without the sticker to be kind of a collector's edition or something. But between those two prints, I actually ended up having to make some very small formatting changes because the cover designer noticed that the spacing wasn't exactly right, and it was bugging him more than it was bugging me. And so he made some slight changes. There's no intentional clues there in differences in the cover between the first and second edition. Yeah. Is there any clue in the cover art at all? I have not specified.
Hiding spot meaningful for its beauty, its symbolism, or for sentimental reasons?
Is the hiding spot meaningful for its beauty, symbolism, or sentimental reasons? I would say all of the above.
Oh, good. Good. I'm keeping that. Why are the e-book pictures in black and white, and why are they still in RGB instead of grayscale? Why is the coins picture in the ebook in color? I don't even know.
Yeah, so I think the question is, why the heck is this ebook in black and white? Why didn't you just do it in color like the book? The answer is because of compatibility. So there are a lot of e-readers out there that either do not support color or they have severe constraints on the size of the file, and so I tried to make it as small as possible. That's basically it. And then additionally, I wanted at least one color picture in there, so that's why I chose the, I think it's the coins in the ebook that are all color. So if your device supports color, you'll see that one in color.
If you were doing this treasure hunt, how would you train Tucker to help you?
As I mentioned, there are a few different ways to approach this poem. I mean, there is like a super brute force way, but it would be very, very difficult. So, I mean, I suppose if you had a dog that could sniff gold and you were in a very specific area, then that would be beneficial to you, but that would be really, I think, challenging to do overall. So more than anything, I think it's just good outdoor manners, making sure that the dog is a good steward, isn't chasing after elk or worse, bears, and keeping your dog in control. That's basically it. Oh, I see a hand up.
Could you specify at all what measures you took to ensure that a random hiker or fisherman did not just happen across it?
Yeah, what measures did I take to ensure that a random hiker or fisherman would not happen upon it? I touched on this, I think, a little bit in a prior interview. I did not put it in very close proximity to any man-made trail. I didn't want someone, trying to relieve themselves on the side of the trail and, pee on it or something. So So it is a little a ways off. And then, yeah, I think that's the only thing I want to say about that. Yeah. Maybe.
A couple of short ones here. Can you drive a semi to the location?
Can I drive like a semi truck?
I think so.
Oh my goodness. Can you drive a semi to the location?
I assume he means a truck.
Yeah. I guess that means to the location of the treasure itself. No, you do have to. I'm sorry to say you have to hike a little, but not too far. Sorry? What about to this parking spot where you need to get out to get it? Can you drive the semi to the parking space? Well, that's a loaded question. That implies that there's a parking space. I think that's all I'll say about that, yeah.
Will you continue giving clues, breadcrumbs during the hunt?
Will I continue to give clues? Yeah, at some point. I feel like it's still pretty early. Actually, I don't know if it's early or not. Like sometimes I'm wondering, like, wow, how has this not been found yet? But yeah, I think if it kind of drags on, I will help out. Yeah. You're being paid. Yeah. I think this will be the last question here.
Oh, and this is what we all have been dying to know. How much did it hurt when you fell off your bike, and do you still have your teeth?
It was not fun, and no, most of my front teeth are not real. They were all busted out during the bike accident, so it hurt a lot. How's that? Oh, we got a hand up. Is the treasure buried? I haven't specified if it is or not, but as I mentioned before, if you know where to look, it wouldn't matter. Yeah. In the back. Is the bride live? Well, that's kind of the bride, I will go so far as to say the bride is not, it's not a person that's alive right now. Is what I'm referring to alive. Yeah, I don't think I want to answer that one, sorry. Yeah. Yes? Are the clues in the one treasure all in one state? I haven't specified. I might consider being clearer on that in the future. Yes?
Physical objects or clues that you can find along the way, or is it all metaphor?
Are there physical objects that you can find along the way? Yeah, I think it's fair to say there are. Yeah. Yep. Yes? Will I read the poem for you? Sure. Yeah. Somebody have a book handy? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Before I read this, I appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you guys for your time, and I hope you're having fun with it. And we'll see how things go. If, like I said, if this thing hasn't been found here in, a couple of months or something, I'll try and throw some more bones out there if necessary. Excuse me. Beyond the map's edge, can you find what lives in time, flowing through each measured rhyme? Wisdom waits in shadowed sight for those who read these words just right. As hope surges, clear and bright, walk near water's silent flight. Round the bend, past the hole, I wait for you to cast your pole. In Ursa East, his realm awaits. His bride stands guard at ancient gates. Her foot of 3 at 20 degree, return her face to find the place. Double arcs on granite bold, where secrets of the past still hold. Beyond the reach of time's swift race, wonder guards this sacred space. Truth rests not in clever minds, not in tangled, twisted finds. Like a river's steady flow, what you seek, you already know.
Hey guys, I'm Froggy, and we have the man who needs no introduction, Justin, with us. Thanks for being with us, Justin.
Happy to be here.
All right, so we're just gonna get right into it. If that's okay with you.
That sounds great. Let's do it.
All right, now that you've been both a hunter, and we heard all about that on the documentary, and a hider, what's more exciting for you?
Well, that's a great question. I spent 10 years looking for forest treasure. I enjoyed every minute of it. And even before forest treasure, there was other treasure hunts that I was involved with to certain degrees. Not that I ever found anything, but but it's a very different perspective. I think what I like most about this is I'm able to incorporate all of the things that I think would be great in a treasure hunt into what I created. So if I were to go out and look for a treasure, this is what I would want. And I hope other people do too.
That's awesome. I'll say this as so now that you've done your time as a hunter and a hider, if you go back to doing more treasure hunts, looking for stuff, do you feel like you can think a little bit differently, get in the mind of a creator a little bit easier?
I think that's probably true. It's like anytime I would do a treasure hunt, like forests, there
Hmm.
was so much time spent in trying to get in his mindset and understand, you know, where he would hide something, why he would hide it there, and to try and piece that together. So, yeah, I don't know if that quite answers your question, but
Yeah, no, it does. It
uh,
does.
yeah.
Right on. Or here's a question. As you're creating the treasure hunts, how do you balance difficulty? Are you trying to make it just as hard as possible, or are you leaving like I'll put a little bit of low-hanging stuff for someone to grab? If you're able to speak on that at all.
You know, I I think anybody could create an impossible treasure hunt. Like they could go out somewhere, and bury something or hide something super well and have such obscure clues that it would just never be found.
Right.
I actually think that's easier to do. Um, and so I think the right balance is how do you create something, especially in a vacuum where you can't talk to anybody else,
Right.
you do this all kind of all in your mind. uh, how do you ensure that it's approachable, but still challenging, but something that can actually be found? And that's been my big challenge. So I hope I've done it justice. I really don't know how long it's going to take. It could be over here. I don't know today. It could be another week. I really don't know how long it's going to take. I don't have any expectations around the length of the hunt, but I've designed it in a way where there are some easier things to find that will help you, and then there's also some things that are a little bit more challenging to discover as well. So I like to kind of think that that'll roll out in stages, but I mean
Hmm.
someone could just mow through it in no time also. I don't know.
Thank you for answering that. Let's see. So this is a big one that's publicly your big treasure hunt. Have you made any smaller hunts like for friends and family? Have you done something in the past? Maybe even all the way back to when you were a kid with your brother. Did you ever hide stuff around for him to find?
You know, I enjoyed treasure hunting so much when I was a kid. I would hide things for myself to find, and
Get out of
I
here.
kind of look back on that like that wasn't probably the brightest idea. But it's just like the act of discovery. And so my actually, I think I talk about this in my book a little bit. But my mom got me this treasure hunt game, and had these scrolls that you'd hide around the house, and it would lead you around to different locations, and I would just go and hide them. And then my friends would come over and we'd do it together, but I just kind of like be in the backdrop watching. So I guess that's probably as close to close to what you're describing as what I got. But it was a fun experience.
Well, and I do remember the chapter where you're talking about like obviously Christmas gifts, and I think that's something that's probably most people's earliest recollections of a treasure hunt, like Christmas, looking for where your parents put the gifts at.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, here's a fun one. Uh, can we talk about Victoria Peak?
We can. What would you like to know about Victoria Peak?
So that chapter really, I mean, man, the spunk of a kid to sneak onto a military base and try to get a tour and sneak off. That's wild.
Well, it wasn't my probably my most shining moment, but uh, it was uh, it was just enthralling when I was a kid. I mean, I remember distinctly the first time I heard about it, and all the years that transpired after that, and just everything that went down, and going to the Ovanos Family Partnership Convention
Right,
or
right.
meeting in boy, I think that was in Albuquerque. it was, I couldn't think of a more exciting way to grow up around something like that. So it just absolutely captured my heart. And I think that's in part maybe why I decided to do this treasure hunt is I remember that feeling from my youth, and I hope there are other people out there that can get that same feeling from what I put together. Not to say that it compares to Victoria Peak in any way, but it's something.
Well, have you have you moved on with your heart? Have you laid it to rest, or do you still have plans maybe to get back there? Do you still think there's something there to be found?
I'm not short on ideas.
Okay,
I
okay,
think
I
I
like that.
mentioned this at some point. I like to believe that there are alternate entrances to that cavern. I think there's enough evidence to
It
suggest
only
that
makes
there
sense
are.
for a big cavern like that to have multiple. Yeah,
Yeah. And so I've been working on another side project. I had shelved it for a
love it.
little while because I was doing this treasure hunt thing.
Right.
But I like to think that there are other entrances, and the way to discover those might be through bats. Each evening,
Ooh,
bats leave their shelter, which
right.
can be a cave, in search of food. And I actually got this idea when I was a kid because my parents took me to Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico,
Mhm.
and it was right at nightfall. And my dad brought an umbrella, and I thought this is so ridiculous. Like, what? It was there's not a cloud in the sky, and I was embarrassed that he was bringing this
What's he
umbrella. I'm
doing?
like, Dad, what are you doing? And so as nightfall approached, he opens his umbrella and he's holding it there, and I was just mortified at the time. And then it was just like an explosion of bats coming out of the cave. And of course, with bats come guano, and it just kind of rained down, and he had the umbrella. It's like, wow, okay, that's pretty legit. But my point is how this relates to the story is, you know, if you look on Doppler radar, you actually will see anomalies at night, and there are large bat colonies that are coming out of caves. And so
Mhm.
they're for weather, but you can actually use them to see large cave systems. And so I thought if I could design something that's more localized,
Mhm.
that you could say mount on a truck or a vehicle, and
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
take it from location to location, it's more sensitive but has a smaller range. Maybe at night you could actually detect some sort of small colony of bats exiting a cave system, that might technically be off of the range boundary of
Yeah.
the White Sands Missile Range, and maybe you could find something there. I don't know.
The Beast version 3 or 4 will have
Yeah.
the radar on there.
Well, funny enough, I actually sold the Beast.
No, you let go of the Beast?
I did. I did actually. Yeah, I mean, just after Tucker passed,
Hmm.
I couldn't get in that truck anymore without just seeing him there, and
Okay,
it
yeah.
just killed me. So anyhow, I ended up selling it to a really good guy, so
Okay.
it's gone to a good home.
It's gone to a good home. Well, I look forward to staying close to your socials as the years go by and seeing if we can see something posted about Victoria Peak. That'll be cool coming up.
Another adventure.
All right. Now that we're talking about the book, I've got a few questions on certain stories in the book. You mind if we go into some of those?
Not at all. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. The first one for me, raccoons. Have you ever thought about owning a raccoon seriously since that day?
Well, I actually had a pet raccoon. I don't think I mentioned that in the book. Um,
Oh.
yeah, kind of a crazy story. I don't know. When I was a kid, just I was sleeping one night, and my dad woke me up and said, "Let's go." And I didn't know we were going, And it's my brother and I, and we hopped on our bikes there in 49ers Country Club in Tucson, and he took us to this location at the edge of the tree line, and there were apparently some baby raccoons that he knew of, and he decided he was going to get one. I can't really talk about the ethics of that. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
debatable, but he ended up uh, getting two baby raccoons, and they came home to live with us, and we actually raised them. So I did have one.
That's awesome, man. What was the name? You remember?
Rascal.
Rascal, of
What else?
course.
I mean, there's
Of
not a
course.
better
What
name,
else?
right?
Have you ever read the book Where the Red Fern Grows?
I have.
That's always whenever I think of raccoons, I always think that was one of the I read it at an early age and had a really big impact on me.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I think of Tucker, I picture a bloodhound. Like,
Yeah, I think there is a bit of a resemblance there. Of course, Disney did the movie as well, but I always
yeah.
preferred the book.
Okay, here we go. When you drive today, and if you can't say because there might be law enforcement watching, do you still use the speedometer or do you trust your mile marker method?
Well, I think it's something ingrained in me by now, so I do find myself on the highway from time to time, checking the mile markers and the mile posts. So, yeah, it happens.
Here's another one. This was another one of my top stories from the book. The your gift was like a Posey's Revenge at the gift store where the scents from all the candles got you. Are you still sensitive? Do you have a lot of candles in your house right now?
No, it's funny. There's a very distinctive smell from that candle, and every once in probably like 5 years, I'll catch a whiff
Uh-huh.
of it, and it immediately get nauseous, and I've just got to like run from the area. I don't know what the smell or the scent is, but it doesn't agree with my body for some reason.
All right. Note to self: candles is kryptonite. All right, we got that down. All right. Speaking of another incident here, in the story where you and Tucker, which thankfully he was okay, but where you got hit by the bike in Bellevue in I get the Seattle area. What happened with that? Did you ever find out who did it? Were there bystanders that watched it, or you remember?
No, it happened near nightfall, and it was over as quickly as it began. It was through and through a hit and run. We never figured out who that was. I think back then maybe today people would have like Ring doorbell cameras or something that might have
Yeah.
caught something like that, but not back then. Yeah.
Do you still bike a lot, a decent amount?
I
You still
do. I
go?
mean, not nearly as much as I used to. I'm mainly more into hiking and backpacking and fishing and that sort of thing these days. But from time to time,
Okay. Oh, the next one we can go to fishing. Um, all right. So you mentioned a lot about fly fishing. Have you ever been offshore fishing?
I have a number of times, and it's almost never been a good ending for me. I get
No. What
violently
happened?
seasick, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I think a few times off the coast of Hawaii, and then off the coast of Oregon a few times, and also down in Mexico as well. And each time it gets me.
So
you know,
fly fishing, you're on your own 2 feet. It's a little bit more stable. That's kind of that's the thing.
oh yeah, certainly, yeah. I mean, there was one particular incident at CU where um, this was actually off the coast of Hawaii. My dad had just caught some Ono fish,
Okay.
and on board, it was just horrible to me at the time. Like they're cutting off pieces of this fish and eating it raw
Yeah.
on the boat.
Yeah.
I mean, the fish is basically still moving. Uh, Instant throw up. Like I just, that situation. No, I much prefer inland fishing, especially trout fishing.
Trout fish. Okay, trout. That's your go-to fish, trout.
It is, yes, yeah. One time in my youth, I fancied myself a bass fisherman, but I think the net result of that is that it's not for me. I'm more of a trout guy.
So I'm very ignorant to fly fishing. I've never been fly fishing. I've been offshore once or twice. I've done I guess a traditional reel a couple times. Fly fishing to me just seems really complicated. It just I don't know. It just it seems really tough.
I think it partially depends on what you kind of grew up with. It's like you try and learn, say, skiing as an adult versus, you see these little kids zipping up in the mountain or down the mountain all the time. And, I think some things are just kind of easier to pick up at a younger age. But I think oftentimes, I mean, there are advanced technicalities and technical issues with fly fishing, but, the basics of it is really not that bad. I think it is pretty approachable, but I can imagine how it can be frustrating for someone just starting out. I think it just takes the right guidance. That's all.
Is there a story with a bass that got away for a reason why you want to stick the trout, or it just came up empty a couple times?
No, when I was a kid, we went to Table Rock Lake in Missouri,
Okay.
and I was so excited about it because we were going to go bass fishing for the first time. And of course, I had read like 30 books on bass fishing, and I felt like, oh, I'm this bass fishing extraordinaire. Like it's gonna go awesome. And so the morning of, my dad overslept, and I was just beside myself. And I came in, and of course I was bawling my eyes out. You know, I was probably like, I don't know, 9 or 10 at the time. I'm not sure. And he felt terrible. So he jumped up. He's like, no, we're going bass fishing. So, we went out on the boat and we spent all day. And actually, we were with my one of my uncles who is actually a competitive bass fisherman.
Wow.
And we didn't get a single bite the whole day, you know. I don't know. Just that first experience, for whatever reason, just kind of turned me off. I'm probably the world's worst bass fisherman.
All right, we're sticking the trout then. Okay, here's another big one. Hard hitting question right here. The story about the Beano betrayal. Why did you eat all the Beano? Why not just dump out the pills?
Well, it's the genius of youth. I had it in my mind that I should take the pills because, I didn't want any sort of flatulence issues later on in the evening. And so it's like, that's what this is for. Like, why not? It was
if one's good,
fortuitous.
A handful's better.
Yeah. So exactly. It was just like more of anything must be better, which clearly is not the case.
Yeah, I cracked up, and from the Discord channels, that's a fan favorite. Is that one?
Oh boy, yeah.
Just so you know, people enjoy the imagery of you bending over in pain, so that's a fan favorite.
Well, so I do what I can.
All right, so this one's more probably me than the community that wants to know. I served in the military. I really found the story of your grandpa Wayne interesting. Especially, the stories you were telling about his time in the Big Red One, and then the wild thing about him crossing the Rincones with just like a knife in a canteen. Like, so you do talk a little bit about him and a little bit about that. Are there any stories that you remember that he told you that you can share with us here? Any either in the war, serving in that unit, or crossing the Rincones? Like, any stories he told about that?
Yeah. Well, first off, thank you for your service. I didn't realize you'd been part of the military, so that's very cool. Yeah, there's a lot of stories. Most of them were from the time that he was a fish and game warden. In fact, actually, I think I mentioned it maybe in the book.
You do a couple times.
Yeah, he wrote his own memoir, and that is, what is that called? Where in the hell did you come from? It's the ups and downs and ins and outs of being a game warden. And I think there's some pretty incredible stories in there. And some of them, he has a kind of a very matter of fact storytelling way about him. So, I knew him well, and I even struggled through that book just because it's, I think, a little dry reading, if you will. But there's some pretty incredible stories. Like when he was a fish and game warden, he was this was in southwestern Montana, and he was overlooking this ridge through binoculars, watching some fly fishermen, I think, down in the valley, either that or some hunters. I don't recall which. And he bumped the manual shift lever in his vehicle while he was there, and he didn't notice it because he's looking through these binoculars.
Yeah.
And so the Jeep started slowly rolling forward, and it went over the embankment and down the mountainside. And of course, the binoculars were around a strap around his neck, and they just beat him to hell as
oh my God,
as the vehicle tumbled down to the bottom. And I think he was stuck down there for quite a while. And at some point, we're talking the middle of nowhere, just serendipity that somebody was driving by and they happened to notice the tire tracks going off the road, and they stopped and looked down there, and he hollered up to them, and it's the only reason I think he survived that incident. But there's a lot of actually stories like that in that book. At some point, I think I've considered doing a revised edition to kind of tighten it up and focus on some of the more interesting stuff. But yeah, there's a lot there.
Okay, I think I'll have to check that out. Someone did post a link to that earlier. We were digging into it, as the community does, digging into things, right? Are there any plans? So you mentioned about the revised edition possibly, but do you have any plans to do like a part 2 to Beyond the Map's Edge, or like another, what would you call it, like an ancillary book or something?
Yeah, it's funny. My neighbor keeps telling me I need to do the unedited version of Beyond the Map's Edge, but I think that might be a little too politically incorrect. So I'm
Because
not.
I'm sure there was some stuff that your editor had to finagle a little bit or chop a little bit.
Oh well, the editor. I mean, Matt really saved that book. It was a deplorable mess before he got involved. I have a penchant for uh, similes and metaphors and a little bit of literary flourish, if you will, taken to the extreme. So I appreciate that he was able to kind of cull the herd there a little bit. But uh, yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm the world's most proficient author, so
Mhm.
I think I'd be loath to try and create something else. So I probably not, but stranger things have happened.
Well, hey, people enjoy it. From what I mean, I agree. It's a pretty easy read. So whether you are the editor, both you guys can take credit for both that together. It's a pretty easy read.
Well, hey, and if you don't enjoy it, you get some kindling. I might have cost you 40 something dollars, but
Okay, so a couple more questions here because we're getting to the end of things. Looking back, looking back on this whole experience so far, we're still early into it, but looking back on your 90,000 journey to hide stuff with a broken tibia, looking back on the puzzles and all the effort you put into that, which are you more proud of? The final spot that you decided, or the puzzle itself?
wow.
If you were to sit back and think, like, you know what, like, that spot's just the best spot, or this puzzle's so well crafted, like, is there one that takes precedence, one or the other?
I think I'm equally pleased with both.
Equally great
Yeah,
spot and a great puzzle.
yeah. I think they're both. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with both.
Okay, I'm good. I'm hoping somebody hopefully it doesn't go decades. I don't want it to be found too soon. I want to I enjoy the build up. I enjoy this the suspense and everything. So
Well,
but
if there's
hopefully
any
when we do find it.
correlation between how long it takes for someone to craft a puzzle versus how long it takes someone to solve it, you might be in luck. I think Forrest spent like, what did he say, 10 years working on
Yeah.
that poem.
Yeah.
I came up with the bulk of that poem in about 4 to 6 hours. So, uh, you know, I don't know if that comparison helps anybody, but
Well, I wrote that
I didn't
down in a
spend
marker and
years on it.
circled it. And if I had a soundboard, that would be a soundboard section. Okay. As of a short question right here, as of today, this very moment, would you do it all over again if you go back to the start? Still enjoying the process?
I am, there's been some speed bumps along the way. I was happy to write the book. I'm not as I really didn't want to be in a position of actually selling it. It's like, go to Barnes and Noble or your local bookstore or something like that. I just think with some of the supply chain challenges, having to give people an avenue to purchase until that gets resolved has been a little bit of a pain point for me, but I'm happy to do it. Like it needed to be done. So, beyond that, I think actually things have been running very smoothly so far. Of course, it's early, so knock on wood, but I'm very hopeful.
Okay, and the last question here is let's talk for a few seconds about what does the future hold for Mr. Posey, for Justin? I mean, are there any more Netflix documentaries on the road for anything else? Are you allowed to say that?
No, there's nothing in the pipeline. You know, I really do see myself transitioning to just being a bystander. I feel like I've said everything I want to say. I think that the announcements that have gone up have given a good round of initial clarity.
Hmm.
I don't plan to do a lot of, interviews or anything like that. It's more just it's out there. Enjoy it while it lasts, and have a good time. I think there's a few people that had reached out early that had asked to do an interview, and yourself included, which I'm happy to oblige.
Appreciate
But I
it.
think,
Thank you.
yeah, I think after this initial round, my time in the spotlight is over. Just go and have a good time.
All right, so no plans for Good Morning America, Inside Edition, Justin on the spotlight. Not yet. Not at this moment.
No, there's no plans for anything like that. I mean, if there's some sort of media outlet that wants to, collaborate on something that I think would be genuinely useful, I can't imagine what that would be offhand. I'm certainly not opposed to it, but generally speaking, I've said what I want to say.
Yeah, I can see how it would get kind of tiring to hear the same 5 questions by everybody. Where is it at? Is it here? Can you tell us? You have to.
No, yeah, it's not that. And I think more anything, it's what's important is that all the information is kind of in one place. And I feel like the more interviews that happen, the more risk there is for that information to kind of just spread out all over the place. Yeah. And it just makes it harder. I think, just me being in the shoes of a searcher for so long, it's hard to keep on top of all that. It's like, oh, well, he said this over there and said that over there. I think at some point, someone in the Forrest Fenn chase had created a word. Well, it was some sort of document that you could pay for, and it was all of the words from Forrest Fenn from like a multitude of interviews and just different sources. And it was great to have all that together, but the mere fact that someone had to create that, I think, is kind of problematic. So I prefer to avoid that.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for your time. And if anybody you want to know, his website is really great, treasure.quest. And like you said, he puts all the information right there. Thank you, Justin, for coming on.
Well, thank you, Froggy. Appreciate your time.
Now, this is an important question. It's probably the most important question for both of us. We're going to actually ask it together.
Where's the box?
Who says it's a box?
Oh, you got
Oh my
us.
gosh.
Dang
Oh
it.
my gosh. We have a long-standing bet that we intend to tell you about throughout this process.
Yes.
I'm hoping I don't lose. Well, listen, if that's where we are and it might not be a box, let's ask a less conspicuous question then. It sounds like the printing process was a little bit difficult. Is it okay to ask how many books were printed in your first round?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't even know myself. The way that the printing process works, especially with the wholesalers, is that the reporting is delayed. And so at this point, I don't have any accurate numbers. I mean, I think it's safe to say that there was, at least 600-700, if not more books. My best guess might be around, maybe as much as 1,500. It's really hard for me to say right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I bet you there's more than that sold.
It's possible. I noticed that it peaked it was in the Amazon top 100 bestsellers for a little while there. So all that reporting's delayed, and of course the royalties and all that get delayed as well. So I suspect I won't have any exact numbers until maybe as much as a month or two out. We'll have to see.
For what it's worth, we were sure you'd sold at least 100,000.
Oh my goodness! Wow, yeah, that would.
We expect you to sell that many. So
we really do. We really do.
Yes.
That would be pretty wild.
I have a question. You mentioned that if there's a checkpoint built in, and when you get to it, you're 100% going to know you're there in that checkpoint. Is that a boots on the ground checkpoint, or is that before I go boots on the ground? Oh my gosh, my solve's right on point because of this checkpoint. Now I feel comfortable going out.
That's not something I've specified. I might reconsider that in the future, but for now, I'm going to have to avoid answering that one.
That's okay. Problem. You're welcome to come back anytime.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we're both obsessed with your book. We may have read it several times each. We are currently breaking it down into little chunks. We thought we'd do it in thirds. And then we started realizing as we dive in, like, we don't call it chapters, we call them stories. Like each section is a story, right? Because for us, it's like getting into the mind, knowing the man to solve the puzzle. Are there clues in every story, or are some of them just stories that are informational to get to know you?
Yeah, I mean, I originally wasn't even planning to write a book, and there's two reasons I chose to write it. One is that, I think it's fair to say that someone would have to get to know me a little bit to make sure that they're on equal footing with everybody else. So if, somebody had been my friend or a family member over the years, then I didn't want them to have any sort of substantial leg up. And the other reason is because I had no creative control over, the Netflix series. And so
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure if, worst case, everything got cut out, there was some sort of avenue for me where I had some creative control where I could actually convey some hints. And so that really was
Yeah.
the two main purposes for the book. So, no, I mean, I don't think every story in there has a hint, but it's fair to say that they're sprinkled throughout.
The stories are great. I'm really enjoying them because they're just fun, excitement. I mean, it's just good times. Do you have a favorite story in the book?
Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that.
They're so good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's funny because I actually wrote the majority of this within, like a few week time frame where I just kind of banged out
Oh, wow.
a lot of stories. And the book was going to get a little unwieldy. It already feels like it's a little big, but I suppose worst case it might be good kindling for somebody. I hate for them to have to pay money for it, but
It's great. It's
yeah,
a
I mean,
great standalone book. So
yeah.
I actually
Uh,
liked it.
there was a number of stories that I actually ended up cutting just
Oh.
because I felt like it got a little large. So, of the stories that remain, boy, my favorite one, that's kind of tough. I guess I have a bit of an affinity for the postal pilgrimage, but it might not be for
Oh
everybody.
my gosh.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut another video tomorrow. Uh, and we're at that spot. I've been dying to talk about the postal
Oh,
pilgrimage
definitely.
because I don't know how, like, I'm allergic to bees. So when a bee gets near me, I stop and I kind of hold still and people panic around me and it's this big. I can't fathom two snakes. I would have freaked. I would have freaked.
I've had a lifelong fear of snakes ever since that incident. Actually, I've had a few other snake incidents after that as well. So
It's
it's
my
kind of
biggest fear
reinforced.
of boots on the ground is
I
snakes
have
by
one
far.
too because of her and my oldest sister. So
Wow.
fear of snakes now. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't traumatize him. We future
Mm.
life educated. We future life educated. Okay. This was an interesting question. And Mike at Calazar is the one who kind of posted it to me. He said, when the treasure is found, will you post a 30-day countdown on your website?
Yeah, I think I will. I think that's only fair.
I love that you always think about things from being so fair. That's
I
so
love that.
huge.
Yeah.
It's huge because it says you don't want people out there hunting when something's been done already. And I think obviously that's part of your experience.
Yeah, that's I think Forrest used to say, do you want somebody who, went to college for 10 years in a mechanic school to work on your car versus somebody who's actually been working on cars for 10 years?
Right.
The best that I can muster is that I spent 10 years looking for a treasure. Of course, I didn't find, but I think along the way there was a lot of thought, and
Yeah.
it was really mainly around what I would do to prevent some of the frustrations that I felt throughout the
Yeah.
experience, and I think that's one of them. I mean, there's still some kind of controversy I think swirling around that ending in terms of when it was even actually found versus retrieved and so on,
Right.
and I prefer to avoid that if possible.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Speaking of that hunt and Tucker, everybody loves Tucker. He could out there. You can't bring him to 9 Mile Hole. Do you regret just being like, I'm going to bring Tucker anyways? I don't care about the rules.
Yeah, another great question. My worst fear was doing something that would get me banned from the park where I couldn't search
Oh.
anymore. And so, I mean, I think it'd be pretty conspicuous, pretty much any hour for, a dog to be crossing the river right there. It's a pretty popular spot for tourists to stop
Right.
along that stretch of road. So just, it was a risky endeavor, and it's not something that I think Tucker could cover in like one outing. So
Right.
it would have been a dangerous proposition. Yeah.
That's interesting because I always joke that we're freshmen. We're freshman treasure hunters. So we're like, I think we're what, 3 months old in our treasure hunting world.
Or babies.
I didn't even know you can get banned from a state park. I mean, I believe if anybody could do it, it would probably be me. I'm really good at getting banned from things. But I didn't know until this moment that could happen. But I do have a quick follow up on that 30-day question. So your website says that, and really our goal here is to protect hunters from making a dumb mistake. The website says that if you don't don't tell you within 30 days that you'll lose out on the Bitcoin. But it also says you could lose legal rights for the treasure. The reason I ask this is what I don't want is somebody to think, oh, I don't need the Bitcoin. I've got this massive box or container, or if you're asking him, bronze statue of treasure, and I'm not going to tell anybody about it. But is that really there also to protect somebody from losing their rights to the treasure?
Yeah, there's some additional legal paperwork that's on file with the steward that would be quite important for the finder to have. So
Yeah,
I can't control every variable in this equation,
sure.
but I think it's fair to say that it should be apparent through the documentation that's also included with the treasure itself that they'll
Right.
need to contact that steward. And additionally, there's some other items that are kept with the steward as well that would be of interest to whoever finds this.
Fantastic.
That's awesome. The name of the book, Beyond the Map's Edge, the poem, Beyond the Map's Edge. So it begs the question, is this treasure beyond your map's edge, or is it actually on the map?
Please tell me it's not in Alaska. No, don't have to tell me. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's actually been a pretty common question.
Mhm.
That the treasure is absolutely hidden somewhere on the map that I've published. So,
I should
if
stop
somebody's
looking
looking in
Nebraska.
another state or something like that, yeah, I mean, you're going to be you're going to
Nebraska's
be out of luck.
out.
Yeah,
Dang it.
exactly.
No, that's fair.
Mm.
Okay, so this next question I have is, oh, you had no creative control in Netflix. I can't imagine how completely frustrating that had to be because you're hiding clues, right? My real question is, and we've had this asked over and over and over again, is that clock actually moving?
You mean like, was it a functional clock?
Yes. Was
I
it
mean,
a
I know it's a
functional
functional
clock?
clock, but was it functioning during the filming of the show? Because
Um,
it was at 419 in quite a few scenes. It seems almost impossible that it would be at
Hardly.
419.
yeah, that might have been a little uncanny, I think is all I can say. Yeah.
I love these
I
answers.
love
It's
them. They're
so
so great.
real. I love
Hey,
it.
so you are a lifetime, clearly, treasure hunter for big treasures too. And are you actively trying to solve any current treasure hunts? Not limited to, but like the JCB, there's treasure inside.
Yeah, I'm actually I've gotten quite a few messages from different people that are searching for different treasures around the world.
Yeah.
So there's the world is your oyster, so to speak. There's a lot of options out there. So ever since Forest Treasure Hunt, I've been wrapped up in some other hobbies, but there hasn't really been a particular treasure hunt that's resonated with me enough for me to say,
Yeah.
oh, I want to jump on top of this. I did some reconnaissance. I went down to a few other countries and yeah, just some extended travel to kind of decide whether or not, just get my feet wet and decide whether or not I wanted to spend time on some of these. And there's a few kind of on the back burner, but I haven't committed to anything right now.
That's
That's
awesome.
fair. And that's
Yeah.
super fair because as what we're learning is that it does kind of become all consuming, right?
Yeah.
Like you talk in the series about, you had a regular job. We have regular jobs.
Mhm.
But he lives on the West Coast and I'm on the East Coast. So as you imagine, the second I'm off, I'm now a treasure hunter. And so sleep has become optional. And I don't know how some people make it work. I would love to do a treasure hunt in the UK if you know of one.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of options out there. It's also kind of interesting with the land designation. I think parts of the UK are a little bit challenging,
Yeah.
just because of a lot of private land, I think. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of variables there, so it's tough to choose.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. So my next question is it's not really a hard question. I know these have all been real dingers.
Yeah.
But it's a two-parter, but I'll ask it in two parts because one of them is part of our question and one of them came from Discord. And for us, it's you talk about the compass for you being Brandon, Tucker, your dad, and your grandpa. But in the site, you would call it as Brandon, Tucker, your dad, and grandpa. But in the book, it's Tucker, Brandon, your dad, and your grandpa. Do they each designate a specific site on the compass?
Um, I think anything related to that, I think the book is probably the best reference. We'll put it that way.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. And
You
Chasing
actually.
Indies. Wait, no, let me get
Oh,
Chasing Indy. I don't want her to feel like
okay.
I didn't do her question justice.
Okay.
I'm going to read it because I would butcher this. Okay. Reg- Regarding the 4 points of the compass, do each of the points help you find the starting point, wisdom, the bride, the brother, the babbling brook, the grandfather, and the exact spot you're seeking, the wagging tail?
It's a good question, and I think one that I will have to punt on.
Nice. So you got to do
Okay.
that.
I was trying to read that exactly as it's written because I'm like, I'm going to butcher this. I'm
Yeah,
going to
you would
butcher
have.
this question.
She would have.
Yeah.
You
Well,
talk
I
about
mean,
excitement and anticipation when you're out hunting, finding the next clue, possibly finding the treasure, and the excitement it builds inside of you. Are you waking up every day going, "Oh my God, is my treasure found today?" I mean, what's that like every day?
Yeah, I feel resolute. It's
Mhm.
going to be found when it's going to be found, and it could be something that happens as we're talking right now, or it could be something that happens in a month, or my goodness, even longer than that. I really don't know the timeline. It's so hard to say. But what I have seen is just a huge influx of messages, and it's just so many that I'm just not able to keep up. So I do
I
peruse
can only
them.
imagine.
It's fair to say that there are certain, of course, areas and maybe some keywords and so on that I'm a little interested more than others. So I keep an eye on those sorts of things. But beyond that, I just feel kind of almost like a spectator at this point. I
That's
don't.
awesome.
It's just going to happen when it happens.
I guess then I have to ask an important question. What's the container?
Hmm.
No, did I
Um,
not sneak that in there properly?
no, the container is. Yeah, I think I mentioned maybe before. It's extremely recognizable, and it's something that I mean, when someone sees it, there will be
No
zero
doubt.
doubt. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this as a follow-up to that. How much does that bronze Tucker statue weigh?
Oh, the one that, yeah. So I think it's in the Netflix series,
Yeah.
and it's sitting on the ground. Yeah, that thing is heavy. My goodness.
Oh man,
Thank
more.
you. Thank you, Justin. Thank you.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
I
Because the
mean,
number of people who think that that's where your treasure is, like it's a stuffed piggy bank, I'm like, that thing's got to be at least 100 pounds before you add treasure.
yeah. I haven't weighed it, but my guess, just ballpark, is probably 70 to 80 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And
But so
it's
you're
it's
That's
saying
all
it
it's
could still
hollow
be
too.
it.
It's not like solid bronze, but it's
It's
it's very, very
hollow.
heavy. Yeah.
It's
it's
hollow.
hollow and 70 to
Sid,
80 pounds.
Yeah.
he said minimum 60. He just meant it's
He
gonna be
buried this treasure with a broken
whatever.
leg.
Yeah.
I just want to bet, Justin, just so we're clear. And K Pro, I can't wait to tell her too.
Yes.
Um, but you buried this treasure with a broken leg. I mean, how hard was it to carry a treasure over 60 pounds from your car with a broken leg?
Yeah. At
Yeah.
most a mile, but still, that's far.
It yeah. So I mean, well, I haven't specified whether or not it's buried, so I'll say hidden.
Oh,
Right.
you
Sorry.
Uh,
you you displayed a treasure that we will all
That was our
recognize
mistake.
somewhere while having a broken leg.
It could be the bronze Tucker sitting on top of a buried treasure. We don't know. He's not giving it
Yeah.
away.
it took several trips
Several
to hide
trips.
this.
Oh,
Wow.
that's fair.
I'm trying to recall the count. Let me do a little mental math here. Let's see. At least 4 trips from my car.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
wow.
You didn't have to have crutches or anything, I hope. So because I don't know
Yeah,
how you
no,
did that.
it was not easy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And when I say my car, it wasn't actually any of my vehicles. I think that would have been tracked far too easily. So I found other means.
You
Oh.
just ruined someone's soul who said they followed your truck.
Oh.
No, we just found out he took a horse from Texas all the way to wherever
You
he
know
did it.
what? I would have
9,000
thought it was a
miles.
horse from Texas to Alaska. That's what I would have thought the whole time.
That'd be quite the endeavor.
He's like, it only took 7 years, just 7 years to hide the treasure.
Yeah, and then someone finds it first day. Oh man. All right. You were asked a question. Gets brought up all the time. People debate about it. You got asked a question about a cipher, and the
Oh
response
yeah.
was you couldn't help but add a technical clue. Now I'm in IT, so I'm like, technical clue. That's not a cipher, but everybody else thinks that could possibly be a cipher. Is it a cipher or is it a technical clue?
I mean, there's really like, I mean, there's really two elements at play, and I think one of them would squarely be considered a cipher of sorts, but it's certainly not any sort of advanced cipher or anything like that.
Thank
I would
God.
I would consider it as very approachable. And then
You had me at the poem for the technical part.
yeah, and then the other element to this, I think arguably could require a little bit of technical know-how, but there are other ways to uncover it that would require very minimum sort of technical knowledge at all. And, it's not something that is a super critical clue or anything like that, but it was just something that I couldn't resist. Yeah,
All clues are good clues till you have a
Yeah.
container in your hand.
that's true.
So, but I do have a follow up on the cipher. Would it be more the cipher more towards the poem or the book?
Ah, I haven't specified.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, that is totally fair.
Mhm.
My next question is one we get, which is like as if we would have a clue. We're like, oh yes, we're going to be interviewing Justin. Will you be doing any book signings?
Oh wow, yeah, I actually have gotten that question a lot. At first I thought, boy, I don't want to tank the value of anybody's book by signing it. Uh, but yeah, I mean, so the illustrator Rochelle at some point mentioned she may be available, domestically here in the U.S.
Yeah.
And so I'm coordinating with her, and I think we can
Okay.
work out a date. I don't know any particulars yet, but I'll certainly announce it as ahead of time as I can to give people,
Sure.
if they really wanted to actually travel somewhere or something wild like that. But TBD. Yeah.
That's a
I
great
think that's
answer.
great. I think it's great. This is the best time to be a treasure hunter. It's exploding. There's just huge treasure hunts popping up all over the place, and they're fun. Like this is a fun treasure hunt. Everybody
Right.
I'm talking to is just really enjoying themselves. So thank
Oh,
you so
good,
much
good.
for doing this. We really appreciate it. From not just me, but from the whole treasure community. We really appreciate you. So
Well, thank
Well,
you. That's
and
very kind.
here's what I think people asked us tonight. We're going to be giving away 3 Beyond the Map's Edge books. And the first thing people ask is, are they signed? And I'm like,
no,
I got
unfortunately.
these from Barnes and
But
Nobles. They're
one
not
day he will be
signed.
signing books. So maybe, possibly,
Like,
you can get
these
a
books
signed
are
one.
emblazoned with gold leaf. No, these are
No,
just
they are
Barnes and
not.
Nobles books.
They are not. Do not say that. People will
Listen,
be
I know
like
I should. That
second
was a
guessing.
joke. That was
Yeah.
a joke for you people out there. There is no, I
Yeah.
have no gold. All
All
my
right.
gold is fake.
Read your legal stuff about the
I
giveaway.
have to read a legal contest thing.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
this contest is not sponsored by YouTube or Justin Posey. We're solely responsible for the contest and delivering the prize to winners. Unfortunately, you must live in the United States, primarily because we don't know how to ship a book without dealing with all the legal paperwork and potentially tariffs.
Maybe in the future.
Maybe in
So
the future, we'd love to find a way to get it to you. Our goal is to encourage people to treasure hunt with us. So if you could respond to this show by 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on April the 10th, 2025, with the word Tucker, we will put your comment through a randomizer, and 3 lucky people will get one of these books sent out by me on Friday.
that's
that is
right.
super cool, you guys. Super cool.
Oh,
I still think it's funny how many people have a copy of the book before I've gotten a hold of one. So
A lot of people
mine.
are struggling. They're waiting and waiting. They're
They're so
really excited
excited.
to get
Mine's
it.
written in. Nobody
Yeah.
wants mine now either. It's like all my little notes, my chicken scratch, and
Yeah.
I mean, we knew that people were going to struggle. The moment that I heard about the book, we were watching a K-Pro and Calazar live, and they were talking. K-Pro knew. She's like, I think that there's a treasure hunt coming. I think that there's a hunt before anybody else really was sure. And I'm like, and then the moment Mike said there's a book, you can pre-order. I jumped on and I ordered 5 immediately.
Wow,
immediately.
bravo.
I got two at my house. One went to him, one went to my mom, and the other one will be delivered to me sometime. And I'm okay with that because I have what I need to read what I need to read. And then, of course, we got the ebooks because there's a slight difference. I heard from a guy.
I
He
know.
told me
Now
there's slight
I gotta
differences.
go page by page, find the difference. It's more work for me,
Well,
man.
well, we're very grateful for all the time you've given us.
We are.
We will get this posted. We will not, just so everybody out there in the YouTube world knows, we did all this together live. We will not cut anything. You will see it in its entirety, but we are really bad at IT this side of it because I glitch on occasion
She does.
and we just don't want to risk being live and having a glitch happen. So thank you so much for coming. If you ever are bored and you're like, I just want to talk to some fun people who are a little wild and crazy,
You're
call
always
us. We're
welcome.
here for you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
guys.
much, Justin.
It's been a real pleasure being on the show. I really appreciate your time.
No, thank you for making it work for us. Have a great night, guys.
All right. So first question is just in general, how's the experience been so far? Because you had Netflix, now this treasure hunt. You said you're getting 1,000 emails a day through the website. How's the experience been?
Sorry, my monitor is.
Mine did that too.
What's going on? There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. Lots of monitors. Okay, there we go. No, yes, the response has been quite overwhelming, far beyond what I ever anticipated. So it's been a bit of a challenge to just kind of keep up with everything. I know a lot of people are reaching out. They have a lot of questions. I think most of what I wanted to say, I think, is on the website. I'll do my best to keep that updated in the coming days. But beyond that, I'm excited that everybody's excited because that's really what it's all about.
That's awesome. Okay, so the first question, of course, will come from me because this hits home for me. We know that you're a pretty smart guy. You talked about X-ray vision. I didn't even understand that. And so do you need to be techie? Do you need to have kind of that, I don't know, programmer's knowledge? Like in the span of, redneck up to super PhDs, could everyone solve this? Or is there going to be something more to it that you may need to learn?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've done my best to design this in a way that is accessible by anybody. You don't need any advanced degrees. I think any reasonable person that spends a little bit of time, maybe a little time researching online and, watching the series, reading the book to kind of get a baseline understanding of, I guess, me, I think is on equal footing. It was really important to me that no one had a leg up over anybody else. And so, very specifically, I avoided any sort of advanced information as long as humanly possible. I waited as long as possible to register the ISBN for the book to make sure that people didn't know that was coming ahead of time, since it had a description in it about the treasure. And I also the poem didn't even go into the book until the moment it went to the printer for printing. So no one saw the poem ahead of time or anything. So I think everybody's on equal footing here to the best of my abilities. And I don't think that anybody has a leg up over anybody else. And I think that anybody can solve this.
Okay, follow-up question. You kind of answered it, but some people are saying they're finding things in the code of your website, treasure.quest. Is that necessary? Should people be looking into the background of the code or anything like that?
No, that sounds like fun, but I can put that to rest right now. There's no hidden codes in the website itself. Okay. Nothing that would require like an engineering degree or computer science degree or anything like that.
Awesome.
Okay.
So in the Forrest Fenn poem, there were 9 clues. Can you say, is there a certain number of clues in your poem?
Well, that's a good question. I think yes. And I'm trying to recall how many there are. I'll update the website with that. But I don't want to say something that is slightly off, because there's a few in there where it's like, would you consider that 1 clue or 2? And I know people will split hairs on this later, so I want to be really cautious about how I answer that. So yes, I can answer that, just not right now.
Okay, that's awesome.
So would you say the poem is a step-by-step map, point to point, kind of like Forrest Fenn's was?
Oh, do you mean like consecutive order? Or?
Exactly. Or are the clues contiguous, or are they consecutive? Do you go in order, point to point?
Yeah, and I'll preface this by saying, it's important to me that everybody has kind of equal access to the information. So I'll certainly update the website with this information later. But yeah, I think it's fair to say the clues are in consecutive order.
Wow, awesome.
Good. Logical. That's good.
So we're scouring the book just like we did for TTOTC. Can you give us a ballpark number of, are there 5, 50, 500? Like how many hints are we looking for in this book? Because we can see every page, 10 each page, but can you give us a ballpark of what we're looking at?
Oh boy, that's another good question. I would say several. There are several. It's not like there's just one specific page in the book. There are several sprinkled throughout.
Okay.
And you know we're treasure hunters, so we're going to ask these questions. So just answer what you can. So you said there will be a 30-day clock that starts when somebody finds it, which sounds like you know when somebody finds it in order to start that 30-day clock. Are you the only one that knows when somebody does find it, or does the steward also? Will the steward also know when somebody finds it?
It's not something I can actually expand on. I don't want to give too much away there. But I think it's fair to say that there is a countdown, and people do need to come forward within that 30-day window in order to collect the Bitcoin proceeds.
Okay.
So a couple of the safety questions that we got. Can you say whether the chest is buried or you have to cross water?
Yep, good questions. I'm not going to say whether or not it's buried, but what I will say is if you know where to go, it wouldn't matter either way.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And also,
we'll analyze the heck out of that one.
Yeah, and then in terms of the water crossings, no, I mean nothing dangerous required.
Okay.
Can someone find it without using the map that's in the book or on the website? Or would you recommend using that map?
I think the map is useful. I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So we know you're not going to, or you haven't said what the value of your treasure is, but can you tell us how many gold coins are in there?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'd actually have to check the inventory to be certain on the number there, but there are many, and there are I think almost exclusively all of them are at least 1 ounce or larger. The exception being something like, the coin from the Lydian Empire. They didn't make 1 ounce gold coins back then, so that's quite a bit smaller. And the 1652 oak tree shilling is, I think it's comparable in size to the 1 ounce gold coins, but of course it's not made of gold. But almost exclusively, everything in the treasure is gold. There are some gems and so on, and some other goodies I stuffed in there as well. But I pretty much filled this thing to the gills, and it is just, I couldn't fit anything else in it. It is just overflowing.
Nice.
Wow, that's great.
I'm going to take one real quick. I don't think we should do super chat tonight.
That's what I was just going to say.
And we thank you for all 400 of you joining us right now. We know this was kind of last minute to say exciting. So there'll be a lot of people replaying, and questions that come in. We have a set of questions, and we know we have limited time, so we're just going to kind of get through them. If we can get back to super chats, usually we go right away to them, but we can't tonight. Okay, Mike, go.
Okay. Will the solution take you to an exact spot or more of a general area?
If you've solved the poem in its entirety, you will end up at an exact location.
Oh, I
yes.
like that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all cheering. Okay. Can you say how far you have to go? Some of us have to get in shape and things like the Forest Hunt. I went 1 mile, and Forrest said not more than a mile. Can you say how far from your car you're going to be hiking? A mile, just kind of outer perimeter, so someone can make sure to prepare appropriately for safety.
Yeah, I know there's been actually several questions about this. First off, I realize there's a lot of people who have been reaching out and messaging me. I've received thousands and thousands of messages, so I'm not ignoring you. It's not actually physically possible for me to get through all of them. I have limited time during the evenings and weekends to dedicate to that sort of thing. So I'm not ignoring anybody. Please know that. But I did see a few questions. There were some folks that have disabilities or are otherwise not in a position to hike great distances, rest assured you don't need to hike any great distance. In fact, I go so far as to say that you don't need to hike more than a mile to figure out where the treasure's at.
Oh, more than a mile. Awesome.
Another great answer. Thank you.
Okay, we know that from the steward we get half of the Bitcoin password. Does the steward have other treasure items for the eventual finder?
There are some additional items that the steward has, yes.
Nice. All right.
Wow. Okay, and it kind of answers it with IT, but I want to get a little bit more specific. Advanced ciphers that you and Mike might find enjoyable. Some of us don't. Are advanced ciphers needed, or did you kind of answer that with the question of this is for everybody, or are those fair game?
Yeah, I think I think I'd answer that by saying there's one hint that I just couldn't help myself that I think maybe arguably could require a slight bit of technical knowledge, possibly, but just one. And it's, I wouldn't call it necessarily a critical hint or anything like that, but it was just something I wanted to have a little fun with. So there is something there, but it's just one.
Okay.
You could say a cipher, maybe not an advanced cipher.
Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
So here's a big one. People want to know if there are any red herrings. Maybe did you intentionally put a red herring, either in the poem or the book?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, you think about the act of creating a poem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is, for a treasure hunt, that is a way to obfuscate. So at its core, like, there is some obfuscation, of course. But I spent 10 years looking for forest treasure, and I can imagine the frustration that would mount for anybody who was really invested in something, and it turned out to be a red herring that was on purpose. So rest assured, I haven't created any red herrings just to mess with people or anything like that. I mean, I think that's all probably left up to interpretation. Somebody might look at it and say, well, you did that on purpose. But from my perspective, no, I haven't created any intentional red herrings.
Another great answer. Okay. Can we assess this location 24/7? Or maybe the location might have hours or things that we would need to worry about not being accessible 24/7?
As of March 31st at 8:10 p.m. Central Time, 2025, no, there shouldn't be any restrictions in that regard.
Okay.
Do you have to pay to get into the location?
No.
Okay.
This was a huge one for Forrest Fenn. Will you give the complete solve after it's found, including the Netflix hits?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't see why I wouldn't. I can imagine, I mean, just being in the position that I was in, and many of us throughout the Forrest Fenn hunt, it was pretty maddening at the end to really want to understand what the solution was. And I know there's not going to be any pleasing everybody. No matter what the solution is, there will be people out there that say it's horrible, it's the worst poem in the world. That's fine. But what I do think is important is that people have some degree of closure. So yes, I do plan to do that.
That's awesome.
And that's why Beyond the Map's Edge is a great hunt, because you've been on the other side. You've been a hunter, right? You've been in that position.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So here's a big one. The LLC transfer from Texas to Wyoming and the jurisdiction of Wyoming. Why did you have to move it to Wyoming? And of course, there's some people that think that means the treasure's in Wyoming. I don't know if you can speak to that or not.
Yeah, there might be some confusion there. So there was no LLC transfer to Wyoming. As part of this endeavor, an LLC was formed, and from day one, it was in the state of Wyoming. And there's a number of reasons why it was set up that way, but there was no transfer from Texas.
Okay. Wow. Can it be found in wintertime, or do we need to worry? Maybe we're at a hard stop right now on another big hunt that's going on because of snow. Is it a year-round accessible boots on the ground?
I don't want anybody doing anything dangerous. So if there's snowy conditions, you're not gonna have much luck. So I would completely avoid searching in the snow or any bitter cold conditions like that. What's most important is keeping it safe. The last thing I think we want is any sort of injuries or even worse than that. Certainly don't want to spoil the fun for everybody. You know, I mean, I think that it's important that people play it safe on this one.
Okay. Is the property that you abandoned just out there in some remote location, or is it kind of hidden like a geocache?
Oh, well, I mean, the container that it's hidden in, whoever finds it, you will immediately recognize it. And anybody who has watched the series or read my book, they'll know right away. And no, it's not some replica of the Fen chest or anything like that. You don't need any knowledge of the Fen treasure hunt to be successful here. Everybody's starting on the same foot. And yes, it is extremely recognizable.
So it sounds like it's not hidden. Is that what you said, or maybe not?
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Can you tell us ballpark how many, like, so you put hints in Netflix, and then some of them, because you didn't know what would hit the cutting room floor, how many are we looking at? And did any of them not make it in that you thought really would have been helpful? You know, kind of what did that process look like? Because it sounds fascinating.
You know, that was a pretty unique challenge. I had zero creative control over this process. You know, just like everybody else, I was a participant in the documentary series, and you know, that's hard because I didn't know what scenes were going to be edited out. I didn't know what was going to be in focus. I didn't know what the frame size was going to be. There was a lot of things I didn't know. Also, I didn't know what order the scenes were going to play in, and so I think that creates a unique challenge. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that not everything that I wanted to be in there landed in there just because I didn't have any say. But I think there are some really good hints in there. And I kind of struggle looking back on it, like, what is a better reference? Like if I had to choose between, say, the book and the series. And I think overall, I would say that the book is a better resource for people, but there are some good things in the series.
All right.
And if you guys stick around after Justin leaves, we've come up with a few, Discord's come up with a few. We're going to share maybe 3 or 4 hints that we think are hints.
Oh,
Justin can confirm, like, we think they're hints. And they're pretty clever. Okay.
Here's a big one, I think. So there are some people that are now researching your family, and that's because your grandfather's amazing life is in the book. You talk about your father, your brothers. Are you okay with that? And is that necessary to do any research on them outside of the book?
Well, you know, when I wrote the book, I do talk about my family, especially folks that have departed since, well, even before the book was written, and so I think that is fair game. It's not like you need to go, you know, finding people that are friends or family in my life and tracking them down or anything like that. It's not anything like that. But you know, I think anything that's mentioned in the book is fair game.
Okay. Now you had a very special bond with your brother. If he was still here, would you have done this hunt or created this hunt with him, or is this because of the journey that you had with him?
Yeah, I think a large part of this was, I think you call it a tribute. So I don't know if I would have done it if he was here or not. I mean, I think that would kind of depend on how, I mean, if everything ended the same way of the Fen treasure hunt, then I might have. It certainly crossed my mind many times. But the situation with my brother was certainly enough to push me past that line and be resolute in saying that I'm doing this.
Nice.
Okay. So I'm going to expound on this one a little bit, K-Pro, and I don't know if that's later. The problem with Forrest Fenn's poem is we would never know if we had the right where warm waters halt until we had the treasure chest. That's what Forrest said. In your poem, is there any kind of clue verification built in? Will we know we have the right first clue or the second clue, or you don't know if you're in the right spot until you find the chest?
There is, I think, for lack of a better term, there is a checkpoint that will give you zero doubt that you are trending in the right direction.
Ah, well, then we got to hit that for
I
this.
love. Yeah, that was you're being phenomenal about your answers.
Now, is it a
That was
checkpoint
good.
for us, or is it a checkpoint also for you, or you will know if somebody is that far along?
It's a good question.
Yeah. All right. That might be the answer.
He
Okay.
says with a smile.
Right.
Okay. Can you rule out any structures? We've learned so much from Forest Hunt. People destroy things, unfortunately. Can you rule out it's not in a structure so people aren't going into place
Absolutely.
structures?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And that's something I should have done before. I apologize. I need to update the website with all of this stuff. But
Okay.
the treasure is not associated with any man-made structure,
Okay.
and it's not, hidden at a structure or anything. You don't need to touch a structure.
Great. That's great. That's great.
I'm going to skip the next one, K-Pro, because I think he
Okay.
answered that. How much is solvable from home with research before you go boots on the ground?
Yeah.
A fair amount.
Okay, good.
Okay. Does the book contain actual clues or hints to the clues in the poem? Likewise, does the Netflix series contain actual clues or hints to the clues?
So,
Well, so first off, I think Forrest had a distinction between a clue and a hint. There was some sort of, I don't, and just so people are aware, a clue is a hint is a clue. It's all kind of the same to me. So I think it's fair to say that there are some hints in the series that will guide you in the book. How's that?
Okay. That's exactly, yeah.
And I think he kind of answered the next
He
one.
did. He
Yeah.
did.
And the next one as well. We're almost to the end here.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are good.
Yeah. Can you talk about an item that was maybe special to you, or that maybe you regret putting in the chest?
Yeah, there's a small collection of something in there that I placed deliberately, but means a great deal to me. And I think it's more sentimental than any sort of value beyond that. I don't regret putting it in there, but it really was a core piece of me.
Okay.
Would you want it back from the eventual finder?
I don't think it's fair to put requests on the finder. That's totally up to them. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to jump around a little just because of the previous stuff, Mike.
Yeah.
You said 60 pounds. Does that include the weight of the container, or is that the contents of of what the treasure is?
Yeah, I mean, before I hit it, I actually literally put the whole thing on the scale and just tried to get a ballpark number. If I recall correctly, it's actually a bit north of 60 pounds. Don't quote me on that, though. No, but I think it does. Yeah, I mean, it certainly includes the container. Yeah.
Okay. So you weighed the whole thing. Okay.
I did.
The person that finds the location that whispers of personal lore and secrets, is it true that the person that finds the treasure will have come to know what those lore and secrets are?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's a piece of it.
Now, it seems to me in the Netflix series, some may be interpreting some of the edited information that came out in episode 3 that you did not actually purchase Forrest Fenn's chest. You did not auction it. You had to go to Plan B. Some conspiracy theorists says this confirms the actual chest is still out there. I think it's a pretty easy, I think, explanations, but I think important that people hear from you. Did you purchase the chest? Did you actually auction it? And what, maybe it was just editing, or any explanation you can give.
Yeah, I realize that might be a little confusing to people that were, aware of the entire sequence of events. So, I think the documentary was accurate in the sense that it said that there was an initial round of negotiations that ended up falling through. But there was kind of a continuation of that negotiation that picked up, my goodness, many months later, that culminated in a purchase. And I think at that time, the thought was we'd like to give a lot of these pieces back to the people that searched for it for so many years. I know myself, searching for it for that long, having a piece was really important to me. And I think that Some others felt the same way. Unfortunately, we couldn't just give it away, but I think the auction was the best course of action.
Yeah, it was great. Well, we had a whole party in here, so we're on the last couple questions. We know we're a couple minutes over where you could be. So just a couple more, and then we'll wrap up.
What's your favorite constellation? Somebody asked. You have one, or
I'm not going to answer that.
Yeah.
So you did, just from an equity standpoint, Matt, Smell the Sunshine was your editor. You had an illustrator, the Netflix producers, etc. All may have a small piece of information a little bit in advance. Is anyone precluded from searching, or you have an agreement with them? Probably not best if you search, because there might be the perception of inequity. Or is it kind of everybody, you've planned for it, so everybody, it's fair game?
I did plan meticulously to ensure that not any single person had any significant leg up over anybody else. So some folks might not like this answer, but from my perspective, it's a free for all. Anybody can go and do it. Now, I think there are a few folks that are involved that just for their own personal reasons don't want to, because they understand the optics of that. But I don't think it's fair for me to go to them and say, now you're excluded, because they don't have any special information.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Justin. I think that kind of is it. Is there anything you want to tell us? Anything you want to say?
Yeah.
Or is there a question that we should have asked that you're surprised that we didn't ask?
No, I think I knew that you guys would be asking the pointed questions, given your background and heavy involvement with Fenn's treasure hunt over the years. So I appreciate the time. I'd love to stay longer. The issue now is just the supply chain issues with the book. I'm sure people have realized it's a little challenging to get a hold of it right now.
Yeah.
So I'm working with some of the suppliers this evening, trying to get things up and running again so that there's better access. But I do want to be clear with people. The website will be updated with this information. And, I think that was one of the frustrations when I was a Fenn treasure hunter, is that there was just all these different avenues of information, and it was hard to kind of keep track of everything. So I do think it's important for it to be somewhat centralized. So at a minimum, I'll be linking to things that I think are of importance, or, other people may find important. So, yeah.
And I will email you all these questions, and whichever ones you want to put up with, to make it fair for everybody, you do what you want with them, I guess.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you guys for your time. It's good to talk.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Treasure.quest, everybody. Treasure.quest. And of course, Golden Greed on Netflix. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Thanks for doing the treasure hunt, and thanks for joining us. You knew the questions you were going to ask. You came on anyway, so thank you.
Well, and to be fair, he didn't know the particular questions. He just knew we were going to have hard-hitting questions. We didn't give him this list up front, is what I mean. So.
Oh, right. No, that's right. He knew we were going to ask some pointed questions.
I did.
Thanks again, Justin.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Okay. So everybody stick around, because we are going to. Let me do this. Yeah.
Yeah. So we found some hints and clues, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah. And Mike's like, you did it in Past and Future, so I want to share it with everyone. So, which is amazing that he wants to do that.
Breaking news, everybody. Yeah. I only know of a few people that have discussed this. I don't know if anybody's discussed it publicly. But we're going to show you what it is, and more important, we're going to show screenshots, and then we can discuss what do you think it means.
Can we just take a hot second?
Yeah, and thank you for everybody who did a super chat. Sorry we couldn't get to them, but Justin's time was limited. We wanted to get through the questions.
Can we just take a second?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the amount that he answered was shocking to me.
Yeah.
Again, Justin's not going to, and that he's going to put everything on his website to ensure that everything's equitable. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. That was awesome.
And just so everybody's aware, treasure.quest, you can go get the ebook, and you can be reading the book tonight. The ebook is available. Yeah. He's having some supply chain issues with the physical book, and he's working on them.
I know. A lot of people are doing on this. I know.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Oh my God. I love it. I love it. They will.
It's a solid number.
It's a solid number. All right. All right. First of all, can we start by talking about what is today, as far as a special day and purposes and stuff? You know what I'm talking about? Please.
I suspect you're referring to National Public Land Day.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm referring to.
So it is one of the few times where you can actually get into all of the national land for free. So I encourage everybody to get out there and explore everything it has to offer. Just be responsible.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. I like it. So why, speaking of public lands, that puts me right in the beginning of my questioning, why are the public lands so important to you and the people of the United States?
Oh gosh. You know, for me, it's something that's deeply personal. You know, growing up and the time that I spent in the public lands throughout the U.S. was one of the best experiences of my life. And I think that's my biggest fear is the newer generations that grow up and don't have that relationship or contact with the national lands. And I think that without having that deep connection, there's always a chance that people get disconnected, and that disconnection can lead to unwarranted things like fear or just not caring. And I think that's the worst thing that could happen. So my hope is that everybody gets out there, and this is a way to enable that.
That's amazing. I personally didn't know a lot about them and didn't spend a lot of my childhood. And the more I've been out on my journey, for those of you that don't know, I sold all my belongings and moved into a Toyota Prius 3 years ago to travel the United States. So the more I've gotten out here and experienced them, I'm so grateful for them. And I care so much about leave no trace ethics and letting everybody know as much as I can about these public lands and getting out here and using them and preserving them and taking care of them, and all of us partnering together for that.
You get it.
Yes, yes, yes. So what could be the impact of losing them, these and or national parks?
Well, I think it's a pretty profound impact, and there's a lot of ways that this can happen. It's not always direct. For instance, people can purchase private property that surround a public space, and in effect they landlock it so that the public loses access. But it can be much more direct, where the categorization or the classification of the land can change in a way that is destructive to every animal that calls it home. So I think it's serious business, and it's something that probably not enough people know about. And it's actually one of those things that's very easy to lose but very hard to gain back. It's really rare for public land to become private and then segue back to public again. I could probably count on maybe 2 hands the number of times that's ever happened. But that's my big concern, is that each year the amount of effectively public land reduces. And if we're not careful over time, we could lose that.
And the lack of awareness is
central. Yes, yes.
On the meaning of Beyond the Map's Edge to you, because I heard you mention something about that.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about the title, and it was kind of a double-edged sword. I really liked the title, but I didn't want people to read into it to think that, oh, well, the treasure must be beyond the map, the edge of the map that I created in the book. So I realized there can be some confusion there. But what I was trying to convey is that everybody has a comfort zone. And I think that especially as you grow older, like, that comfort zone just gets reinforced and reinforced, and it just gets harder to break out. It's all about that routine. And so I wanted to encourage people to get beyond their routine and try something different. And that edge is different for each person, but you know when you find it.
Yes.
And if you just step across, I think most people maybe feel a little bit more alive than they used to.
I love that. I love that. So on a serious note, can we hear your pickle story?
Wait. No, I don't even know what pickle story.
What?
Oh no, which pickle story?
Which pickle story, he said. So one of the interviews that you did, you mentioned that there was a funny story about a pickle that maybe you would expound on later, and I want to hear your pickle story.
There is a pickle story.
To rehide it. So our plan is to keep this hunt going. And I'm not the only one. I know there's quite a few other hunters out there. Thank you for those gifts. I just saw it. There's quite a few other hunters out there that feel the same way. And we would like to keep this adventure going. So in your professional opinion, do you think that's even possible? Or going to be possible?
I don't know. AI is progressing rapidly. It's actually exponential growth, which I think as humans, it's actually kind of hard for us to comprehend. I mean, we didn't even have exponential growth during the Industrial Revolution. So it is unprecedented in many forms. But I mean, I appreciate the sentiment of people wanting to rehide the treasure when it's found. I do want to be clear, like I'm not going to put any stipulations on people or expectations. Like whoever finds it, it's totally up to them. But if it so happened that they were interested in rehiding at least a portion of it and they needed some assistance, then yeah, I would help.
Oh, because that leads me to my next question. When I find your treasure, will you help me make a book and poem to make it as AI proof as possible? So yeah, he says
we can work that out.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Such a good sport. All right. So we're around, is it 6 months into this? How many months into this are we?
That's about right, give or take.
Okay. Do you have a best and worst experience so far?
I mean, I created the treasure hunt for a few different reasons, but probably the biggest takeaway is that we should, machines these days, we've created these machines that feed us our own anger. And why? I mean, it's like hate clicks louder than love. And I think the greatest trick the algorithm ever played on us is convincing us that understanding each other is the enemy of being right. And so I don't think the revolution is choosing sides. I think it's remembering that there are no sides at all, and that we should all embrace our similarities.
Songs. Right. To use your grandma's fancy handmade sweater again.
Huh. I still have that sweater.
For protractors or compasses?
Well, that would depend on the task at hand.
This was a volunteered question from someone else.
I could tell, yeah.
so I just wanted to put that in there for you. See if maybe you got a favorite. Maybe you got a favorite out of the two.
I mean, if I'm drafting...
Sans the task. just
Sans.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I mean, if I was drafting something at a desk, I think a protractor would largely be preferred. But if I'm out and about in the woods or wilderness, then a compass. How's that?
Okay. No. Would watching either The Goonies or A River Runs Through It be useful in relation to the hunt? And have you seen these movies?
I have seen the movies. Would they be helpful in relation to the hunt? I can hear a pin drop. But yeah, I think I don't know if they're like hardcore helpful, but
Baby Ruth? It's a clue.
I can confirm or deny.
I can't confirm or deny. I love it.
How far is the treasure from the bride?
That was the question.
Well, that's all a matter of perspective, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the answer?
Is
that your final answer? All right. Okay, so can a Prius, my Prius, get within a mile of the treasure?
Can a Prius, I mean, boy.
This is a really good question.
It is.
I live in a Prius, in case y'all forgot.
Kind of tricky. I think I'm going to punt on that question, but not for maybe the reason people think. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So, can someone who flies to search for the treasure with just what they're allowed to carry in a carry-on, would they be able to find it? Like, do they? to anything larger?
Oh, I see. It's possible to figure out where it's at. Yeah.
Okay. Again, another serious question. Yeah, so
the
good.
ice was broken.
So that was
unceremoniously, but yeah.
my Centaurian moment is raw dog. So these are.
I think I got the short end of the stick.
It's pretty funny. Yours is funnier. All right. So, why won't you say whether or not the treasure's buried?
Well, that's an abrupt shift. Why won't I? Well, one of the reasons is because I think, depending on how long this lasts, there's a chance that AI could have an advantage if it understood whether or not it was buried. I don't really want to expound on that too much, but that's
that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Is the checkpoint a fence post?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Oh! Ooh, ding, 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 ding. I need a bell. All right. This is Brandon. I told you I wouldn't be able to read my writing at some point. Mentioned. That says mentioned. I was gonna say that you would consider telling us at a later date whether the checkpoint is boots on the ground or if you could find it at home. Have you decided to answer that yet?
Well, maybe this isn't quite the answer people are looking for, but I think that, I think what I found is the more I talk, I think maybe the more it confuses people. So I'm just nervous about trying to clarify further because I feel like I'm only going to muddy the water more. But at the risk of doing that, I will say I think that there's a perceived conflict between when I said, oh, if you solve the poem in its entirety, it'll take you to an exact spot for retrieval, versus there is a boots on the ground component to this treasure hunt. So you are not going to find where the treasure's at by just doing everything from home. You will have to be boots on the ground for a portion of it. But if you can solve everything the poem has to offer you, it will take you to a pretty exact spot. I don't know if that answers your question, but
it's good.
That's what I have to offer.
That's good. Have you answered the question whether or not there are more than 9 clues or exactly how many there are?
I think I said there's at least 10.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. As far as I know, no one has figured out the cipher yet. And I think it's at a point where I'm actually a little surprised. I think it's at a point where I might start kind of providing a little bit of clarity there to nudge people toward it. And
you can do that now. Let's go.
I would actually like to. I think it'll take a little preparation though to phrase it precisely how I want.
So deciphering.
Decipher the cipher. So the cipher, more than anything, is a nod to what the container is.
Yes.
So I don't want people to get the impression that, oh my gosh, I need to know advanced cryptography or something in order to figure all this out. It was just something I couldn't resist putting in, but it's something that, this particular cipher is very approachable. It's nothing advanced. You don't need a math degree to figure this out or anything like that.
Okay.
But it's just kind of a fun, playful thing that I put in, more than anything, to just give a nod to the container and make it a little bit more fun.
Well, on the math degree, basically, you said that there was a more technical clue that is in there, that you mentioned that there was one person in the world that you thought had solved it. Is that clue more public now, or is it still, are we still looking at that one person?
As far as I know, it's still that one person overseas, not in the United States. And I might have mistakenly said a he before. It is actually a she.
Sweet, okay.
And, arguably the technical clue could actually require a little bit of technical expertise, but it's not like a super critical clue. I mean, you can absolutely find the treasure without solving that. But I think just over time, it'll naturally be something that comes out. It's just I don't think anybody else has figured it out quite yet.
Yeah, because you said also there's kind of multiple solves too, right? Like multiple angles you could kind of solve the whole thing, right?
Yeah, so, I felt like it's kind of like safeguards, in case certain aspects of the treasure hunt the mechanics don't work for whatever reason, then there are other ways to approach it so that you end up finding it either way.
Okay. Okay. This is another one I need you to think about. Okay. Serious thought goes into this, Justin. Is there any form of bribery that would work to get you to tell us what the treasure container is, or another clue about what it is today? Any form of bribery. Elkhorn mug. I mean, I got you. Oh, yippee-ki-yay! Thank you. I put it on both of us. Appreciate that. Sorry, it was a cowboy hat and mustaches.
Oh,
we were cowboys at the table for a second. I appreciate that.
I'm supposed to think long and hard about this?
Yeah, bribery. Yeah. What kind of bribery?
No. No. You tried though.
I thought you were gonna be like, I mean, you got 100, something. I thought you were thinking of what to bribe you with, not like yes or no. Gosh.
Yeah, I
got me all worked up.
So I actually posted at some point like the statistics of the treasure hunt that included the number of bribery attempts, which have grown.
Right
that's
back
going to
there.
make it 43 questions.
It is what it was. Repeats don't count. So in the Dylan Q&A, you mentioned there were 2 really obvious hints in the Netflix series that no one's brought up yet. Is that still the case?
Nope. People have figured that out.
Okay. And I was going to say, is to Piggy, will you give us this, will you say what they were or no? Or anything about them, or a hint to the second clue is what I was going to ask. Because you gave a hint to the first clue in the Dylan Q&A, and I was going to ask for a hint.
I mean, I don't want to put like too fine a point on it. Like, anybody who peruses the various forums, like, it's kind of all over the place at this point.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Have you in any interview that you've done mentioned any section of the map that you show on the front of your website to be free from the search? So not like a specific state or like the Southwest or the like Northwest or any. Have you said anything out of that map that pops up on your website? Have you said any of that is free from the search?
You mean like eliminated?
Correct.
I see.
Sorry for the.
No, that makes sense. I haven't eliminated anything at this point. I think last time somebody asked me this, probably still consistent there, and that is there's a potential book event in March in Tucson called the Tucson Festival of Books.
March 3rd, my birthday? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're 11 days off.
Okay.
Or maybe 10 days off.
It's getting excited.
14. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So March in Tucson?
Yeah, if that works out. I mean, it's very competitive. I don't anticipate actually, getting an invite. But if it does work out, I think that's probably the time where I might start eliminating a little bit of or maybe a significant portion of the search area.
Okay.
I haven't decided.
Cool. So you've mentioned that one of the songs may be a clue. Is that a song from the Netflix show or a song from the audiobook?
I don't think I ever specified.
Right, I'm trying to get you to. That's the whole point in this questioning, Justin.
There is an extremely definitive hint in one of the songs. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any tool or equipment needed to locate the treasure before being able to retrieve it? That was mine.
That felt like a sandal.
That felt like a sandal question.
I've mentioned that you don't need any specialized equipment, and I guess that begs the question, like, what is specialized?
Mm-hmm.
I would consider X-ray vision goggles to be specialized equipment, but I wouldn't consider like hiking gear, to be specialized equipment necessarily.
What would be a tool or equipment, though? Not specialized equipment, but do you need any tool or equipment to spot the treasure before retrieving it?
I don't think I'm going to specify any further, but Nothing specialized.
Cool. Do you recall seeing any specific animals while hiding your treasure?
I did see some animals. Yeah. What animals did I see? See, that's funny. Like if I said the animal that I saw,
That's why I asked
it could have a pretty profound impact on the search area.
That's why I asked
So I will have to decline. But it was an animal I was shocked to see, and it's the only time I've seen that animal in my life, like in nature.
All right. Don't kick me under the table for this one. Are you a Freemason?
I was. There's something called a demit process where you step away, and there were a number of personal reasons why I chose to do that. But yeah, I got my 32nd degree. I think it was 3 or 4 days after my 18th birthday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could any of that knowledge possibly factor into your treasure hiding and/or / poem or book of the hunt? Any of it?
You know, there's no knowledge that that would be privileged knowledge.
Okay.
I'll put it that way. I mean, the only knowledge that you'll need are things that you can do through basic web searches and just studying the poem. That's it.
Good answer. Good answer. You didn't kick me. Thanks. I was nervous for that one. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna like that one. So there was a recent local search and rescue effort in this area. Do you know if that was treasure hunt related?
No, it was not. It was actually, as I understand it, a woman who was intimately familiar with the area. She had hiked up in this region many times before, and she went hiking with her family, and I think there was some sleet or maybe some hail that came in, and the rest of the family turned back, but she wanted to keep going. And I think she got to the summit of one of the mountains, and then when she went to descend, she got turned around and went down a different way.
Oh, goodness.
And so she ended up, she ended up spending the night. I think they found her the next morning, but no, not treasure related.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. In your opinion, do you think there's a bunch of people or any people or a lot of people or a portion of people or a small portion, large portion, whatever portion of people that may be looking a little too deep? Like, is it simpler than people might think at times?
I mean, that's the tricky part with any obfuscated text, for instance, like how far is too far? Mm-hmm. You know, it's sort of like you're out hiking and it's like, well, what's around the next bend, right? Mm-hmm. Like, how far is too far to go? And I think that line is different for everybody. So I'm hesitant to say that, you know, people are taking it to too much of an extreme. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, I mean, it's probably safe to say that people in certain areas are diving in much deeper than they need to. Okay. But I guess it's all a matter of perspective, you know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So I have a final question for you, and then we're going to take some of the chat questions, and then there's something else after that, the surprise. But my final question, Justin, I've got to ask you, do you really think that someone can find your treasure?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, that I thought a lot about that during Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt, and I actually asked Forrest the same question.
Come on, Justin. Obviously, that's why it's my final question. That's what you asked Forrest.
It's a good question to ask, because, you know, I don't think anybody wants to be involved in a treasure hunt where you can't find what you're looking for. That's just cruel. But this is approachable to the best of my abilities. You don't need an advanced degree to figure this out. And it's absolutely attainable. And I think I've said it before, I'm a little surprised that it hasn't been found quite yet. But we'll let it play out. I mean, I think people are making tangible progress. It's not like, you know,
the globe is stalled out or anything like that.
Tangible progress. You guys are doing good.
No, it's good. But yeah, it's absolutely attainable, and it's just a matter of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome. It's good to hear. So these are some of the questions that have come through the chat. So if you guys have questions, put them on there right now. If there's anything that you don't, just keep rolling the chat with questions in case she sees anything that's really important while I'm asking these. You can answer if you want. It's up to you. This is coming from there. Also up to you if you want to open it up for any of the live audience as far as answering questions.
Yeah.
So the last interview, you promised to update the errata page with the audiobook errors. Could you do that again?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I'm actually going to make a note for myself because I forget these things.
Thank you. You're on it, chat.
Audio
Appreciate you guys. Are we tapping the screen? Is everybody tapping the screen? For those of you that don't know, real quick while he's writing that down, if you want to register to win one of these signed by Justin books and smiley faced, and you're gonna click the my face up there. It's above his head. My face is up there. Click my face, then you're gonna see a white box at the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the screen, you're gonna see it says live event. Click that. It's October the 2nd. Will be the announcement made for the 3 winners of these books. If you're not registered in there, you're not in the win. You're not in to win it, homie. Your name's not Bennett. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right. Back at it. All right. You with me? We here?
I think I'm with you.
Bennett, are you in it? All right. Do any of the clues in the poem lead to locations that require a payment to enter?
Yeah, I think that question's been asked a number of times. I think I've provided all the clarity I want there. So I think we're good.
Okay.
For now.
Is the poem an instruction manual, a map, or both? That's interesting.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of an it's an interesting question. I mean, in a way, a map can be an instruction manual. So I guess, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the answer is yeah. So that's the land. So I know people ask a lot about the status of the land, and you've constantly said it hasn't changed since you know of. It still hasn't changed, right? Or has the status of the land changed?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. Are there any conservation efforts in this hunt or treasure?
I mean, I think nature conservation is a theme of the treasure hunt. And it's something that I think is important, and I hope other people do too, but that's the extent of it.
All right. I've heard you been asked this before, but will you write another book? I think people like your book a lot more. You think it's good for like kindling and firewood and stuff. I've heard you say this so many times. People really like your book. Your stories are freaking great. Put numbers all over the screen if you like his book. 33s are great.
Oh. Thank you. I think you should write a book.
As soon as I find that treasure, homie, I gotta. I gotta.
I think everybody has, if they sit down and think about it, life experiences that are worth telling. So I would encourage everybody out there to, take a stab at it. It doesn't need to be Shakespeare, right? I mean, clearly. It doesn't need to be Shakespeare.
Honestly, though, Justin, your book really inspired me even more to write my book because of the way you did the stories. It just makes it a lot easier because I'm sitting here thinking, how do you tell your life story in a book? How do you do that? It's a lot. So to do the stories like that is great. It's great.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I really love
you.
your book. I really love it.
I don't know. I mean, there's actually been a lot of people that have asked that, about writing another book. And, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like, I don't want people getting an impression that, like, oh, great, now we got to buy another book to find this treasure, like...
14 books later,
yeah.
17 years, we still have not found the Posey treasure.
So, maybe after it's found that, it's totally unrelated to the treasure hunt, I might consider something, but it's not really at the top of my list right now.
All right, all right. Has the bride ever been alive? You don't have to answer if you don't want. That's just one that came in the chat.
Yeah. I guess it kind of depends on how you define the term alive. Yeah, that's all I'll say about that.
Okay, that's a good answer.
That's exciting for Alan.
That's a good answer.
we talking backwards?
How many clock times are in the Netflix series? 7 or 8?
Oh, wow, that's a really good question. And this is actually why I think some clarity that I mentioned earlier might be important. The lower the number, the better. We'll say that.
The lower the number, the better. That was kind of cryptic. It was really obvious.
I tried.
Something. That was something. How did you formulate your chapter titles?
People laugh, but I'm a big Seinfeld fan, and so when I had first thought about the chapter titles, I wanted them to have kind of a Seinfeld feel to them. But, yeah, at some point I kind of shied away from that a little bit, but still maybe reminiscent of that.
That's why I didn't get it, because I don't like Seinfeld.
Well, see, I knew I didn't like you.
Oh my goodness, that was a clue. See what I did there? See what I did there? Play with me and tell me there's no red herrings and stuff. All right, so Justin. Okay, so I've heard you mention a few times. Wait. Audience questions. I'm about to cut y'all out of this. I act like y'all weren't even here. Like I couldn't even see y'all. So is there anybody here that's got questions in the live audience or did you want to open that up for some?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, we'll take a few.
Yeah, I have 3.
Okay. She's like, I'll take all 3 of those right now.
Will finding the hypotenuse of a triangulated search area help someone find the location of the checkpoint or the treasure?
Well, finding the hypotenuse of a triangulated area helps somebody find the location of the treasure?
Or checkpoint.
I haven't specified.
Candies in order for him to try it. If you've never had Pop Rocks?
No.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Does anybody have Pop Rocks in their bag? Oh, it's so great.
We'll say TBD.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, that's great. Okay.
Justin, are you married?
I'm sorry?
Are you married?
Yeah.
Anybody else? She really took all for you. Okay. Nobody else has any questions? Okay, so.
Oh, I do actually have one.
Okay.
And we talked about this in the past. The high clearance, low clearance vehicle question. Most of the BLM lands are muddy and ruddy, and depending on the time of year, they might not be as accessible. I'm just wondering if your definition of a low clearance vehicle would include BLM dirt roads that get a little gamey at times.
Would my definition of a low clearance vehicle include roads that get a little gamey sometimes or just muddy? Yeah, I mean, I think under normal operating conditions, a BLM road, as you mentioned, would be fair game that's passable by an average vehicle. You don't need 4-wheel drive. You don't need
Prius. Can a Prius make it? Can a Prius.
Yeah, I think a Prius.
Prii. Multiple Prii.
Yeah.
Caravan of Prii. Sorry. There's somebody else in the room with a Prius. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something that's lower clearance than a Prius.
My car's not this far off the ground. I swung it.
You could go get the treasure with like a serious lowrider.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Would the Celica have made it?
It's a lowrider? A
The
serious
Celica would
lowrider?
absolutely have made it. Yeah.
Wow, that's actually a good clue.
A Ferrari could make it.
They're beautiful, right?
They are. Oh, and the sticker is cool.
The sticker, that's from Debbie.
I thought so. If I can get it out.
Yeah.
Come on.
And the box, this box was Ashley's daughter.
Says Montana the treasure state. Is that a hint?
Is it a hint?
I don't know. Is
Is it a hint? And then there's a buffalo. That's my whole community. So for those of you that don't know me and my community, we are Buffy. The buffalo is the only animal in the animal kingdom that runs into the storm instead of away from the storm. So we do try to embody that here and living and doing uncomfortable things and
Thank you.
yes, absolutely.
That's really kind.
Question, will you be auctioning this off or rehiding it?
It's a good question. Auction or rehide? This is a tough choice. I might have to keep it, actually. I think I'm going to keep this.
I was like, if he wants to keep it forever, it's gonna be so sweet. But at the same time, I was like, watch him say, okay, guys, this is gonna be the 4th giveaway. As soon as he opens it up, this will be the 4th giveaway for the 3 books, and then we'll be giving away this treasure as well. But yeah, no,
I might hide one of the leaves. I'll put it within a mile radius. And I'll put my initials on it. So the first person to find that.
So I am going to be ending the live stream here in just a second, but I will tell you there's going to be a little bit more of this that you're not going to catch on this live stream. So you're going to have to watch the replay on YouTube to get the rest of what's over there in that treasure, because AI does not allow it on TikTok. Oh. So bye, TikTok. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for coming, tapping, sharing, commenting, gifting, all of the things. Justin, thank you so much. So much. Awesome. Thank you. Oh, wait, I forgot. I had to save this question for the end. Is there any form of bribery that would work to get, I knew you might feel differently about me after this, to get you to tell us where the treasure container is or another clue about it?
Well, why don't we weigh these?
The nuggets, the gold nuggets. We're going to weigh the gold.
And the potential for a hint will be directly correlated to the weight of these. How's that?
Oh, that sounds big, guys. That sounds big. We'll get back to you on the weight of those nuggets. TikTok, thank you, though. Seriously. Thank you for being here. Thanks for tapping, sharing, commenting, gifting, all the things. Buffy, I appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. And make sure to catch the replay on my YouTube. Thank you, guys.
All right.
I'm going to end it originally. So now, Justin, you have another story to tell. You got to go find the rest of that treasure. Then there's another story connected to it. There's another story. Another really good story.
Tell the pickle story now.
Yeah, right. And we can get the pickle story. Are we? Okay, so yeah, we'll just let him bring it all over. There's 3 things. There's that. Yes, I did. You're supposed to be in there, but you can't show it on TikTok. So.
Is it Raw Dog Wine?
Is it close? You're about to hear a good story about this wine. Close. That's it's. Listen. It might be a raccoon, but it's supposed to be a badger, and that's a point too. Because I had a dream about his badger, and it was not a badger in my dream, but I knew it was Justin's badger.
Like a Wolverine.
Yeah, something. Or a puppet.
Oh, thank you.
So what's the name? Can you read us the name of that wine, Justin? Can you pronounce that for us? What's that wine that I gave you?
Hey, this is Ménage à Trois.
I love that.
How do you say it? Hold on. I don't think that's how it's pronounced. Hold up. That's not how it's pronounced, Justin. That's not what you told me the other day. That's your favorite wine. What'd you tell me the name of your favorite wine was?
Well, let me back up. In my younger years, I attended a Microsoft executive holiday party, and I somehow got stuck talking to a group of execs, and they were chatting about wine, and it's like, well, how hard can this be? I know wine, it's fine. So they're talking about their vintages, and and so I felt like I had to contribute somehow, right? I was like, well,
This is like my second favorite story of all time.
I had a good wine recently. It's a red. I said it's called Ménage à Trois.
Ice broken.
So, Justin's favorite wine, guys, Ménage à Trois. Just for you, Justin.
To be fair, this is how I had always pronounced it. I thought that's the way you pronounced it, and no one had ever really corrected me. That was pretty abrupt change in conversation, as you can imagine.
At Microsoft, this was?
Yeah. So I was like, exit stage left.
Right, left, out of here, bathroom, toilet. Can I get the toilet?
It was a bad situation.
Menage a trois. Love it. So I got you a bottle, with a little cowboy hat stopper, all solid gold, with your badger. It's a skunk, I think. But, I had to look up. You saw me have to look up what a badger looked like on my live stream. Literally,
Actually pretty close.
I had to Google what a badger looked like. So in my defense, I'm in a skunk works, But I have a scale here to weigh those gold nuggets.
Well, you're not messing around.
Could we get some clues? We need clues. What'd you say about those nuggets in the weight?
What's the density of gold?
That's a good question. Anybody? What was the question? Density of gold. Anybody? Got some real smart people in the chat. Appreciate y'all. You're making me look bad. I was hoping y'all could just help me so I didn't have to say it.
You just know it's AU.
I think we ended up with.
They bite it for some reason.
Yeah, we bite those. You want to bite those? Please don't.
Well, we ended up with 30 grams total.
30 grams, not 33.
No, it's 30.
Or 42.
This is close.
Pictures 30. All right, just checking.
19.32 grams.
Maybe we should add the coins. Add the gold coins to the nuggets and see where we end up with the coins and the nuggets.
Oh, we got to tear this. Hold on.
Oh, that's a good idea.
There we go.
Maybe that was the problem.
Do you need the crystals too?
The crystals are valuable.
No, 36.
Do you think the crystals will do to 42?
Oh, they could be a 42.
With the crystal's probably heavier.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, we're already at almost 50.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to 42. I'm trying.
Let's go with the coins.
I think that's going to be
some
over
gold coins.
52.
52.
So sorry.
The shell.
The shell.
38.
She's trying.
All right, go.
41.
42! For some reason, 42 just keeps coming up in this interview. I can't figure out why. It's almost like it just popped up, Like I didn't even have to do anything to get it. I don't even know how that just happened.
I'm trying to decipher this hint, so it's where the...
It's 42. It's a 42.
Where the pine cone meets the clock
with
the seashell.
It's the gold. At the gold. The gold's the most important part. It's all gold. Clearly, there's a common denominator to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Whose is this?
There's clearly,
Nice.
clearly the gold is the common denominator of all of it.
Well, what are you doing here?
What am
you got this figured out.
I think I'm about to go pick up a treasure. I'll let you know when I find it. Thank you guys for being here. If you're here on the YouTube, if you came for the TikTok, thank you. But for the YouTube, thank you. Consider subscribing. Appreciate everything. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Sam.
What an
All right.
So there was a documentary series on Netflix. It's called Gold and Greed: The Hunt for Fenn's Treasure. There was a number of participants in that documentary series, myself included, and I think that garnered some attention. And effectively, at the end of this series, I hate to spoil it for people that haven't seen it, but there's a treasure hunt going on, and I did hide one somewhere in the American West, and there are a number of people that have been having a great time out looking for it. And this is a way to talk about the treasure hunt. Yeah, just to clarify, I haven't specified whether or not it's buried, so I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's in the ground or not, but above or below ground, we'll say that. It was a couple different reasons. One of the primary reasons was to raise awareness for the outdoors and public lands and continued access thereof. And I think the other reason was kind of a way for me to work through some of the grief that I felt with the loss of my brother. And additionally, it was a way for me, in the best way that I knew how, to try and continue the legacy or the concept of what Forrest Fenn had created. And I see him as the originator, in a way, of the concept of modern day mysteries at its core. And I wanted to see that live on.
So I think it's just a combination of all those things.
And what is something about the treasure that maybe you haven't mentioned to anybody before? Is there anything that has crossed your mind that you said, "Oh, I should probably mention that about the treasure"? I'm not necessarily a hint.
Mhm.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you have anything? You can pass on that if you have to,
I
but
mean,
just thought I'd ask.
there certainly are things. Nothing is coming to mind like right at this moment. There are days when I think. So for those that are unaware, I haven't announced or identified what the container is that the treasure is hidden inside. And I've mentioned reasons for that, mainly because I think that it would give artificial intelligence an edge as time goes on, and that's something I'm really, really trying to avoid. And at its core, making this a human adventure, which is a bit paradoxical if you think about it. But um, there are days where I think it might be better if I did announce what the container is, because it certainly gives more pointed context what things would be or what people would be looking for. But at this point, I'm just not quite ready to do that. But maybe in the near future. I don't mean to tease it. I just not quite there yet. But yeah, I mean, I think as the conversation goes on this evening, there's probably things that I'll think of that will jump to mind that I'll mention. So we'll hold off for now.
And should we have those who don't know, the treasure has what in it? What is inside the treasure? And I know you don't specify a value, but kind of maybe give some estimates of the value of the items that are in there, and what can somebody expect to find if they find the treasure and open up the lid?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. Before I jump in, though, just for people's awareness, Tyler and I have been friends for a long time. He actually is known as Taylor Long in the book that I wrote. There's actually a whole chapter about Taylor or Tyler in that book. I chose to, or rather, he asked that his name be changed for the book for privacy and anonymity. And I guess, as I understand it, recently you've had a change of heart in terms of having your name released. So I don't know if everybody is aware of it, but Tyler Young is Taylor Long. They are the same person. Anyhow, for the treasure itself, yeah, there's quite a few things in there. The total treasure weight is about 60 pounds, and there are multiple 1 kilogram Pamp Squeeze gold bars. There is one of my prized coins, a 1652 oak tree shilling, which I think is the highest rated oak tree shilling in existence, or it might be tied for first place. There might be one other one out there. At the time, I think I paid around $50,000 for that one coin alone. There's also many 1 ounce gold coins from all around the world, and also some very old coins as well. There is a half stater from the Lydian Empire that I think is around 500 to 600 BC. I think it's challenging for them to put an exact date on it, so there's a range. If I recall, don't quote me on it. It's in the book for better context and the exact dates. But as I recall, it's at least 500 BC. And there's a lot of gems in there. I think emeralds and amethysts and rubies and so forth. I also put in the dragon bracelet that was originally in the Forest Fen treasure. For those that haven't seen the series, I think it's worth watching the series just to get the great cinematography of that bracelet, because it really is exquisite. It's just completely encrusted with diamonds and rubies and emeralds, and of course it's gold, and it's quite striking. It might be an acquired taste in terms of fashion accessory, depending on your background and what you find to be tasteful. It is a coat bracelet, so it's a bit larger in diameter than a typical bracelet. It's meant to actually be worn over a coat or something to be more seen. It was originally a commissioned piece by Eric Sloane, the famous painter, who was a dear friend of Forrest Fenn. And it was originally for Eric's wife, but as I understand it, Eric's wife wasn't too keen on wearing it. I don't know how many times she wore it, if at all, but After Eric passed, it went on to Forrest Fenn, and then Forrest chose to place it in his treasure. And then from there, it made its way into the treasure that I hid. So there's a number of things in there. There's some things that I don't talk about just because I want it to be a surprise for whoever finds it. And I think something I mentioned recently is there were a few items. See, I had a very specific container in mind, and I filled it completely full. Like I just could not put anything else in it. And there were a few items that I really wanted the finder to have. So I've left them with the steward. And the steward, for those who are unaware, is basically when you find the treasure, you will know a way to get into contact with the steward. The steward has some additional legal paperwork. The other half of the Bitcoin wallet that is included with the treasure, and those other special items that I could not fit inside the treasure. Eloquent way to convey what I wanted to convey in terms of hints is through a poem. And it is freely available on my website, treasure.quest. It's not a sales pitch, just go on the website, you can see the poem. And that at its core contains everything you need in order to solve the treasure hunt. That being said, I've found the best way to find treasures, especially forests, not that I found it, was to understand the man. And so I also wrote a book that has some information about my background and so on that might give some people some helpful context. But yeah, I'm happy to read the poem, or you. Here we go. So the title of the poem is Beyond the Map's Edge, which is also the name of the book. Can you find what lives in time, flowing through each measured rhyme? Wisdom waits in shadowed sight for those who read these words just right. As hope surges clear and bright, walk near water's silent flight. Round the bend, past the hole, I wait for you to cast your pole. In Ursa East, his realm awaits. His bride stands guard at ancient gates. Her foot of 3 at 20 degree, return her face to find the place. Double arcs on granite bold, where secrets of the past still hold. Beyond the reach of time's swift race, wonder guards this sacred space. Truth rests not in clever minds, not in tangled twisted finds. Like a river's steady flow, what you seek, you already know.
What would you say for those who haven't read your book, Justin? What do you think is the big takeaway from your book that you would tell somebody who's like, hey, like what do you want me to know? Like the big message from the book. What would that be, would you say?
Nobody's ever asked me that before. Probably a few different things. I think part of it is just the feedback that I've received is that I think for anybody who's experienced any degree of grief in their life, or a deep traumatic experience or loss, I hope that I can relate to them. And the book was a way for me to do that. And it was also, a cathartic experience. It was a way for me to kind of work through whatever I was working through. Part of that book, in effect, wrote itself. I mean, I was able to bang it out very quickly because I knew what I wanted to say. And there were other chapters that took quite a long time to write and were very painful to do. And that's just the skeleton of the book. There was many more iterations that occurred after that. But at its core, I wanted to communicate, I think, a message of hope to people, and that time and life is precious, and that everyone gets a choice in terms of how you live it. And my hope is that people will live a little bit more in the moment, and will also get out and explore the public lands that we have in our country, in the American West. And I think so many people take that for granted, or push it off to tomorrow to say, someday, I'll make that trip. And sometimes someday never comes. And so I hope that people keep that in mind. And that's been the most uplifting part of the experience for me. You know, I actually bumped into somebody. So I hope people do more things like that and try and seize the day.
How helpful do you think the book is for your hunt? Is it you do need the poem and the book, or just the poem, or what would you say about the helpfulness of the book?
You do not need the book to solve the poem. The book is there for someone who, you know, has read the poem and for, you know, is having trouble for whatever reason. I think just having the surrounding context of the author can be helpful, because I hid the treasure in a place that means something to me. And so I think the best way to have that context and understand what's important is to read what I've written. But by no means mandatory. Like you know, the poem is on the website. Anybody can find it there, and the poem can be solved in isolation.
But is there a chapter or two that you're like, this chapter really chapter that has special meaning like that?
Well, that's a good question. You know, I think every chapter has a purpose, and and I say chapter in. I mean, it's really more like short stories, kind of anecdotal experiences. But each story has a purpose, and I can't think of one in particular that would have zero relevance or importance. But you know, I can think of a few that are, you know, relatively more important than the others. But I'm a little reticent to call those out explicitly at this point.
Finding the treasure, but I'm more like the ones that are most meaningful to you and make you more.
What you mean? Sorry, a little confused there. No, I think I've mentioned it before. I mean, the postal pilgrimage is one of those chapters. I think also Posey's on the Road is probably a one that comes to mind as well, and it's more just around not necessarily like core hints per se. It's more just around a deeper message that I was trying to convey, no matter how well I did. That was my intent anyway.
Does 42 really mean anything, Justin? I know I see a lot of speculation online about the 42 written on your tail light on your truck in the series.
Well, I don't really want to comment too much on that, but what I will say is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is a fantastic book.
And I was curious if you'd be willing to give us like 1 to 3 traits of that hopeful hypothetical person. And then I can't help myself, so I just want to add in just a quick second. It's very, very quick. Do you have any safety updates or suggestions heading into winter?
Yeah, great stuff, Jamie. Thanks for the question. I'll start off with the safety aspect. I mean, it's an ever-changing landscape. You know, as we move toward winter, the northern states, of course, are going to be relatively more treacherous. And what I've mentioned all along is, if there's snow, just don't even go. Don't put yourself at risk. And that's really just a statement of safety more than anything. And then, you know, as we move into the winter months, I think some of the southern states actually become more palatable. There's been some acute incidents that have occurred, mostly because of the heat, and I think it's a natural reaction for a lot of people to be concerned about the winter and the snow. But you know, I think each year more people die in the heat than they do in the winter conditions up north. So, you know, the same warning goes to the southern states. You know, if it's too hot out, just don't go. And if you feel like you must go, of course, go in the early morning before the core of the heat sets in, and always take somebody with you, and make sure you have all the 10 essentials. And basically, I have a whole safety section on the website, which I think would be useful for anybody to review, especially for people that don't have much in the way of outdoor experience. It's always in your best interest to be over prepared than under prepared. I know you had a second part of this question, and I already forgot. So,
But if there was characteristics.
oh, that's great. Well, let me phrase it this way. So somebody, I think it was Ben Napple, one of the more prolific treasure hunters, who also has a show on YouTube, Treasure Warriors. He had asked what character in Lost, the TV series, would be best positioned to find the treasure. And I originally said Saeed, but I'm changing my mind. I actually think that Huli might be better positioned. So take that as you will, but I think that's probably the best that I can do in terms of that question right now. Like what I said earlier, I think I mistakenly said Huli. I actually meant Hurley. Sorry, I got a lot going on today, but don't read anything into that. I really did mean Hurley. Yeah.
I heard you switch to Hurley. I'm compelled to ask, why did you switch from Saeed to Hurley? And then a second part, there's the number 42 written on your taillight in the Netflix documentary. Does that have a connection to Lost? Thanks, dude.
Yeah, man, good to hear from you. No, the 42 does not have a connection to Lost. And yeah, I think the question earlier was just around psychology of the person that I think would find the treasure. And I just think that Hurley's psychology aligns more with who I anticipate might find it, but time will tell.
I think you just broke the room. Okay, if you're on a speaker and you wanted to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hand. I don't see any hands right now.
Okay, so given the book, the poem, and the Netflix show, if you were to time travel back to a decade ago, would you be able to solve the hunt?
Yes, you would.
Hey there. So my question was stated in Discord. It was in an interview with Froggy. You mentioned that you'd like to think of the hunt rolling out in stages, but also that someone can mow through it in no time. What is there to further roll out? Is there anyone you know of that has mowed through it? And should there just be like a planned trip already and to retrieve the treasure, or?
Yeah, good question. I'm trying to recall the meat of that interview. I suspect maybe what I was getting at. I'd have to review it to make sure, but I see there being discrete stages of a treasure hunt where there's the planning, the execution of the hiding, and then the actual treasure hunt itself, and then the post treasure hunt world. And I think many of the people, anybody who is involved in the Forest Fen treasure hunt, is aware of those discrete stages and how things can get messy later. And so a big bulk of my planning was focused around iteratively improving what Forrest did. And that's not to say, Forrest made mistakes on purpose or anything like that. I think he did the best he could given the situation at that time. But I just see Forrest Fenn's treasure hunt as a case study that we can improve upon. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of stages during the finding portion of the treasure hunt, I do think that there are some stages even within that category. I won't elaborate too much on what that means. It's not requiring anything from me. It's just more of the nature of how I put the treasure hunt together. And I think as it stands so far, like things are generally on the rails, minus a few acute, unfortunate cases. And I think that people will naturally work through those over time. And all the evidence that I have at this point tends to support that. So I think it's good all around, and nobody has really blasted through it. I mean, hypothetically, that is possible. But there are certain aspects that, to my uncertain knowledge, have not been solved yet, and will just, I think, just take a bit of time and effort.
I know you have commented that you would not eliminate a state, and you wouldn't do that until like later. I would hope that you never would do that. But would you be willing, since you have said that not all chapters in the book contain clues, would you be willing to eliminate a chapter in the book that does not have clues?
Sure. Good question, Rob. Thanks for the question. Yeah, it's funny. Like, my treasure hunters are sort of like what I call sports ball fans, right? Like everybody has a team. It's like Team Nevada or whatever it might be. I've always found that kind of uncanny or just interesting, that affinity that people take toward arbitrary lines drawn on a map. But yeah, so for chapters in the book, I guess I don't know if it's really a formal chapter or not, but there are no hints in the legal lowdown. It's really meant to convey pure legal language and to make sure people understand the rules.
Hey, I just dropped by to say hi. It's been a while, Tyler.
Whoa, is this Mike Anderson?
Yep.
Okay, guys, wow. So for those that don't know, there is a picture of Michael in the book. He is inside a cabin, and he's holding a nice sized brown trout. So he was
19-inch brown trout.
That's right, yeah. So Mike was part of the adventure that involved a rather unfortunate forest fire and a bucket at the end of a helicopter. So thanks for joining, Mike. Oh, it's been a while.
What's going on,
Yeah.
Mike? Good to see you, or not see you. See you,
Yeah,
the letter
yeah.
M. But
Yeah, I
good to
think
hear you.
the last time I
What?
saw you, Tyler, was at Justin's wedding.
Yeah. Whoa, that's too bad, man. I'm sorry it's been so long. We should
For
catch
sure.
up for sure. Catch up,
Well,
man.
thanks for dropping by,
Cool.
Mike.
Yep.
Is there you have any comments on our trip up to the Great North?
Oh man, it was just a trip of a lifetime, honestly. Gotta make it not just once in a lifetime though. Yeah, gotta get out there again.
Well, get some free time. Give me a shout. We'll definitely do something. That'd be awesome. It's really good to
Yeah,
hear
dude.
from you.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Get
you don't have
Tyler
to
up there
work too
too.
late. Yeah. So Mike was part of the incident that I described in the book involving a frozen sausage at a grocery store in Dillon, Montana. It's an altercation over, as I recall, a fly fishing rod.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry about that.
Hey man, it's a speed bump in every friendship. I
Yep.
actually look back in a nostalgic lens these days, so all good.
Yeah, a friend who was reading the book just asked me why we got kicked out of that grocery store.
Yeah, that would be the sausage. Yeah. Things happen. So good to hear from you, though.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and jump in. Ryan, you had your hand up next. Go for it, friend.
Is the exact location or general area of the checkpoint or the treasure mentioned in the book? And if so, please specify which one or if it's both.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ryan. I appreciate your insight on that particular story in the book. It was one of the stories that was harder to write, and as I recall, it was one of the last stories that I wrote. So I appreciate you getting value out of it, and I'm really sorry to hear about your situation that's developing. But in terms of your question, probably can't answer that one. And it's interesting. I think how you phrased it, if I heard you correctly, is the exact location mentioned in the book. I'm not even sure how that would be.
Or the general area.
Yeah. Okay. General area. Yeah. I think that there are some useful chapters that might help you just better understand some of the maybe landscapes or general areas. But I don't really want to go too much into details, though. I appreciate the bold question, though.
Yeah, sorry for being bold. Thank you very much. And
All
thanks,
good.
Tyler, for hosting.
You got to take your shots, friend. Okay, Carla, why don't you go ahead and unmute yourself, friend?
Is some of this based on being a believer? And the other question is, will you eliminate state?
Yeah, thank you, Carla. I appreciate the insight on the book too. I'm glad that it's helped you. I don't know. I eventually I might eliminate a state. I don't really see that as being quite necessary yet. Like, people are making good, tangible progress across the board. But it's not one of those treasure hunts where I really want it to go on in perpetuity or anything like that. So if things start to stall out, I think that might be a way to spur some progress. So we'll see how things unfold. I think your question, maybe I misunderstood. You said, "Am I a believer?"
I think she's really asking or speaking to the question of faith in relation to the book. Like, is there some kind of portion that points towards something maybe biblical?
Oh, that makes sense. I'm not part of any formal religious organization, but I think it's fair to say that I am a spiritual person. So take that as you will. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Regarding hints slash clues for a fellow hunter, myself, and everyone else in the room, um, between the four, Netflix, the book, the poem, and the website, what would be the best odds for one of us hunters to get the treasure out of those four?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Bert. I mean, certainly the poem is the most helpful. Like that is what it's designed for, is to lead someone to the treasure. I mean, there's some supplementary information, and I think, if I had to order them in terms of, most important to relatively least important, I think, number one would certainly be the poem. Then second would be the book and really any of the formats, and then third would be the series. There are some hints in the series that I was able to sneak in, and I think those hints are probably in two categories. One are hints that are a little bit more direct in helping someone understand how to find the treasure, and there are other hints in the series that are meant to help as you read the book. And so, yeah, top of the line would be the poem, followed by the book, followed by the series.
Awesome. Thank you. And then one last question to sneak in there. In the future, could you give us a hint if there's going to be a sequel or follow up to Golden Greed 2?
Oh gosh. Actually, a part of me hopes not. No, I mean, just because it was a great experience. It was a very unique experience, but it was also arduous. Like, I think it was a total of, I mean, they started filming that in what, 2021, I think. So it was, 4 years in filming and editing and post production and so on. It was a lot of work. So, maybe I'd be like slightly more compelled if like there was like some sort of like payment option, but I forfeited payment for the series. I didn't want someone to get the impression that I was trying to just make a bunch of money off this or something. So I didn't get paid for my participation or anything like that. And no, I don't have any plans to participate in anything in the future. I feel like I've said what I want to say. I had the experience that I had, and good luck to everybody.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Did you say Sabrina?
I sure did.
And we're honed in on one spot. So I'm going to ask a specific question. Is return her face referring or referencing the bride?
Yeah. First off, thanks for the question, Sabrina. My relative Annette Lily Russ would be so heartened and proud to hear what you just said. She has been a longtime advocate of women in fly fishing and conservancy. She taught classes out in the West Yellowstone area many years ago when Bud Lilly had his trout shop out there for quite a while. So very cool to hear from you. That's awesome. So your question about the bride and returning the face. I'm somewhat tempted to answer this, but I think it might, or may not give away too much. I think I'm gonna have to punt on that one, but I appreciate the question nevertheless.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, Gigafo, you might have more name there. That's as much as I see. Go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Justin, for this opportunity. We talked about this a little bit already, but it just kind of created confusion in me and I know some others. You mentioned the treasure. You didn't have to go more than a mile from a trail in order to figure out where it's at. Does that mean the final location is within a mile, or does that just mean the clues to get to the final location? Like, because I've had a location that was 3 miles away, and it feels bad because I'm like, did Justin say that it's not more than a mile, and trying to interpret that. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. First off, I guess yeah. Well, what I'll say here is I I, I chose to phrase it that way deliberately. It wasn't by mistake, and I think that the sentence stands on its own, and I think that it is correct. I'll slightly correct you by saying I don't think I said anything about a trail in that particular sentence. I think what I said, and I hope I get it right, is that you don't have to go more than a mile to figure out where the treasure's at. And that's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, that actually helps a lot, so I appreciate that.
That's awesome. Okay, Randy, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I just want to ask, there are a few items in the chest that you haven't discussed, like the pocket watch, the arrowheads, the bottle with the cork, and the glass jar. If you are willing to, I'd love to ask what is in the jar, where is it from, and what is its significance?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. First off, real pleasure to meet you up at the Dylan Q&A. Whenever I think about the Q&A, you're one of the first people I think of. So it was just so cool to
Thank you.
yeah, for your question, maybe this, I don't know if this will help people or not, but the jar that you see in the photo with the cork, I actually ended up switching it out before I hid the treasure. So, and I had some deliberate reasons for that. It was mostly around just logistics of the container and so forth. But there's actually two jars now instead of one, and
Yes.
I've sealed them. I sealed each individually with beeswax, and one jar contains all of the legal related information that you'll need, especially like how to contact the steward and so forth. That's in one jar, and then in the other is something very personal that I've written that is meant for whoever finds the treasure, and it also has. I guess most people would probably say it's a pretty big bombshell that I divulged inside that letter that I wrote.
Hi, I thank y'all for doing this. And Justin, I absolutely love your book. I love the way you write. I actually came upon this through my son Chase. And my question is, in Dylan, of course, I've heard you say you're not going to rule out a state anytime soon. But in Dylan, as far as the elevation, you said it was below 11,000. Are you going to alter that anytime soon?
Yeah, a great question. Thank you for the kind words on the book. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do. As I mentioned, I don't plan to eliminate a state here in the very near future. Now I think about it, I mean, if the treasure has not been found by the time that March of next year rolls around, well, just so people know, I submitted an application to be a speaker at the Tucson Festival of Books, and that's on March 14th and 15th, and there was actually somebody through Messenger who had told me about the event that was coming up, and I was really appreciative of that. I didn't even come to mind. I think it's pretty competitive, so the odds of me being selected as a speaker, I think, are very low. So, I don't want people making travel plans or anything like that. And I don't even know when they're going to choose who the speakers are going to be, or make any sort of announcement there. But if it so happens that that all works out, then that's probably the venue where I would consider eliminating a state. In the interim, though, yeah, I think that is just another vector or a different way of reducing the search area is restricting the elevations. and I might consider that too. Uh, but right now, I'm pretty comfortable with where things stand.
Okay, Josh, you've actually had your hand up for a while, and I just realized you were further down, and I missed you. I'm so sorry.
No problem, Emma. Thank you. Is the checkpoint required, or is there certain information that you would discover at the checkpoint that would help you to the final solve? And the second part is, to your knowledge or uncertain knowledge, has anybody reached double arcs on Granite Bold?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Kind of a two-parter there. So, for those that are unaware, I did mention there is this concept of a checkpoint, and it is something that will occur along your journey that will, tell you that you're trending in the right direction, and it will give you extremely little doubt that you are on the right track. Um, and the checkpoint is a natural part of the treasure hunt journey. So you you will come across the checkpoint as you search for the treasure. I mean, I suppose there is always a chance that you could bypass it, but boy, the odds are astronomically low. I don't see that happening, pragmatically speaking. But I've been surprised before, and to my uncertain knowledge, no, nobody has figured out what the has figured out double arcs on Granite Bold. And I might even go so far as to say that there might be a bit of a slight overemphasis on that portion of the poem that a lot of people are doing today that might not be totally justified. So just something to keep in mind.
DJ Boone.
A compass or a map? One or the other. You going out? What are you picking?
If I'm just if I were to go look for my own treasure, you mean?
Yeah, I mean you're one of us, and let's
Okay.
just say that's you. You have to pick one or the other.
I mean, I think anybody who has a basic set of navigation skills could roughly determine the cardinal directions by the orientation of the sun and the time of day. So, um, by the time you're out hunting, I think you're better off with a map than a compass. But I would stress that both the map and compass are part of the 10 essentials. So I would very much urge everybody to carry both.
Okay, Mark Pryor, why don't you let us hear what you have to say? Okay, Jamie, let us hear it.
All right, so you've specified clues and hints are the same thing. Are there any clues or hints in the poem in a physical location that you have to pay to enter?
Um, So I'll preface this by saying that land designations and laws and anything that might impact free access is fluid. Like it's changing. So what I can say is at the time that the treasure was hidden and at the time that the Netflix series was released, um, you did not necessarily have to pay. Um, Again, it's a somewhat fluid situation, so I don't want to provide too much more clarity there. But I hope that helps. I don't know if it does.
Can I follow up with when you said necessarily, is that for the entirety of the poem or just parts?
There are definitely parts of the poem where, on the date of the Netflix launch, you did not have to pay.
Awesome. Okay, what about you, Asham?
Man, thanks again, Justin. I just want to say thanks. I feel like you did a really good job on setting up a proper treasure hunt for us that shored up all of the pitfalls of forest fence hunt. And I believe in a way you almost felt compelled to give that to us because you experienced that pain and you're righting all of those wrongs. But to follow up on the question, I have just two quick questions. Regarding the checkpoint, is the time of day important or critical or involved with the checkpoint? Second question, can you be more specific on the fee to enter? Because, for example, a lot of people debate going into Yellowstone after hours as a loophole, which is still illegal. The free park days, the Montana conservation pass requires you to pay $5 just to hike or recreate on a lot of state public lands. So trying to get some more clarification on that, and then the question about the time of day being important with the checkpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashim, thanks for the questions. For the time of day, I haven't specified either way. That may or may not be important. And then, yeah, I know that people are using the notion of having to pay as a way of reducing the search area, but it's just at this point I'm not willing to provide any further clarity there. But I might consider that in the future. I know that's not what most people want to hear, but I'll keep it in mind as we roll into next year if the treasure still has not been found.
Awesome. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead, Anna. Why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Sure. Hi, Justin. I think one of the lines that really stumps a lot of the searchers is the stanza that starts with "In Ursa East, his realm awaits." And for a lot of us, we're looking at that. It's not capitalized. So we're thinking it's probably maybe, having to do with some kind of Ursa major, Ursa minor. Um, could we use Ursa East to be something like an anagram? And maybe it's something like use a star.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. What I can say is that the poem was written deliberately, so the choice of not capitalizing was intentional. But that's all the clarity I'm willing to provide at this point.
Awesome. And I'm sorry, this is a two-parter. There is a number 42 that appears in the actual Netflix documentary. Can I ask you if the number 42 is related to any kind of Bible verse?
You can certainly ask. Yeah, yeah. That's not something I want to provide clarity on quite yet, but I appreciate the question.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, indeed.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for doing the hunt, Justin. This has been amazing. Earlier this year, we had a pretty big scare with our public lands, and a lot of folks and companies sort of banded together to step up and defend that. I wanted to ask you if you are currently developing or investigating a strategy or a way to help protect / defend our public lands beyond this hunt.
What a timely question. The short answer is yes.
Got it.
There's actually some more, I guess you could say, concerning activities that are underway that would impact public lands in certain areas of the American West, and it's at a minimum concerning to me. It's one of those things that is kind of a wait and see right now to see how far that's going to go. But if it does progress in the way that I hope it does not, then yes.
And
Awesome, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. I'm going to go through them quick. Is each line of the poem closer in proximity to the treasure than the last? Can you share which line of the poem the checkpoint is located in? And then specifically, return her face to find the place. Is the place in her face, or is it within her gaze? And if it is in her face, would you be willing to say where, like eye or temple or something like that?
Holy cow, that's quite the set of questions.
That's like a hard-hitting question to keep us going after coming right back, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I've traveled
we'll get
over
ready.
6,500 miles and boots on the ground for probably about 80 miles, so I'm
All
ready.
right, all right. Okay, we'll get into it here. So, first off, Emma, if it's useful for you at all, we could certainly get Jam in here as a co-host as well. I was a little reticent to invite him just because I like him more, so I didn't want to
I
subject
knew
him to
it.
all
I
the
knew
mess.
it the
Yeah.
whole time. Everybody likes him more. He's For what it's worth, I like him more too. He's my favorite human.
He's a cool dude. Anyhow, wow, so a lot of questions there. Most of those I don't. I apologize, but I'm not gonna provide clarity. The one thing I can say is the question you asked about um, each line giving you a proximity. If you understood the entirety of the poem, the question itself would not make sense. I hope that helps.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, that's where we're gonna go with that. Okay, Godolkin, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm sorry I missed you at the that gathering there in Cloudcroft with the family member that had recently passed. So anyhow, go ahead, go for your
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
So I kind of I grew up in this area as a child. I knew the family, uh, kind of knew your family as well. But anyway, the question I have: are you considering to look for more lost treasures in the Southwest in the future? Or are you currently working on any particular treasure that's been lost?
Yeah. Before I answer that, I'm just curious. Do you come from the Walkers or the Campbells at all?
No, I had grew up with the Walkers. Vaguely remember the Campbells. Sat with the gentleman at the event. He was a Campbell. Uh, but yeah, I kind of recall a lot of the families. My mom, especially, she recalls all the events that she went to in uh, not high.
Yeah, for context for people who don't know, like Campbells, the Walkers, and the Poseys were the three families that helped that established the whole 16 Springs and part of the Cloudcroft area up in New Mexico. So he had some ties there. I was just kind of curious about is all. Anyhow, go ahead.
No,
Yeah.
of course, of course. Shredley Boo, are you the one? Go ahead and unmute yourself. I think you were in the middle of your question when we lost you.
I was. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Justin was in the middle of answering it, and I just wanted to ask the question again for this
Smart.
second part of the thing because I think it's just so important, and I know that's part of the reason why you hid this treasure. The question was, I'll just go ahead and repeat it, but um, are you currently developing or investigating any ways to help protect and defend our public lands beyond this hunt right now? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll get into that certainly here in just a second. And I do recall Godolkin's question. I think it was, "Am I looking for any other treasures in the Southwest?" And the answer to that is yes. I mean, maybe slightly obtuse in how I'm approaching it, but I think I had mentioned it in one interview. I'm working on a mobile Doppler radar system that is mountable on a vehicle, and my hope is that I can use it across the Southwest in the evenings to help detect bat colonies as they depart their caves or other structures in the evening that might hopefully lead to the exploration or identity of previously unknown cave systems. If you use or if you look at the larger Doppler radar systems in the U.S., you can actually see these anomalies that occur in the evening, and it's very large bat colonies as they leave the larger caves. My hope is that you can do something at more of a macro level, a smaller level, so that you can find things that haven't been found yet. So whether or not that actually leads to treasure, I don't know. I had a wild idea a while back about using it on the outside the perimeter of the Victoria Peak area as a way to maybe find a connected cave system. That's always on my mind. Whether or not I'll actually deploy it in that context is TBD. Anyway, to your question, Shredley, about the public lands. Yeah, I don't know exactly where the space cut off, but yes, that is on my mind. And it's really right now a bit of a waiting game. I'm waiting to see how far things progress in that landscape. There's a few projects in particular that I'm keeping an eye on, and they're not necessarily tied to any locations of the treasure or anything like that. It's more just around awareness of public access and the destruction of some, I think, really important natural features and landscapes. So depending on how far that goes, I would be interested in launching some sort of awareness and or defense campaign, but time will tell. It's a little early to say at this point.
That's awesome, man. That's really cool. If we wanted to get involved, like your average hunter, your average person, your average citizen, how can we do that just from your own experience? Thanks.
Yeah, great question. That's definitely on my mind as well. I'm still mulling over a few strategies there, but I'd certainly make some very public announcements if it comes to that. I think, as the saying goes, you got to choose your battles wisely, and it's just I think a question of which hills I'm willing to die on. But there's some strong headwinds right now that are preventing some of these projects from continuing. But we'll keep an eye on them and see how things go. I appreciate the support.
Shane, go ahead and ask your question.
Two questions. Does the Angzar, is your logo inspired by that? And did someone figure out the two clues on the Netflix episode?
Yeah. First off, I hope you're having a good time along the adventure. It's a lot of miles traveled, so I hope it's mostly been positive. So yeah, I mean the Angzar symbol was I chose and modified it intentionally. I can say that. And then the Netflix clues. Yes, actually, the two that I mentioned at the Dylan book signing Q&A that I felt were pretty obvious have since been discussed multiple times. So I think most people are generally aware of them at this point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, okay, Gabriel, how about you?
Yes, hi, Justin. Thanks for picking me for to ask some questions. I guess maybe it's a more of a two-part, but
Just one
as we
question. I
know,
apologize. There's too many people
okay,
waiting, so please just your one question, please.
okay. So as Hope Surges is our first actionable clue. Does the first stanza lead us to the first actionable clue, solving the first stanza?
Yeah, thanks, Gabriel, for the question. Virtually every line in the poem is helpful. So just because the As Hope Surges is the first actionable clue doesn't mean people should discount the earlier lines in the poem. They are helpful context.
Kind of figured. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Okay,
Carol
thanks.
Ann, what about you?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Justin.
Hello, hello.
Hi. So my question is about return her face to find the place. Can you give us an idea, even if it's just a range, of how far her face is from the place?
Um, Interesting question. It's probably not as far as many people might think.
Okay, thank you.
That's
You're
huge.
welcome.
Okay. Coulter, how about you, friend?
Hi. Wrote the poem specifically so that AI couldn't solve it, but humans can. So, in what ways is the poem written to be interpreted by humans and not AI? Like, should we be looking for more metaphorically speaking instead of more literally?
It's a good question, and I think it's probably the right question to be asking. I know I mentioned before, just for people that don't know, the way I see it is creating a puzzle for an intellect that dwarfs our own is a paradox. And so whether or not I've succeeded in my task is TBD, but time will tell. But at its core, I really wanted to design something that embraces the core of what it means to be human. And there was an astronomical amount of thought that I put into that aspect of designing the treasure hunt. I don't think it's a good idea for me to divulge the tactics that I use, because I think that gives away too much, and in some ways can actually fuel the ability for AI to progress. So I'll have to punt on that, but I appreciate the question.
Got kicked off right when it was about to be your turn. Why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Yeah, thank you. And I don't know what I missed, but Justin, thank you so much for this. I think you've changed a lot of people's lives. It was a pleasure to meet you and Dylan at the Q&A. Both our grandfathers were born in 1918 and lived in and around Dylan. I had given you his old fishing pliers, if that rings a bell. But anyway, thank you, Justin.
I
My
remember that.
question, yeah. This has been a blast. I live in Montana, so I'm exploring areas that that I've never really gone into before, and it's amazing how much beauty's in our own states, and that's not just Montana. That's we haven't seen. But my question is, I think most of the folks here have been wondering about the bride, and I know you're going to punt on that. So I'm just going to ask. The one thing I haven't paid a lot of attention to, but a lot of people on Reddit and Discord and things have said is the clock times. Is there anything, any hint you can give us that when you're setting the clock, was that actually intentional or not?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question, and I remember meeting you very well. Your gift sits in
Awesome.
a prominent location in my home now. I really thank you for that. It was a super super thoughtful gift.
Thank you,
Um,
Justin.
yeah, well, thank you. Yeah. Uh, so your question, the the clock times. I, I think at this point it's pretty clear to people that the clock was very prominent, and there were various times shown, and they do have some meaning. To my uncertain knowledge, no one has figured out what they mean yet, um, but I like to think that people are getting close. That's about all I can say about it.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Justin.
Ah, you're welcome.
Okay,
Hey,
Kuma.
one
Oh, go
quick
ahead.
reminder. I'm gonna start being. I'm sorry. I just want to be fair to everybody. We have so many people waiting to talk, and I want to give everyone that opportunity. So if you're on stage and your hand's not raised, I'm going to remove you because I can't always tell who spoke last. So if you after you speak, please kindly remove yourself as a speaker. If I see you up here without your hand up, then I'm going to remove you. So please put your hand up. Thank you. Go ahead, Emma.
Okay, Kuma. It's all you, friend.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Justin, for putting on this hunt. I did have a question that's been discussed in the chat on 3 items that are in the Netflix series as to what exactly they are. We have a copper canister that's in your horn room behind your elbow. There's a debate on whether it's an urn, a humidor, or something different. There's also the sticks that are on the same desk in that room that look like bamboo, that are metal tipped, that look to be either a collapsible fishing rod, walking stick, or a combination, or neither. And lastly, the small circular container that's on the large desk for you page through Forrest Fenn's book. It contains sliced shells, and we were wondering if there's also bones, like rattlesnake skull in there, or if those are all shells. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, Kuma. Thanks for the questions. Nice to hear from you. So the first one, yes, it's a humidor. For the second one, I haven't specified exactly what those are, and for the third, the vast majority are shells. It's possible that there might be some small bone fragments in there, but if there are, it would be in the minority, and that would not be intentional. Actually, that would be a little strange. So no, it's meant to be shells. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. At the end, would you be willing to go ahead and recap some of the questions you did not want to answer in a smaller platform now that you have a larger platform? And then that's just at the end for everybody. Thank you so much for coming on and doing this for us.
Yeah,
And thank you,
definitely.
Tyler.
Yeah, I think that there's some sort of transcription that'll be available later, so that will give like the full list of questions that everybody's asked, and what was answered and what I chose not to answer. I know that there were a lot of questions submitted ahead of time. Tyler or Emma, I think
Yes.
it might be
What do you think we
appropriate at
should?
some point to like maybe pause and go through some of those. I haven't vetted them, so I want to avoid the whole. I think somewhat conspiracy theory that
Don't you
develops
do it. Don't
after
you
going
do
through
it.
these. Uh, you know, I haven't vetted any of these. I have read over the list, but I haven't made any modifications to them, and I read them very quickly because it's been a busy day. So there are no questions that I've said I do not want to answer that.
Hi, Justin. Thanks for doing this.
Hello. Yeah, absolutely.
You said that your map will help guide us. I was just wondering if you would specify which map would help more, the map in the book and the one on the website, and if it helps guide us just with the land area or through the poem itself.
Yep, good questions. I think that the map that is displayed on the website is higher resolution and quality, and you're able to zoom in better. So it's probably just generally more useful. I did want to make sure that people that might not have internet access and might just have a physical copy of the book, that they could have a similar experience. So that's why the map is in two places. And I won't provide a heck of a lot of clarity here, but one of the ways that the map may be useful is as you're reading the book and I mention a location, I tried to call out the vast majority, if not all of those locations on the map itself. So it's just kind of an easy way for you to get some context to understand what region we're talking about and the general surrounding area. But I think that's all the clarity I'm willing to provide right now. But thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, MXWX, it's all you, friend.
Yes, hi, Justin. Here's my question. Is the treasure located in a different county or state as the location of the double arcs on Granite Bold? And also, did you leave man-made items that searchers can collect?
That's a good questions. I'm not willing to provide any further clarity on that at this point, but I'll consider each of those for the future.
Okay, can I ask one more? Do you have to cross a river or creek to get to the final location?
I have not specified.
Ah, all right. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, David, what do you got for us, friend?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. Justin, thank you very much for doing this segment. One of the biggest questions that I have is when it came to Forest Fence Treasure, one of the things that kind of seemed to irk you was that the people could waste a lot of time searching in a whole lot of different states, and you said that you didn't want to have that. So my question is using the poem, the book, and the series, is will that lead you to from home, will that lead you to an exact location to retrieve the treasure versus, a general area to go search and possibly waste your vacation days, as you have mentioned in the past?
Yeah, thanks for the question, David. Maybe a slight misunderstanding in terms of what I tried to convey through the book. For me, any day that I was out in the wilderness was not a wasted day. And I think like the comment that I had in my FAQs around wasting more vacation days, it's a balance, right? I will say that going out and being in the areas that I've intended for you to be in are are a vital part of the treasure hunt. You will not solve this in its complete entirety from home. It's not possible. But there is a significant portion that can be solved at home that will give you a base level of confidence for you to go and check it out. And so that's the balance for me is I I want people to explore and get out and about, and I think that's an important part of the design of the treasure hunt. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think if it's a situation where and I'm not saying this is you, David, to be clear, but if there's a situation where somebody's going out repeatedly and they feel like, oh my gosh, I'm wasting all these vacation days. That is definitely not the intention. It really is about getting people out and about and to see places that they might not otherwise see or experience. And I think that is the opposite of a waste. Anyway, I hope that maybe provides a little clarity.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Justin. Emma, Tyler, thank you so much for holding this.
Of course. Okay, KK, you're up. I know you.
Hi, Emma. Justin, I just wanted to say thank you for doing the hunt, and I really appreciate all the questions you were already able to answer tonight, and just the clarity you've already provided on some things. And my question has to do with one of the well, it was kind of an answer you gave in Dylan at the book signing that, to the best of your knowledge, nobody had solved the cipher, and only one person had solved the technical clue at that point. And I was wondering if you know, based on lots of things that have been presented on YouTube videos, if anyone has solved the cipher or if anyone else has solved the technical clue. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. To my uncertain knowledge, no one has solved the cipher, and only one person in the world has solved the technical clue, and that person did not, at least at the time, did not reside in the United States.
Thank you so
Wow.
much.
Okay, I've got a couple great questions on this list that was compiled from all three of the, or actually, I think it was multiple discords. I do know that it came from Calazars, it came from us, Mysterious Writings, but there's a couple here. Let's just grab a couple and then we'll grab some more hands. Does that work?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Okay. Were quote unquote some people in your recent post about 200 footers actually searchers?
Oh, the 200. I haven't specified. I think my statement stands as is. Yeah.
Purple. Perfect. Okay. Uh, is the checkpoint the same location you figure out where the treasure is?
I haven't. I'm not going to provide any more clarity on that one yet either. Sorry.
Okay, this one's kind of interesting. Are there additional books as seen in the documentary or mentioned in Beyond the Map's Edge that will help us in our search?
Oh, interesting. Yes, there are. I'm not going to mention the specific titles, but yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Okay, perfect. What about this one? When did your treasure location start to hold significance? As a young person, during the chase, or during another era of your life?
Oh boy, I think if I nail that down, it might give away more than I'm willing to give away. But it's a place that is important to me, and it's a place that I've known about for quite some time.
Okay, two more. Let's try. Would a metal detector be helpful?
Huh. Oh, probably not. No, probably not.
Okay. Do you have last one and then we'll go back to hands. Do you have any advice on the what searchers should do differently?
Boy, I mean, it's just such a wide range of approaches that people are taking to the poem, which I appreciate. I think that is part of it, is just the creativity that it sparks. Uh, I think that maybe some people might be focusing too much on, like, for instance, oh my gosh, do I have to pay or not? Now, I mean, I understand if you're, in a financial situation where that might hinder your ability to search certain areas. But I think most of the places in the U.S., like, the fees are low enough where it's not a complete barrier of entry. But I guess what I'm getting at is I think maybe there's an overemphasis on things like that as opposed to just focusing on solving the poem itself.
Sure, that's all very fair. Okay, Gabriel, it's your. Oh, wait, I think you've already asked a question before, friend. Let's go on to Leslie.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Emma, for taking my question. It's actually not my question, it's my son's. He wants to know the poem and the book are called Beyond the Map's Edge. And you have said, Justin, that the treasure is hidden within the map you've provided for us, not beyond the edge of it. Is there a secondary map you are referring to that the treasure is hidden beyond, or is it beyond the map's edge, more of a metaphor or state of mind, or something in these forms?
Yep. Thanks to your son for the question. Yeah, I think all of those statements are correct. There is no secondary map. The treasure is hidden within the boundaries that are in the map that I publish. You don't need a map that covers a larger space in order to find the treasure, and the treasure is definitely hidden within that the bounds of that map.
For sure. Okay, Pro, it's all you, friend.
Hey Justin. Hey, I just got a quick question for you. So one of the differences in the audiobook, I'm just gonna read it off real quick. It says, "You taught me the difference between reality and fantasy isn't a wall; it's a map waiting to be drawn." To your knowledge, has anyone drawn that specific map? Um, Basically, yeah, that's my question.
Yeah. Hey, your voice sounds really familiar. I feel like I met you
Yeah,
before.
you've met me before.
Oh my gosh, it is who I think it is. Yeah. Well, good to hear from you again.
Yeah, nice to hear from you too, man.
I'm Yeah, I'm terrible at remembering names, but I guess I have a bit of a knack of remembering voices, and yours is distinct enough. So, nice to hear from you again. Yeah, interesting question. I don't. I'm struggling with how to answer this the way I want to. Just give me 1 second here to formulate this. Eh, I mean, I guess the short answer would be no. I don't think anybody has done that.
Okay.
Hey everyone, thank you. Justin, I just wanted to say I've thoroughly enjoyed your book, learning about all your adventures. I am definitely fresh and new in the treasure hunting community. I too have endured some tremendous loss and have had 3 shoulder surgeries this past year. So I've spent the past few months just diving into this treasure hunt. Before I started this adventure, I pretty much lost my hope in living life, just merely surviving. I turn 47 tomorrow, and through your stories and the awesome group of people in the treasure community, my hope has now come alive. So I'm treating myself to a trip out west as soon as I get back on my feet and back to work. So I'm not sure if the treasure will be found by then, but is there any advice you can give a newbie as myself getting prepared?
Yeah, Felicia, thank you so much for the words there. This has actually been a common theme with many people that I've talked to, in the sense that they, at its core, just had lost any notion of hope. And I think that's been the most heartening part of this whole experience, is to hear that it has changed people for the better and given them something to look forward to. So I'm really pleased to hear that, and I'm sorry you've had so many shoulder surgeries. That's intense. My mom had one earlier this year, or last year, but she's finally on the stage to recovery. So it can be an intense experience. But yeah, as a new treasure hunter, it's really cool that you're making the trip out west. Congratulations. Um, I think one of the things that I've found with just myself searching for the forest fen treasure, and other people that have been searching for the treasure I've hidden, is that I think sometimes people have a strong solution, and a high degree of certainty that there is this one singular location that is correct. And when they get there, for whatever reason, it's not, or they can't find the treasure. And then, they've got, say, 3 or 4 more days or however many booked, and they're like, well, now what do I do? Um, I think it's always good to have multiple solutions that you want to explore in a general area that you're going to, so that you don't end up in a position where you kind of put all your eggs in one basket and it doesn't pan out, and then you're kind of scrambling with what to do next. I've heard stories of people, well, I sat in the hotel room for the next 2 days, trying to figure out where to go. Oh gosh, I hope especially for people that take vacation days, do that sort of research ahead of time so that you have a better experience. And beyond that, I think probably reviewing the safety page on the website. There's a lot of good information there. I'm not familiar with your level of experience in the great outdoors, especially in the American West, but it's good to review that stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, first off, thank you so much, Justin, for doing this. And I'm trying to work through just like anxiety of like speaking in front of all these people and especially to you specifically. But I have a two-parter. Basically, I'm sure a lot of us are kind of tuned into the changes, especially the subtle changes in your audiobook. Um, I was wondering if you do intend on releasing some sort of errata for the, if I'm pronouncing that right, for the audiobook. And the second part of that question is, are you more of a socks or bare feet kind of guy? That's all. Thank you.
Hi, Rose. Good to hear from you. I'm glad you got your foot in the door to have a word here. So yeah, for the errata and the audiobook, yeah, I probably should put something out to clarify that, and I'm glad you brought it up. So I'll do that in the coming days. As for my my foot apparel preferences, my gosh, I suppose that depends on the situation. So yeah, I guess mostly around the house I'm barefoot. How's that?
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, J Law, it's your turn.
Good evening, Justin, and thanks for putting on the hunt. My question is, you've mentioned that solving all the clues in the poem would lead a searcher to an X marks a spot or an exact location. How large of an X would that be? Like 5 foot by 5 foot, 50 foot by 50 foot, or like a football field?
If you've solved everything that the poem has to offer, you you will have an exact location. You won't. I mean, my gosh, football field. No, that. I mean, even the size of the average American kitchen would be a little bit on the large side. No, you're looking at a targeted area.
Thank you.
Okay, Timothy, you've been waiting so patiently. Go for it, friend.
At your Dylan book signing, you mentioned that you were trying to bring awareness to public lands and bring more awareness there. I'm pulling up my question. Hold on. What is it about that public land you're trying to bring awareness to? The use of it, the loss of it, the development, the maintenance, the history of the area, or do you have some sort of personal experience or attachment to the personal or to the public land use?
Yeah, great questions. I mean, I think it's probably a little bit of all of those things. I think what we've generally found, at least in the United States, is that once land becomes private, especially after development occurs, the potential for it to become public again is severely reduced.
Mm-hmm.
And additionally, there's the concept of landlocked public land, where especially up in the certain parts of the northern states, there are cases where wealthy people will buy up private land that, in effect, surrounds a space of public land where the general public can no longer get access. So on paper, it's public, but for all practical purposes, it's private. And those types of things do continue to occur. And I think that's the root of what is concerning. I think if that trend continues, just the sheer volume of land that will be accessible to the general public will be drastically reduced. And that's something that I would rather not see happen. And I'm hoping I'm not alone there.
Awesome. Okay, BW.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you may or may not answer this. Okay. So in the Q&A, the bride question was like really convoluted. Like, is the bride alive? You said, yeah. Then is the bride live? And it got really like discombobulated. Is there any way to clarify that?
Yes, I
If
think
you
that.
know what I mean.
Yeah, good question. My the main intent that I wanted to clarify in that session, and I probably didn't do the best job in answering it, and that is, I don't want someone to get the impression that the bride is a person that is alive today that you can interact with. That is not the case. What I'm trying to prevent is people, on maybe more unscrupulous people, treasure hunters, hassling people that are alive and well right now. So that was the main point of the comment I made, or just the intent was to prevent people that are alive right now from being hassled. But that's about all the clarity I'll provide.
Oh, could I ask you one more little thing?
Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you were in Moab, and I'm an off-roader, and I see that you have beadlocks on your Instagram. So are you still an avid, or were you ever an avid actual off-roader, or just an overlander?
Oh, really? That's a good observation you made. Yeah, those were trail-ready beadlocks. Fun story about beadlocks. Most of the tire shops in the U.S. will not touch them, so you have to do
Yes.
everything yourself.
I'm on
There
42s.
you go. Wow. Well, bravo. You're braver than me. So, there was a time where I was doing some, I guess most people would say, some pretty legitimate off-roading. Moab Rim Trail was pretty legit for a full-size truck. And yeah, I mean, there were many times where I took the truck to places where, to my uncertain knowledge, maybe a full-size truck had never been.
Yeah, because those are maybe 38s, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that particular photo you're referring to, those were 37s, but I ended up with 40s after that. So,
Oh, good.
it's a slippery
You
slope,
upgraded.
But yeah, the reason I ended up with beadlocks is I had a really unfortunate experience one time where I lost the bead off a tire in a really remote region twice in one day, and it's just one of those
Oh,
things where
no.
it's just, yeah, it'll ruin your day. So,
Oh, yeah.
better safe than sorry was the mantra after that. But yeah, for a while I was really into more legitimate off-roading. Before that, it was more overlanding, and I feel like maybe I've gotten a little bit of that out of my system. Like I've done, just by my standards anyway, some pretty challenging trails and had a lot of fun experiences. But I sold the truck, and I sold it. I guess it's been maybe a year or more now. The reason I sold the truck is because um, well, every time I got inside, I just see that dog sitting next to me.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that anymore. So anyway, I sold it, and I'm really, I think it's a great owner. It's actually somebody who was part of the Netflix crew, and they're making great use of it. So it went to a good home.
Oh, that's good.
Also, Tim, you've waited a long time. Thank you for your patience.
So the two stanzas, you said that they had been solved. Were you talking about the first stanza, or were you talking about the second stanza where hope surges clear and bright?
Certainly the first stanza.
Okay.
Let me think for a moment here. I want to make sure I'm accurate.
Wisdom waits in shadowed sight is the first stanza.
Yeah.
As hope surges bright is into our second stanza. Were you referring to that one or to the first one?
So the first stanza, I think, has by far and large, at least a large portion of that, been solved. For the second stanza, uh, at least half of it has been solved.
Okay, that's good. So you spent your winter or your summer up in the Dillon area. Where are you spending your winter?
I travel a lot. It's actually going to be a lot of work-related travel, so I'll kind of be all over the place, anywhere from California to Washington to Oregon to Nevada to Arizona and New Mexico, and Texas. So
All
all over
around
the
there.
place. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks, Justin, for your time. I was curious, on the map on the website, the locations that are specifically called out, do those have any significance on where the treasure could be located?
Oh man, sorry, my audio cut out very slightly. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just asking the map that's on the website, the specific locations that are called out that are listed. Do those have any significance to possibly a hint or clue to where the treasure is located or area?
I don't think I'll clarify, but what I will say is the map is generally useful. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Fantastic. Okay. Meet the halo.
As you're kind of posy peering into our activities and shenanigans here, um, you've mentioned there's a lead searcher. How do you think this lead searcher is doing? Do you think this person's knocking on the door?
Interesting. I mean, my memory might be a little fuzzy, but I don't recall ever using that terminology. I know Forrest Fenn might have at some point, but I don't know if that there's really a lead searcher per se, but I think that there's maybe categorically a certain line of thinking where the people that are in that camp are probably making more tangible progress than others.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, Kimberly W.
Question. I just want to say that confirmation bias is real for sure. I feel
Oh,
like I'm
I know.
hallucinating. I'm in the tech world, and I think you saw my profile, but I work for AWS and definitely feeling the energy around confirmation bias. But so I would just say so in your book, you and Taylor slash Tyler chased the poem into Canada, across borders, and even into the water. And you guys framed it more like a cautionary tale. But it made me wonder when you designed your poem, did you intend for the clues to be followed in one contained area, meaning boots on the ground, almost like a walkthrough where you're there? Or are there more separate geographic hints that a person might piece together from the maps? Or is it a hybrid where maybe the poem guides you into a location on the map, but then you still need to be there physically to solve? And I know you're going to say a hybrid because I know you. And in that design, is the whole solve contained within one compact area rather than a stretched across multiple states?
Yeah, great questions, and I don't know
It's
whether
one
to.
question. It's one question, Justin.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Is that what we're calling that? Of course. Go on, Justin.
it was it's probably not very Amazonian in terms of our writing style, but okay.
Well,
I'll take it.
I don't know whether to send my compliments or condolences to you in the AWS group. It really depends on what you do there. But thank you for your service, I think. Um, yeah, wow, that was a kind of a tricky question. You know,
Well,
I don't.
so can I just kind of sum it up in like an
Sure,
easier
yeah,
way to
yeah,
look at it? Sort of,
yeah.
if you look at the poem, could you literally stand in a 50-mile by 50-mile radius and walk that area and be able to hit on all the clues within the poem? Or is this a kind of situation where somebody's sitting there and goes, oh, gee, what clue number one is in this state and clue number two is in this state, and oh gee, I need to land on this state to be in the checkpoint, and maybe I should go boots on the ground in there. And let me give you a little context. Like my significant other fiance, he has spent probably over 150 days on the ground in probably 8 states, eight to 10 different trips. So it's been like this has been a huge part of our life. So I this is like kind of a big thing because I think it's one way, he thinks it's another way. So answering this question would be huge.
Yeah, totally get it. Thanks for the question. It's cool that you guys are getting out and about. That's really what it's all about. So I think,
Not me. I'm the behind the computer screen person.
okay, well,
And
you're the support, which is
he's the boots
just
on the
as
ground
important, if not more
side.
important.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that's great. I think the answer to that is a part of the mystery and the puzzle. So I'm not going to provide too much clarity there. But I think, hmm, I think, how should I phrase this? Boy,
Good
uh,
luck.
there's some great movies out there to watch. Uh, I'm a huge fan of Indiana Jones. I think that's probably a cool movie or series, especially the originals, to watch. And I'm also a huge fan of National Treasure. I think that'd be a fun movie to watch. But beyond that, no, I don't think I'm going to provide any clarity right now. But thank you.
You know, I even asked ChatGPT, I said, what if he says the hybrid approach? What do we ask him?
Okay, here we
But
go.
thank
Thank you
you,
for your
Justin.
question.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, Pectorphin Inc. What do you got for us?
It, first of all, thank you for taking my question. It's Terrapin.
Oh,
I know
so
everybody
sorry.
gets it wrong. Everybody gets it wrong.
I should have known for pterodactyls. It's my fault. I apologize.
So, my question is, Justin, you have mentioned that it took 4 trips from the car. You have also mentioned loosely that it's 1 mile, approximately hiking less than a mile to figure out where the treasure is at. May I ask, if I park the car and I believe I know where the treasure is from the car or vehicle, we can say vehicle, am I hiking less than a mile or more than a mile to the treasure?
Yeah. Yes, you may ask the question. uh, I don't want to narrow it down quite that much, but let me just say you're not going to be hiking any great distance. Like this is not, oh my gosh, I'm going dozens of miles into the wilderness or some, multi-night trek or anything like that. I had a broken tibia, so it's not going to be an intense situation or anything like that. That's about all I'll say.
That speaks to my soul. Thank you. I appreciate that. Intense multi-night trips are not up my alley.
That's good. Yeah.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are you creeping? What do you got?
Hey there. Long time listener, first time caller. um, just stupid quick. Thank you so much. I'm stuck at home, but this has been super fun for my brain to do. So thank you. My question is kind of random, I guess, but I'm wondering, Justin, if you can say, like, what was your actual degree when you went to the University of Arizona, and were you in a fraternity or anything like that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Uh, I studied computer science. I did not graduate. I
Ah,
left my junior year, and no, I
like
was
most
not.
geniuses.
Yeah, right. Hardly, no, but I was not part of any fraternal organizations. No. Well, I should say I was not part of any college fraternal organizations.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of what I was getting after. I appreciate your answer.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go ahead, Leonard. I almost called you Leonardo. Please forgive me.
All right. Thanks, Justin, for the awesome treasure hunt. And I'm going to hit again on your double arcs in granite bold. They are 2 arrow-shaped rocks that you dug a hole between. And Emma, would you like to document my family's adventures this weekend?
Are you going to be off of Charleston?
Pardon, where?
I'm going to be off. I will be literally on an island searching for treasure in Charleston, South Carolina. Or I would,
Oh,
of course, document all
well,
of your family stuff.
yeah. No, we're not going to be out there, but we'll be over along the byway, about
Oh my gosh. Well,
8
maybe
miles
next time
off
I'm
of it.
around. Maybe next time I'm around, I'm always in to help you out.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Dustin Savage.
Hi, I'm here. I got a question, and well, I got a couple, but I'll keep it down to one. Um, when you were out boots on the ground and you had an area that seemed really strong on the fin hunt, that kind of just kept hitting all the boxes, kind of, but you couldn't put it together. How would you stand back and reapproach that?
Yeah, good question. I think I'm what I categorize as a fickle searcher. I get out to a spot and I'd be very excited initially, and I may or may not have been more excited as I went along. But ultimately, it's like how much time do you invest in an area? And I think it was like I tried to break it down like a cost benefit equation. Like, here's all the potential locations that I have. Here's the data that I have to help rank them in some sort of priority order. And then uh, how much time am I willing to allot to each of these? Because at some point, it might just reach a point of, I guess, diminishing returns where uh, I might have more value or cost benefit to giving my time to an area that I had not explored enough yet. And so I tried to go about it somewhat, somewhat logically, maybe a little of a Bayesian statistics applied, but um, if I got to a point where I felt like fervor or even a twinge of frustration, that was always a cue to me that it's like I gotta step back. Now, uh, after the treasure was found, and I think, at least in my mind, there was a more defined area where it was hidden. That was a much more acute focus for an extended period of time, and it certainly reached the heights of fervor. But I think that was kind of a slightly different situation. But anyway, I hope that helps. I'm not saying my way was correct. It's just what I did.
Thank you. That is good information to know.
Nice meeting you up in Grasshopper in Boston. You can probably recognize the accent.
Oh yes,
Uh,
Danish. Yes, very well. Yes.
so my question is, at the Dylan Q&A, someone asked the wrong question. Are you willing to answer the right question and provide the distance from the first actionable clue to the treasure?
Oh wow, that's an insightful question. Whew, I think it's probably the best use of time for someone uh, to formulate the right question to ask. And I think just by virtue of going through the process of formulating that question, you might find the answer.
All right. Well, thanks. The B-24 Liberator's cool plane. Is there any connection to the cipher? And that's the last one. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. The B-24s. No, there's no correlation.
Oh, wow, that was definitive. That was very definitive, sir. Okay, Wes Johnson, what do you got for us?
So, Justin, is double arcs not something you'll see, but a directional bearing?
Oh.
Interesting. I think I'm going to have to punt on that one. I don't want to give too much away, but good question. Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel bad. I know somebody like
Yeah.
wait around for a long time to ask a pointed question. I'm like, I'm not going to answer that. So I'm sorry in
Yes.
advance. Like, there's just some questions I'm not going to answer.
Okay, Katrina, go ahead. I think you've waited for a minute too. I can't tell if you've waited or you came down and came back up, so go for it.
Yeah, somehow the hand got undone. But anyway, being from the Southwest, Justin, and I know you love history, is there, and then also the Native American story you told in the book about being in class, is there a certain Native American tribe that you're more enthused by?
Oh man. I mean, I think there's a number of tribes that are interesting. Anywhere from the Hopewell tribe to the Apaches, the Shoshone, um, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a few. But uh, I just think Native American history in general is, I think, to a large degree underappreciated. But I I don't think I have like one in particular that sits far above the others. If that answers your question.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, Travis, what do you got for us?
Yay. Thank you, Tyler, Justin. Appreciate you having me here. And Emma, you are truly amazing. I love you.
Oh, you are so sweet.
This question is about Tyler to Justin. In the book, in The Dubious Decision, there's a part of a paragraph that says, in the end, Taylor was more than a plot point. He was an implausible narrative. He was the whole unbelievable story. Justin, could you please elaborate how your friend Tyler was the most unbelievable part of this story?
Sure, yeah. um, Tyler had quite the adventure up there. I'm sure he would be happy to elaborate on everything that happened. What the story that I presented was a condensed version of events, mainly because I just didn't want the book getting too long, and I had to make a lot of hard decisions. Uh, but I think in some ways it was meant to be a bit of a cautionary tale, and yeah, I mean, I think him being the plot point was maybe a little bit of a play on words, if you will. But I didn't mean to infer anything super deep with that beyond surface value. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And thank you for loving me. You're so sweet. Okay, the anxious, it's your turn.
Okay, real quick, are there any anagrams in the poem? And if you read science fiction, who's your favorite author?
Oh boy, might need to think about this one for a minute.
I was gonna say, be careful how you answer this.
Yeah.
Could be very divisive.
There's a lot of choices. I mean, it's really hard to beat Isaac Asimov. I mean, I mean, there's so many books that he's written over the years. I think it's Isaac. Yeah.
Okay, any anagrams in the poem?
I haven't specified. Yeah.
Dang it.
I
Sorry.
like how he tried to re-ask to get.
Well, it's great to be the favorite, so I'm so happy to be able to ask the question here. I'm gonna love that. Justin, regarding the second jar in your treasure, regarding the letter, does it have an association with Force Finn?
It's possible that I mentioned him in the letter more to establish some of my intentions for hiding the treasure, but it's not the main theme by any means. I think people could argue that there are some parallels there, though.
Thank you for all you do, man.
Thanks, Jam. Great to hear from you.
You were told not to say thank you. Andrea Tate, your turn.
Justin, have you put out on social media more plain insight clues or hints since the QA, like your signature in the book?
There, on occasion, it is hard for me to contain myself. So, I might have mentioned some obtuse things here and there, but nothing of super substance. Anything that is like concrete or helpful, I make sure is on the website.
Hello. So someone already asked my question, so I have another one. During filming, what did you replace Cynthia's toilet paper with?
Oh, just you can't. Practical jokes are just sometimes too hard to resist. It's actually just one of those gag toilet paper rolls where you can't find the end. I've actually deployed that gift or a gag a few times in my life, and it never disappoints. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It was pretty lowbrow, but I thought it was just hilarious. What can I say?
Thank you. Very nice. I'm ordering one now.
Okay, Ryan, what do you have for us?
Before I ask, has the number 27 already been asked about?
I have not heard any questions about the number 27, only 42 in relation to multiple things, including lost and many different options, but 27 is safe.
Okay, Justin, is the number 27 relevant to any aspect of the treasure hunt? I'll keep it simple.
Maybe.
Come on, dude.
He'll keep his answer very simple as well. That was just helpful. Okay, stuck in Chaselandia.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time, Justin. My question is regarding the location where you figure out where the treasure is at. Once you figure it out, is it more practical to hike to the treasure, or can you drive to a closer spot to retrieve it?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I think that's an obtuse way of asking a couple of the questions that were posed earlier. I'll have to punt on that one for now, but I
No,
appreciate the
all right.
question.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. BH, what do you got?
Yeah, just real quick. I'm not sure if anybody answered it. I got in late from work, but anyways, thank you. And is there any facet of using X-ray vision to figure out where the treasure is?
Yeah. There's actually been a number of people that I think have had that, I guess, line of thinking. The only thing that I'll stress here is that you don't need any specialized equipment to find the treasure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Portal, go for it.
Hello, thanks for bringing me up here. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Justin. BH actually just pretty much asked the same question I was going to ask. Can you find the treasure with two hands and two legs, basically? But aside from that, I just wanted to say I have been or had been casually searching for forest treasure since 2014, and obviously it was super exciting when someone eventually found that. I hadn't given it much thought for a few years, and so when the Netflix thing came out, it was just a good flood of very good memories and things like that. And the fact that you're doing this whole thing now is exhilarating, and just happy to kind of get that energy back. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you're along for the adventure. It's super cool, especially for folks that have been involved in the prior treasure hunt, like Forrest Fenn's. Like, hey, to me it was, and I don't think I'm alone. Like when that treasure hunt ended, it felt like almost like a death, and it was. Oh, there was a big depressing element to it. Now I'm certainly not trying to say that what I've created holds a candle to anything that Forrest did. His was the unique experience of a lifetime. But I'm thankful that people are getting out and having fun with what's going on now.
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely. Looking forward to it. Coming out of West Virginia, headed out west. Thanks, guys.
Right on. Enjoy.
Oh. Okay, King of the.
Hey, so I have typed so many things in at the end of your website's URL, and I was curious if I'm just wasting my time.
Oh boy. You mean like extensions to the URL, like
Yeah.
extra paths or query parameters? Yeah. Um, I don't think it's worthwhile to just type in random things. No, I think that would largely be a waste of time. But I mean, if there was, I'm not saying whether or not the website has any ability to. Actually, it's probably for the best that I just eliminate that. Yeah, there's no need for you to type in special path parameters or query parameters. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Thank you.
Well, you just gave me my Saturday afternoons back. I do it all the time.
I try.
Hey, real quick, everybody.
Okay.
If you're on
No.
stage and your hand's not raised, we're going to remove you as a speaker. You must raise your hand or you will not be called on. You have to push the heart.
Hi. Two questions. Hopefully, I have enough time. But with the 4 trips you took to hide the treasure, Justin, were those trips all taken during one day, sunup AM to sundown PM, or within a consecutive 12-hour period?
Yeah, good question. I don't think I want to give away too much there. But I appreciate the question. I hope you haven't been waiting a long time to ask that, but I don't want to provide much more clarity on that right now.
The real TR.
Justin, I've done 3 boots on the ground trips, and each one was truly spectacular. Is the location of the checkpoint somewhere you discovered while hunting for Fenn's treasure?
Yeah, I think that's a little similar to a question that's asked earlier, but I do realize the distinction. Uh, it's in an area that is meaningful to me, but it's I don't think I want to provide any clarity. It's a spot that I've known for for quite some time.
Go ahead, Jackson 1970.
My question is about the man-made structures. Are you willing to give some more insight on that? It's kind of vague. There's been a lot of questions about what is man-made and what isn't man-made. Are you willing to clarify a little better as to the man-made structure scenario?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the rules and the guidelines on the website are always going to reflect the most up to date information. And I think as time goes on, I do reserve the right to clarify things or phrase it a little bit differently. And it's not meant to throw people off. It's really meant to provide more clarity. I know that sometimes by virtue of trying to provide more clarity, I think it just causes more confusion. So I'm trying to be very cautious about how I approach that these days. But if I recall correctly, on the website it says man-made buildings, and that is a distinction from a structure. So a good example would be, railroad tracks are something that are clearly man-made, but I don't necessarily call that a structure. I would call that a structure, but I would not call that a building. A building would be something that you could enter inside that may or may not be like dilapidated, for instance, or have holes in it or whatever. But I think that is the main distinction between structure and building. And the reason I clarified from structure to building is I could see a scenario where people could quibble later on about one of the hints, at least one of the hints being in the poem, being somewhat related to something that is man-made. And I don't know if I go so far as to call it a structure, but I could see the reasoning why somebody could call it a structure. And that's why I clarified to just say man-made buildings, so that it's there's no quibbling later on. That's may or may not be the answer you wanted, but that's what I got.
No, that was perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Awesome. Okay, Billie Jean, what do you got for us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Justin, in your book, you said that participants must be 18 or older to participate. Could you clarify what you mean exactly on that? Are you talking about solves or boots on the ground or both? And thank you
Yeah,
for your time.
I'm really glad you asked that question. In a perfect world, I would love to say it doesn't matter the age. Everybody can be a part of the adventure. But the unfortunate reality, especially here in the U.S., with our penchant for lawsuits and so forth, I did have to mention that, and that is for legal reasons more than anything else. I do want to stress that the treasure is not in a dangerous location. It's not in a location that would be dangerous for children, as far as I know. But there's as long as there's an 18-year-old or older person that can make claim of the treasure when it's been found, then that's fine. But for legal reasons, I do have to say that the treasure hunt is designed for 18-year-old and older participants.
Okay, John DeCellis.
Hey, thanks a lot. Justin, you hit a meteorite in the treasure. And I was just wondering if you'd be willing to speak on where you found that or if you found that at all. And if you did find it, where at in the United States did you find it?
Yeah, there is a meteorite in the treasure. It's a pretty good sized one. It was, validated as being authentic. I have not specified exactly where I found it, and that's a deliberate decision. Um, uh, I guess I just don't want to provide any more insight into the general area where it was found, but it is there for the taking for whoever finds the treasure. Sorry.
Oh, excellent. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for everything that you've done. I put boots on the ground, went to Santa Fe, ended up at the Ghost Ranch, which was an awesome time. Um, I just want to whiz by some things here, and in the great circle of life, Um, do you still think that there's only one person that knows the technical clue?
Yeah, I mean, I think to my uncertain knowledge, there's only one person that has solved the technical clue. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Ashley Power.
Hey, Justin, you mentioned you were under a time crunch to hide the treasure. Can you speak to why you had a time crunch, considering that the documentary didn't come out for 2 more years?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the documentary air date changed multiple times, and so at the time there was more pressure on me because there was a potential that it would have been released sooner than it did. Fun fact: one of the reasons why it was delayed is because the Meghan Markle show that came out, and they didn't want any competition between the two shows, so they chose to punt on the Golden Greed a little bit longer. Um, and there were a few other delays along the way. Uh, but yeah, it was mostly because at the time I believed that the documentary series was going to come out sooner than it did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Okay, speaker.
Hello, Justin. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, thanks a lot for this hunt and everything. I lost a family member like you did, and that really connects me to this. But I'll get straight to to my question. Is there a hint in the documentary to the distance of the treasure trail?
Sorry, I'm thinking. Could you repeat that one more time?
Is there a hint in the documentary to that alludes to the distance of the complete treasure trail?
Um, no, no, there's not.
Okay. Thank you. And hey, thank you
Yeah,
again
you're
for the
welcome.
hunt.
Thank you.
Smedley, it's your turn.
That's funny. Justin, yeah, so I'm curious what you can tell us about this gnarly Niven guy and maybe why you're so fascinated with him.
Oh, you're talking about the rancher from the book. I'm trying to recall which story that's in. Is that the Posey Land or it'll come to me. Yeah, um,
He's mentioned he's mentioned a number of times.
yeah, he's an interesting character. That's about all I can say. Oh, you're talking about the rancher from the book. I'm trying to recall which story that's in. Is that the Posey Land or it'll come to me. Yeah, um,
He's mentioned a number of times.
yeah, he's an interesting character. That's about all I can say. Posey.
You can tell us about this gnarly.
Gonna be teased relentlessly by my brother for this. It's not speaker, it's Smedley. Smedley, it's your turn.
That's funny. Justin, yeah, so I'm curious what you can tell us about this gnarly Niven guy and maybe why you're so fascinated with him.
Oh, you're talking about the rancher from the book. I'm trying to recall which story that's in. Is that the Posey Land or it'll come to me. Yeah, um,
He's mentioned a number of times.
yeah, he's an interesting character. That's about all I can say.
That's fair. Okay, Veronica, what about you?
Hi, Justin. Thank you for this treasure hunt. This has been fun. I have been between Montana, Wyoming, and Utah, and I was wondering from the beginning till the end of the poem, can you connect that almost like a indefinite, like shape of some sort that just continues on? Any certain shape can you make out of the route or the poem itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think by virtue of following the journey, it will inherently create some sort of shape. I mean, just based on where you're traveling from and so on. So Yeah, I mean, I think a shape will be created. I can't really say exactly what it will be, but yes, there will be some sort of shape.
Okay, Chrome. I thought you asked a question, but I'm not sure. Go for it.
In the spirit of asking the right question, is there any clue in the Netflix documentary that tells you about any segment of the treasure trail, not necessarily the complete treasure trail?
A segment. Ooh, interesting way to phrase that. Um, I think there are some illusions. Uh, um, they may or may not be obtuse in nature, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jill.
Emma, would I be able to say something?
I- I'm not sure. Who are you?
I haven't
Are you
spoken
Keaton?
before,
Oh,
but I
has your
was
hand been?
given
I'm sorry.
permissions. Oh, thank you very much. So, Justin, I know exactly where your treasure is hidden because you went and
Oh,
based it off
goodness.
of my alien alphabet, my preternatural alphabet. Can I tell you what that script is?
Well, I think maybe two comments. One is if you know exactly where it's at, you probably shouldn't be in here. You should probably just go get it. And the other is,
Well, how do you know I haven't?
go ahead.
How do you know I haven't?
Well, I would generally know.
Does this ring a bell to you? This is the script. 5 = 1, E = 2, T = 3, N = 4, R = 5, A = 6, H = 7, 8 = D, 9 = L, O = O, 10 = O, excuse me, 20 = G, 30 = M. Notice how the 30 turns into a 3, and then you have the M, which is like a sideways 3.
I.
Then you got the 4.
Mhm, mhm.
Right. You got the 4, which is P. It's kind of like a backwards P, if you think about it. Then the
Hey, Keaton.
5 is
Hey,
50.
Keaton. That's a
The
lot of numbers.
50
Nobody
is
can keep
I.
up with that. Nobody can keep up with that.
Well,
You
that's
would know
why I
by
guess
now,
you
I
don't
think.
deserve the treasure.
Oh,
What I can say is that those are interesting numbers. I can't confirm or deny, but I think if you have a solid lead, you should act on it.
All right. This is about to be coming to an end really quick.
Looking forward to it. Good luck to you.
good luck. Okay, Jill, your turn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello. Um, I my question is, I've noticed a handful of Beatles connections. That's the band. And with you referencing that Lewis Carroll line and coupling that with knowing that Lewis Carroll heavily influenced the Beatles with songwriting, album art, and themes, is there
All I heard is there, and then
I don't know how much you heard, but is there a Beatles connection to the hunt?
oh yeah, I think maybe somebody alluded to that at the Q&A as well. At this point, I'm not willing to shed any more light one way or the other, but I think those are interesting observations.
Thank you.
Yeah, so regarding the broken tibia, I was wondering, Justin, when you were hiding the treasure, were you past the boot wearing stage of your recovery?
Ah, boy, let me think about this. So, I mean, yes, I was. There were a number of restrictions on physical exertion, as I recall, but there was no boot at the point that I hid the treasure.
I was out at the Fort Bridger, Wyoming Mountain Man Rendezvous, and I came across something that's called a post sundial. Would you, at any point in your search, or could I, in my search, use the sundial to possibly find the vicinity of where I should be looking?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. That's not something I'm going to clarify, though, but sorry.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
perfect. Okay, Shannon, how about you?
Hi, I was wondering on in the book there is only a couple places where it's named Big Hole Valley and Big Hole River. Where the H is capitalized. If it's not, if the whole from the poem is not one of those, wouldn't that be a red herring?
Um, I so I have not placed any intentional red herrings. See, I mean, the thing about it is like you create a poem, and at its core, it is a form of obfuscation, right? I mean, otherwise, I just say, go here and get the treasure. So, there's clearly obfuscation going on throughout the poem, but in the book itself, and the best of my abilities, I haven't built in any red herrings to throw people off deliberately.
Okay. I thank you for the question.
Okay, perfect. Charlie.
A couple of your questions have or your answers have been disappointing. So I wanted to get some clarity. Can you explain what you mean by uncertain knowledge? Like, have you read everything you've ever been sent to inform your answers to questions?
Uh, so generally, I mean, there are certain cases in which email is not guaranteed delivery. So, for instance, a message may have been lost or undeliverable for whatever reason. Maybe somebody mistyped the email address. There's probably a plethora of situations where a message may not have made it to me. But if the message did make it to me in my inbox, whether that's Messenger, um, Instagram DM, email to support at treasure.quest or Justin at treasure.quest, in person, uh, any of those forums, or even snail mail, I have read it if I've received it, and all of the answers that I'm providing have that in mind.
Okay, thank you very much. Good answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, Remain.
Quick question is the checkpoint something that can be discovered by other means than boots on the ground?
I don't think I'll clarify to that degree, but I think I mentioned earlier, like there is an absolute requirement to be boots on the ground at some point. Like you are not going to solve the entirety of the treasure hunt from home, but there is
Absolutely.
a large portion that you can, a significant portion that you can solve at home as well. So there are kind of two components to this, but the checkpoint itself, I haven't specified.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I have been boots on the ground 4 times,
Awesome.
so
Yeah.
I definitely have been out there in places I never thought I would go. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, Dayland.
Hey, I just had a quick question about the technical clue. Um, when you said, sorry, let me formulate my thoughts real quick. Is it knowledge that you have to have inherently, or is it something that can be discovered from reading the book or the maybe other information that you put out there? Or do you have to inherently have that knowledge to understand the technical clue?
I mean, I think that there are certain backgrounds that might help you more quickly discover what the technical clue is, but it's not a necessity by any means. There are a number of ways where you could discover the technical clue with very little technical knowledge. So, really, yeah, I think a portion of it depends on your background. I thought long and hard about whether or not to even include this. It's not a super critical clue or anything like that. You can absolutely find the treasure without it. But I just, at the end of the day, couldn't help myself, and I thought it would be a fun thing to include. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, there is one person that has figured it out, and they had actually uh, uh, posted a message in a social media venue. And then I think it was actually really interesting to see because you could see the thought progression of that person as they continued to post. And at some point, it was very clear that they had discovered it. And then they went back and deleted those messages. So they did do a great job of cleaning up their tracks. But it's definitely out there for people to find. I think at this point, I'm slightly surprised that more people have not uncovered it, but I know this is only a matter of time. And it's one of those clues, or it's one of these situations where there's no way it's coincidental. Like when you find it, you'll say, "Oh, of course, this is it." So it's not like one of these situations where, oh, I'm not sure if this is the answer or not to the technical clue. You will know.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jessica, what do you got?
Hi, Justin. Can you hear
Yes, we
me?
can. Hello.
Thank you. Tyler, Emma, hi. So there are so many good questions. Oh my goodness. Okay. So excited. My question is, um, or do you collect any other specimens besides the meteorites? If so, can you name any of them?
Yeah, I I do have some other collections going on. I like to collect stamps. Yes, I am a nerd. I like to collect coins. What else? When I was a kid, I was really into collecting rubber stamps, actually, and erasers, unique erasers. I actually probably still have that collection somewhere, but I don't actively collect those things anymore. For a while, I was really into collecting. This is going to sound strange. Uh, I'm not a big what I call sports ball fan of most sports, but for whatever reason, I just started hoarding baseball cards. I honestly didn't even know the significance of many of the cards that I was collecting, but I just had this itch where I wanted to collect as many as I can. So I had tubs and tubs and tubs full of baseball cards, and I think I might still have them somewhere, probably out in the garage or something. And at this point, it's just kind of overwhelming to have to go through all of those. But I know I've got a few that I picked out and actually had slabbed or framed that were pretty significant. I was pretty excited about a retrospect. But I actually kind of feel bad even having them because I'm not a huge baseball fan, and I sometimes go out there and scratch my head why I still have them or why I collected them.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Thank you.
No,
Thanks
you're
for your
welcome.
time. Yep,
Yeah.
that's great.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Sorry, my
Yes,
Yeah.
we
phone.
can. Yep.
Oh, great. Hey, Justin, great to speak with you all, and thanks for doing this. I can't imagine how much time it takes to even go through all the emails you must receive. So I appreciate all your time that you're putting into this. My question's pretty straightforward. We previously had mentioned that there was obviously an optimal solve, and then most likely suboptimal or more difficult solves. Are you able to clarify how many potential solves are in existence as of today?
Oh my goodness, potential solves. That's I could probably gather some. I know I could gather some statistics on that, but it's an overwhelming amount, and it's kind of at its core. It starts with the way someone thinks or goes about thinking about the poem, and the book and the series, and then from there it just kind of branches or spiders out into so many different combinations. But certainly hundreds of thousands of potential solutions have been presented at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Hey guys,
Catherine. Oh, go
Catherine.
ahead,
Before
Catherine.
Catherine, just real quick, if you've already asked a question, politely please remove yourself from requests because we're not going to be taking follow-up questions at this time. We have 63 people waiting to ask a question. 63. It's an insane number. So let's try to get through them quickly. If I accidentally removed you, remember I'm looking for hands being raised. There is a little bit of glitchiness with the app. So if I accidentally removed you because I didn't see your hand raised. My husband, my son, and I met you out in Dellen. Can you tell me what footwear you were wearing when you hid the treasure?
Sure. I think it was. Huh, it's it's the same shoes that I was wearing when I was interviewed in the series. They're I'm trying to recall the brand, but they're um, sort of like a black slip-on shoe. In fact, I have them right here. Kizik's. They are Kizik's.
Physics. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
So,
You too.
so I don't know how to say this. Yiskanabton. I don't know what that is. Ysknabton.
Thank you very much. It's UNF from Discord. But my question is,
Oh.
Is there any secondary websites that contain clues that are attached to your website? That's all.
Are there any, sorry, are there any what attached to the website?
Are there any clues on the secondary websites that are linked on your website?
Secondary website.
So, like for example, like
Right.
there was big discussion about like the saddleback and stuff like that
Oh,
is what they're
yes, yes.
asking about. You might have heard of
Saw
this.
something about that. Yeah. I want to phrase this right. The anything that is linked through the website may ultimately contain something of importance. Uh, that being said, I just want to clarify: like Saddleback is a family-owned small business. Uh, I don't I don't want people calling them and trying to like beg them for hints or anything like that. The Saddleback website itself does not contain any hints. That is a separate entity. It is not part of the treasure hunt. The reason I chose to, one of the reasons why I chose to include the saddleback leather briefcase in the, or grandfather case in the series is that I thought it had kind of the right vibe that I was going for kind of an old world treasure hunt. And I've been a long time supporter of saddleback leather. I think Dave Munson, who owns it, is a fantastic guy. He does a lot of good in the world, and he makes really, really quality products. So I'm all for supporting small businesses that make great products, and especially American-based businesses. My, I fully, I hope everybody supports them, but no, there's nothing specifically on their website of Saddleback that is meant to be a clue.
Hey everyone. Thanks, Tyler and Ava, for hosting us. Thank you, Emma, for this wonderful community. And thank you, Justin. Good talking to you again.
Yeah, great to talk to you too. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I sometimes think about how thankful I am for all of the community and people you've introduced me to, because life ain't been no crystal stair, but I'm so thankful for the people you've introduced me to. Truly, they've been who I spend my days with.
Yeah, there's a set of distinctive voices, and I didn't even have to look at the name. I know who you are, and I just really appreciate all your positivity and support for the adventure. So thank you.
Thank you. I've been in the 24K rabbit hole that I call the Forest Fen Chase. And one of the questions I suppose I want to ask you uh, is, has your hunt given you any insight into the mindset of big picture originators of treasure hunts, but also smaller picture, Forest Fen and JCB?
I want to make sure I answer this right. Could you repeat it one more time?
Has your
Mhm.
experience of hiding the treasure, formulating the hunt, extended any of your previous knowledge or given you any insight into originators of treasure hunts, whether it be like Victoria Peak or Oak Island, but even at a lower scale and not that much lower, Forest Fen and maybe even JCB?
Yes, I think that's fair to say for a number of reasons. Uh, One of them, just kind of low hanging fruit, is I thought a lot about during the Forest Fen treasure hunt, the act of going and hiding a treasure, and how that would just work logistically. And I could imagine, it being a bit of an audacious move to go and hide something. But boy, let me say, there's really nothing like actually doing it yourself. And so, in terms of furthering knowledge, I think I had further respect for Forest, and I don't know if JCB hid his treasures before or after mine, but anybody who goes out and hides, especially a treasure of significant value, like it's more stressful in the moment than I realized, and I took that for granted. So I don't know if that's necessarily extending knowledge, but definitely an extension of respect. And I think there are some knowledge aspects too. Yeah.
And as a quick follow up, I've heard that Forrest Fenn named his chest Tarzan or Indulgence. Have you had the opportunity to name your chest?
uh, I hadn't stopped to think about that. It's not a chest, but it is a container. Hmm.
Gosh darn.
Yeah, I'll I'll give it a little thought, and maybe I'll do a follow up post on that. I don't want to throw out something too flippantly, but good question.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, go for it. I'm so
No,
sorry.
you're
Nope, you're
good.
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 So your quarter horse that you hid behind is named Megan. Was that quarter horse a Pinto?
Oh, I no, it was not.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. So my question is, you've referred to what the cipher or technical clue refers to, and that's the container. Are you going to release any information as to what the technical clue or cipher is referring to, or vice versa?
Yeah, just for clarity, the technical clue is not referring to the container. The cipher is. So they're kind of two distinct things. Um, I mean, I think if it gets to a point, especially with the technical clue, I think it's just one of those things that is going to leak. I think it's just the nature of it. It will probably spread fairly quickly. I'm very surprised that it's just been relegated to this one person so far, but they've been doing an excellent job of keeping a lid on it. But I think it's only a matter of time, and at that point, it will be pretty obvious to everybody. So I probably won't even need to say anything, but I will when the time comes. And for the cipher, yeah, it's probably in the same boat. I think that one's not quite as definitive as the technical clue, uh, but I think people will catch on to that fairly soon as well. And once if it gets to a point where it becomes a bit more ubiquitous in knowledge, then I'll might as well just say something as well. But now is not quite the right time for that.
Okay, thank you. I also did all of
Okay, and
the.
last but not least, we have Sturv.
Yeah, Sternworm, but yeah, thanks everybody. So Justin, at any point in the poem, if you're following the poem path, do you ever return to previously trodden ground?
That's a great question. Hi, Sturm. You're actually one of those unique voices that I recognize immediately. Uh,
Okay.
that's such a fun question. If you knew how do I put it? If you knew the entirety of the solution, then the answer is no. But if
Right.
you
Okay.
go through the kind of the natural progression of the treasure hunt, the answer is more like a yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Could we do one last MI XRP for life was waiting quite patiently. Can that be the last question?
Absolutely, especially since all I can hear is you and Justin, and I can't even hear the
Oh no.
questions
Well, it's a good.
anymore.
Oh, I
Oh,
hate when that
geez.
happens. I hate when
It's
that.
okay. I just wait
Okay.
till you guys clue me in, and then I
Oh,
say
so sorry.
something. So
Oh, sorry about that, Emma.
it's
Also, I'll.
okay. I'm like, it's okay. I can go back and listen,
Yeah.
right? That's the best part of this.
Hello, Justin.
Hello.
Um, so I've been out about 14 times since March looking for this, or May, I guess, right when your book came out. So been out there looking. Um, I have one question. Does Mike and K Pro know where the treasure's at?
No, absolutely not.
They don't.
No,
Okay,
there's
that's the last
nobody in
question
the
I have.
world knows where the treasure's at but me.
Okay.
Hi, Emma. I had
Well,
my hand raised for a
thank you
long
very much.
time. Can we please possibly do my question? It's really short.
I don't think Emma can hear you, but Tyler can make a final
Fair.
call on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Quickly.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Justin. Thank you, Tyler. You are really good at putting rabbit holes to bed. I just wanted to know and answer for the community: is the periodic table at play for anything? Not specific that what you've been seeing it out, but should we be focused on that?
Is the periodic table at play? I'm fine with keeping that in play. I might provide more clarity in the future. But for now, I'm not gonna specify any further. But I appreciate the question.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, with that, wow. Listen, guys, I've been in tons of spaces. I've never seen more than 8 or 9 requests to speak. I feel terrible. I'm sure a lot of people are cursing my names or saying, Tyler didn't let me up, right? I really wanted to lit everybody up. There was just no way. We would literally be here. I mean, it's never gone below 50. Okay. We've never whittled down the list. It's always been over 50 people. We still have 54 people. I apologize for that. It's not, I mean, there was some glitchiness, but wow, this was really efficient. We had a lot of questions come through. Good answers from Justin. Great job. Please join the Deep
Thank
State
you.
of the please join Deep State of the Union community. Please follow me. Please follow Emma. Please follow Justin. Geez, we should do another one of these. I don't know how you feel about this, Justin, but this has been the most successful space I've ever seen. So there's a lot of interest in this. Wow.
Yeah,
It's going strong, man.
I might consider it in the future. Just a shout out to both of you, Tyler and Emma, again.